Round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis, the capital of chess in the U.S. The story of the tournament after 5 rounds had been super aggressive play met by incredible defense. Fabulous Fabiano Caruana seemed to be in the driver's seat against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but the resourceful Frenchman came up with a sharp defensive idea to get himself out of trouble. 7-time Russian champion Peter Svidler got a fantastic opening against Hikaru Nakamura, but the American genius played some scintillating moves to force the game into a draw. That left Vasilij Topalov to go after China's Ding Liren, and after a marathon game, the former world champion finally broke through in a brilliant ending to take sole lead in the event. The players have had a rest day and are ready to make a new run at victory. The drama continues in round 6, coming up next.
Welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club as we get ready for round 6 here in the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. We finally have a sole leader as Vasilij Topalov was able to break that drawing streak that was going on in the tournament by beating Ding Liren. He now leads solo, but it's the day after the rest day. Players come with renewed energy, and we're going to have to see if Topalov's able to keep his lead or some of the players that are trailing just under him can catch up. For analysis on today's games, we go to the studio with Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Yasser Seirawan.
Always a pleasure, Jennifer. We have a leader.
That's right. After a much needed rest day, we have another look at our standings here at the Sinquefield Cup. We've got Vasilij Topalov, and he's at the head of the cross table with 3.5 points. Not far behind, defending champion Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vichy Anand. Also doing okay, Nakamura and Caruana, but is somebody going to be doing very okay between those two guys after today? We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with today's key matchups.
Well, after a crucial rest day, the players have had a chance to stop, think about this tournament, analyze what they've done, and definitely get some much-needed rest. Their energy reserves should be high right now, and they're going to need it if they're going to make a run at this tournament. First of all, we see these two players, young players, shouldn't have needed too much rest, but I'm sure they used the off day to think about their rivalry, as you see there between the two players. 5-3 Nakamura with 20 draws. Hikaru sitting back right now in the tournament at even, as is Fabiano Caruana, the current U.S. champion. He has not won a single game so far. Think about the fact that he won 7 when he won the Sinquefield Cup a couple of years ago. We'll see whether or not he can win a game today. And another matchup which will be key for this event. Wesley So, after winning his first game, has drawn his next 4. A small hiccup against Ding Liren, but he still managed to draw that game. He will absolutely chase down this leader, the new leader of the tournament, Vasilij Topalov, who has not lost any games, might have had even more points if he had scored some of the victories that he ended up only drawing. This should be a great matchup, as Wesley will have to put the pressure on Vasilij. And the other matchups look great as well. Levon Aronian, he's right behind the leader, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, number 2 in the world. He needs to show that form that he's shown all summer long. Also match up Ding Liren and Peter Svidler. Those two players at the bottom of the tournament table will need a victory critically. One of those two, and Anish Giri, he needs a victory if he's going to make any run at this tournament, but he's facing the 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. That will be a tall order. Should see some exciting games here in round 6.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'm just excited to be able to say we have a tournament leader, and now everybody knows who they're chasing.
That's right, but it was close to not being so. We almost got 15 draws in a row, but Vasilij Topalov, in an amazing finale, just stunning, turned it all around. Let's take a look at what happened there. Because for those of you who tuned in for the whole thing, you really got rewarded for your patience.
Indeed. This is after 6 hours of play. Crucial moment. King F7 would have drawn the game, but we see Ding Liren going the wrong way. King H7 which allows Veselin a chance to flush out the enemy king.
And Veselin had played the move knight f8 check previously, but this time he found the path to victory after some focus. He spent about 15 seconds on this move, and he realized what the path was, and bam, he hit him there with rook to h8 check. And this maneuver was just excellent.
Yes, especially because after king g6, White has a problem defending his g2 pawn, and he gets to do it with a tempo. Knight f4 check, defending the g2 pawn, and after king g5, which is basically forced, there was a very important move for Veselin to find.
And that was
Right.
the rook h8 move.
Exactly, rook h f8, and he had seen that prior, but he didn't see the twist of the whole variation that after bishop takes g2, which looks like it draws at first glance, it actually doesn't because of this gorgeous king h2 move.
Walking into a discovery, and as you were mentioning, that's one of the most difficult things for a grandmaster to allow.
And we see Fabiano, he's entering the playing hall. And he says that he saw Suicide Squad on the rest day. So,
I think that might be a good way to prepare for the game, get a little rambunctiousness going.
is that a little foreshadowing of his game against Nakamura? Is he going to play a suicidal opening? Well, let's hope so. That
Well,
sounds like
we'll
fun.
see.
What is the most suicidal opening? I mean, the Benoni, perhaps? He also promised more Benonis. And it feels like Nakamura is the guy to take him on in the Benoni. I'm going to go out and predict the Benoni.
That would be good.
Mainline Benoni.
That would be really fun.
Why not? If you were Hikaru, you would do it.
Oh yeah, I'd go on the white side in a flash. I just want to mention that in their individual matchups, Hikaru had actually been leading 5-1 in terms of decisive games, but 2016 has seen Fabiano Caruana defeat Hikaru in the U.S. Championships to win the title, and also in the candidates, their two games ended a 1.5 in favor of Fabi, so their overall score is 5-3.
But this is always a matchup that people keep their eyes peeled
Oh,
on.
absolutely. These two players are the best in America and two of the best in the world. So definitely everybody's watching this game.
And we're
carefully.
wondering who's going to be 1 and 2 in the Olympiad as they are going to lead the United States on the charge for gold in this year of the Olympics. We know that they will start in September. There we see someone who wants the gold right now, Veselin Topalov. This would be an amazing comeback victory for him. I'm trying to think about it. When is his last victory in a super tournament?
Norway, 2015, the Grand Chess Tour.
That's
He
right.
started with a gift, the world champion forfeiting on time in a winning position, and that was all the wind that Veselin needed to cruise to victory in Norway in our first Grand Chess Tour.
Right,
But
that was when
since-
Magnus Carlsen didn't know about the time control. He
That's
wasn't
right.
aware.
That's right.
But since then, and I think that Veselin may have even gotten to his rating high after that, something like 28-19.
Right.
Since then, he's been quite shaky. Some fantastic starts. He started 2-0 last year,
Exactly.
but then he just totally
faded.
fell apart. And since then, he just hasn't shown anything. He hasn't even played too much, as a matter of fact. He's one of the least active players among the top players. And
He had
certainly,
a disappointing result in Moscow, most crucially.
yes, he was
Candidates.
terrible in the candidate. You say
That's right.
disappointing. I think he would call it terrible. I mean,
Yeah.
very bad result. And he certainly didn't do well in the Grand Chess Tour in Paris and Leuven either. So this could be some redemption for him to show everyone, I'm still Veselin Topalov. I was world champion. I can play some serious chess. And I think all the players know that he can put it together. They're not going to just go after him, but somebody needs to knock him off his perch.
Well,
But it's great to see him do well because he's creative and he takes risks.
Oh, without question. He's a very dynamic player. He's always pushing in his games. And as you heard in the tease from Maurice, he had some really good positions as well. He could have a bigger score. And our defending champion, Levon Aronian, entering the playing hall now as well.
I would say though that going back to Topalov, that he's probably the shakiest leader that you could have because even in his win, let's start with his win against Fidler. Fidler blundered, I mean, frankly, in that
Exactly.
position. It's not Topalov's fault, but that was a weird blunder to make in that position. Also, he could have lost very easily against MVL if MVL had found the right sequence. It just so happened that even the move MVL played was just not enough to win. So that was tricky for him. And the games he should have won. They won against Fabiano. I mean, clean cut, find the move, rookie 8. He wins that game. We see here Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the number 2 player in the world, shaking hands with Levon. That one he was shaky. And then even against Ding Liren in round 5, that one he missed his clear path to a win. And it was only when Ding Liren changed the move order or decided not to play King F7 and instead play King H7 that allowed him to even get the chance to play his winning sequence. So I would say he himself, when he was down here being interviewed, he himself said, I'm missing simple things. And so he happens to have +2. It's good to miss simple things and be +2 and leading a pack of the biggest and most dangerous wolves in the world.
Indeed, but he tends to understate his success in general. I've noticed that about Veselin.
Well, he's very self-critical, as are most of the players. Puts a lot of pressure on himself, and if he isn't reaching his own sense of peak perfection, he's not actually that happy.
I think the player he's playing against right now, to me, has been the most impressive, consistent at least.
Yes.
Maybe not genius, complete brilliance, but the most consistent in the tournament, and maybe Anand is the other one who had to save that one game. But if I had to point, you always look and say, who's playing well right now? I would say Wesley and Anand are doing their thing right now.
I agree, although I gotta say, one thing I like about the Grand Chess Tour is that it actually rewards a bit of more of the gambler, like, a Nakamura or Veselin, because of the way that the system works, that you get to drop your lowest score.
Exactly.
So a super solid Wesley does need to have a big score if he wants to become the champion of the Grand Chess Tour. He can't just get +1 in every tournament and snag it.
Exactly.
And if it weren't for dropping the lowest score, that might be enough.
Right. It's deceptive because, of course, Wesley is leading the Grand Chess Tour with Hikaru Nakamura. But Hikaru, having played so poorly in Leuven, he's going to drop that result and hopefully get 2 good results here in St. Louis as well as in London in December.
And let's see if we did it. And it looks like I might have been right about something.
You are right.
Yaz.
You are right, Jen.
I know Naka.
I know. You know your Naka, huh?
He doesn't like to back down from a challenge. I mean,
And it's a Benoni, indeed.
I mean, Caruana said on the air
that
he was going to take the Benoni on.
Yeah.
That's like waving a red flag to Nakamura.
Absolutely. And so now, we spoke about it in an earlier broadcast, how in the Benoni, a lot of the very sharp lines entail white playing F2, F4 in the particular move order that Fabi chose. The knight, white's knight appears on F3 early. Let's just see how the players got to the position. So it was a Nimzo Indian feint, and there we have the move C5 by Fabi, inviting a Benoni, which was accepted, and then again with the knight already sitting on F3, ideas of E4, F4 are excluded, and then I think we've had G7, G6.
Yeah, you can't get everything.
Yeah,
you get a Benoni, but you don't get the best Benoni.
Exactly, and now we have an interesting twist. It's a sideline that hasn't been the most popular, but it has a lot of venom to it. Bishop C1, F4, I believe, is what Hikaru played. Am I up to date with the players?
So what's the idea of not playing E4?
Pardon me?
Yes. Not including E4.
Of course.
Knight
D2 is a very main move. E2, E4 is the most popular move by far, and what is considered the main line. The idea behind Bishop F4 is severalfold. First of all, in a lot of Benonis, the E4 pawn oftentimes becomes a target. Sometimes it's better not to play E2, E4. So did Fabi play Bishop G7? That's my key question.
It appears that he has.
Okay.
And he is down a pawn right now, guys.
Whoa. Let me get an update on that board then, because the players have moved very, very quickly.
So this didn't come as a huge surprise to Fabi, obviously.
I wanted to say one of the ideas is that in this position, black oftentimes includes the moves A6, A4. Why? Because there's a little trick in the position. After Bishop G7, white can play Queen A4 check, forcing a black piece to block the check, and then the pawn on d6 is left hanging. So after bishop d7, as played, queen b3, and there we have it. A very simple double attack against the pawns on d6 and b7. b7, b5. Okay, so now we're getting into really sharp territory that I have not studied. One of the things that you like to do in a Benoni is kind of force your opponent to misplace their pieces. After, for example, queen c7, you shouldn't be capturing this pawn. The problem is that after takes, you do indeed gobble this rook over on the a8 square, but after the move queen b6, you might want to stop and reflect and realize that not only is your queen trapped on the a8 square, there's a massive threat of queen takes b2.
Isn't it a little too late for reflection,
Yeah,
Yasser?
you've already crossed that bridge. But after queen c7, now one of the nice, nifty ideas that you often see in a Benoni is knight d2, and in case of castles, let me just put that move on the board, knight c4, and black may regret his particular piece setup, which is not harmonious at all. So after bishop d7, queen b3, b5 was essayed, and Hikaru said, give me that pawn. Bishop takes d6, you're not castling. Queen b6, bishop e5, and I think we have castles on the board. And I'm going to turn this one over to Maurice to plumb the databases to see how often, if at all, this pawn sacrifice has been essayed. And I'm sure it's been essayed in the past.
Oh, as a Benoni player, this is something that I have seen myself even back in my playing days, and it is a very popular line, this line with the bishop f4 system. Bishop f4 is a critical move. This bishop on f4 is really annoying because you know that this bishop is going to go to g7, so this pawn can come under fire very fast, and you hate doing passive things to defend that pawn, especially the maneuver you mentioned, Yaz, knight d2, knight to c4. That is an annoying one, and you don't want to make passive moves like knight to e8 after you've castled. That's just not in the spirit of the position. So the line that he went into with bishop g7, queen a4, also well-known country, queen b3, and here you could try to defend this pawn, but it's a waste of time. You're a Benoni player. Defend what? That's not what we do. We go for the attack. You got the bishop along the long diagonal, and you go for play. Bishop takes d6, queen to b6 was played, and bishop back to e5. And now black is going to show white exactly the error of his ways. You grabbing my pawn, I'm going to go for some counterplay. Now, if I don't get the counterplay that I want, I'm down a pawn, and that's a long-term pawn. That would be an asset for him. So this move, in this position, he played the move castles, and now the move e3, attempting to develop, and this has all been seen before. And now time to chase the white pieces out of there. The move c4 is telling you move that one back. Queen drops back to d1 to stay away from any kind of tactics on the c2 square. And now b4, get rid of that one as well. And this knight goes back to b1. And this position is what black is saying, if you're a Benoni player, this has got to be good for me. This has got to be good for me. And I'm going to go to the databases to get some lines here. This has been played in our database 63 times. So clearly this is very topical. The move c4, queen d1, and in this position b4 and knight b1. Now we're 16 games in this line. Two moves here, rook to c8 guarding the pawn, bishop here guarding the pawn. Now reality is black does face one issue, and it's that his pieces are not quite developed yet. His knight hasn't come out. It's not quickly that he's bringing his pieces into the game. Bishop to b5 is a nice way to get the knight to d7, attacking this bishop on this square. But white also has some pluses. This d4 square is weak forever. So white will hope to plug any holes by putting something on this square eventually. He has to play bishop e2 and castles. Black's already ahead. Whether or not black can prove compensation in this line has been the question of this variation. And it looks as though Nakamura has plumbed the depths of this position. He's decided that this is the way he's going to try to prove himself, as the move rook to c8 has landed on the board. Rook c8, and quickly essaying knight b to d2 is Nakamura. Again, all this has been seen before, but I think Nakamura must think he has a wrinkle up his sleeve, because he has not thought at all, and he's forcing Fabi to realize, I know you were going to play a Benoni, and I think I'm hunting you down today.
Well, it's all about that preparation, and in that free day, again, how have the players used their free time? Looks for the moment that Hikaru's in his preparation. He's a happy camper, but we have a phone call, Jen.
That's right. Welcome to the show. We are accepting your calls and your tweets. Welcome. Let us know your question and where you're calling from.
Hi, hello. I'm Jonathan Cameron. I'm calling from the state of Virginia, and I would like to say hello to Jennifer, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right, cool. Well, I have a question because I'm also a player myself, and I understood that the Grandmaster title I thought was the highest title that you could achieve as a chess player. But then I looked into my magazine, My Chess Life, and I'm reading over Nazi, the new U.S. Women's Champion, and in her discussions, it says that she can't wait to make Grandmaster when she's already a women's Grandmaster in the IM. So which title is higher?
Well, thank you for your question, Jonathan, and let's turn that over to Jennifer, because our U.S. champion, Naji Pikitsky, is a women's Grandmaster, and she's saying that she's hoping to achieve the Grandmaster title. What does she mean?
That's right. Well, she's got the International Master title and the Women's Grandmaster title, which many people have both of because the International Master title usually requires half a point more. So it's very typical that people share those titles. But to get the overall Grandmaster title,
That's what she's talking about.
that's what she's looking for. And there are about 25 women in the world now who hold that title. And the way that Nazi Pikitsi played in the Women's Championship this year, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a matter of her playing enough tournaments because she just played fantastic, and also her physical form and her consistency was just really up there. And I'm not saying that just because she's a fan of us and she's watching a lot of the shows.
Right.
I think you and Maurice were also echoing the same feelings. That,
Oh, yes.
we've got a new Grandmaster on the women's Olympic team if she goes in that direction.
No doubt.
Exactly, no
No
question.
doubt. Yeah.
And again, just to the callers' questions, in the game of chess, the sport of chess, we have Grandmaster titles for overall players, and we have a women's Grandmaster title, and it's considered that a lot of the women's Grandmasters want to get that overall title. And actually, I think I'm going to have to correct you on this, Jennifer. I think there's 32 women in the world
32. Yeah, okay.
who have the overall Grandmaster title, and every one of them are alive.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and hopefully it'll become about 35 or 40. It is a bit of a controversial thing, the women's Grandmaster title. I personally have very mixed feelings on it. I actually think it would probably be better if it were abolished eventually, or at least phased out. My ideal solution would be if it would be kind of merged with the IM title, since they're kind of close already. Maybe just make the requirements for getting WGM a tiny bit harder,
Right.
so that then women could pick between which title they use. And then that would almost be a way of phasing it out over maybe 30 years.
And I understand there's the women's FIDE Master title, the women's International Master title, and the women's Grandmaster title.
But you could
as
almost
well.
do that with all of them. Women's International Master title is close to FIDE Master,
Right.
so that could be like you could
Phased.
try to merge those as well. I mean,
Right.
I just think that the point of it is to encourage women in chess and get more participation. And sometimes you get conditions if you have the
Titles.
Grandmaster title. So I do support that.
Right.
But at the same time, it's very confusing, especially for mainstream media. I
Make
noticed
that distinction.
Yeah, they really have a lot of issues with it. And so in terms of making the sport more popular, I think it's actually a serious impediment. Because when we have the U.S. Championship, we get you just get so many questions about it.
Right.
Like it's like constant.
Right.
And it always kind of ends in like a slightly negative, like a negative like anti-feminist vibe. And I want to be more rah-rah.
Okay.
So that's why I believe that.
Right. And also, of course, keep in mind that we're talking about Fabi as the U.S. champion, but it's not the men's champion, it's the overall. And who knows, maybe Naji or Irina will play in the overall championship one day.
Yeah, for sure. Or Carissa Yip or Rachel Lee. I mean, there's a lot of contenders out there, right?
Absolutely. Let's just get caught up with the Benoni that we've been watching. Also, we'll have to check in on the Wesley So game, but back to this very sharp game between two top American players. We just saw this move, knight bd2, bishop b5, protecting this pawn on c4. I thought that Hikaru was just going to slip his rook over to c1. He didn't do that. He first took along this a2, a4 tempo against the bishop, but Fabi didn't drop the bishop back. Instead, he captured en passant, rook takes, bishop f8, and we are now up to date with the players. Maurice, are the players all following the dictates of theory?
They were up to this point in the game when the move bishop to f8 landed on the board. This had been seen before, this position. When you talk about theory, it's a funny thing. People say, what's theory, book, and all that? Theory is a combination of analysis, but mainly a lot of practice. Who has played what in tournament games? Which grandmasters have essayed these variations themselves over the board? And not just grandmasters, but master level players as well. And this position had been seen between two master level players before, right up to this point where you saw rook takes a3, a4 that Nakamura played. If we go back to this moment in the game, after knight bd2, bishop b5, the move rook c1 had been seen, putting a lot of pressure on this pawn 3 times most popularly. But here is where Nakamura decided to go down a different path by playing the move a4, separating this bishop, well, trying to affect the possibility of this pawn advancing down the board, trying to push this bishop back to the a6 square. Also, his pawn could go to a5, in some cases chase the queen. So Fabi was having none of it, and after takes. Now, the only move that had been tried here in the only stem game was played, the move was knight b to d7, attacking the bishop. But right now, Fabi very quickly, for the speed at which Nakamura is playing, quite frankly, playing this move bishop to f8 seems a little bit of a surprise, getting it off this diagonal. But his point is that now his knight on d5, on f6 can take this pawn on d5 without worrying about the trade. Bishop takes g7. He wants to keep his bishop, so he's attacking this rook right now. The engines are saying that after the move bishop back to d4, they're giving as best. Now queen d8, and now move the rook back to a1. That this position after knight takes d5 is slightly better for white. Interesting evaluation to my eyes that white has any edge in this position, but the engines are continuing and saying that this pawn on c4 could be a problem. Bishop to b4. What an unusual place to find a Benoni bishop on this diagonal. Pretty crazy position. Still giving the nod to white are the engines in this position. It's certainly a crazy one, but now Naka has stopped to think because the novelty has appeared on the board with bishop to f8. Another position where it's not, sorry, I was going to go to a novelty or a crazy position, but look at this. Another Benoni. Look at the formation. We see the g3 type Benoni. It's not a normal move order with a knight on h3, and maybe we might see some kind of Benko idea if b5 happens, but a4 can shut that down, and we will see truly a Benoni in this position as well, a Benoni type structure happening here. And a game we definitely have to pay attention to, as well as black is playing some sharp chess on all the boards, it looks like. In this position here, after castles a3 in this game between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Levon played b4, typical sacrifice in this position, looking to open up this diagonal to get his dark square bishop and some pressure. The response, d5, and that's the kind of scintillating pawn formation we want right from the get-go. C takes, knight takes, and this is the position we see now. Clearly, MVL has prepared this line. This, by the way, has already been seen, so it's kind of curious that Levon is still thinking in this position, but the games are rich, full of content. Maybe the most dull game is the game between the leader and Wesley So. And that one looking like a standard English opening happening, and now we see the move knight g5 on that board. Rich chess, guys. What do we want? The players got their rest, and now they're going for it.
If you had to guess what the most popular opening that started with BE in this tournament was going to be, what would you guess?
With BE?
Yeah, with like if we're playing Hangman, like
instead
BE.
Of Berlin.
Of course.
With 6 letters. With 6 letters as well.
Yeah. Instead of Berlins, we're getting Benonis.
Benonis.
Sign me up. Oh, but not for black.
But not for black.
I mean, I'll switch to d4 if all my opponents play the Benoni. I mean,
you're easy, huh?
Right? I mean, what opening would you switch to e4 for if your opponent played it every time? What would cause you to
E5.
switch teams?
Oh,
really?
Yeah, I really, when I played E4, I really liked playing against classical king pawn.
Right.
The thing, the thing that really threw me off was the Sicilians. They were just too tough to tame. While we were all discussing Benoni's, the son of Sauron, I'm looking at this game between Wesley So and Veselin Topalov, our tournament leader, and it looks as quiet it can be. And we've just had this move, Queen B3, 7 versus 7, Knight versus Bishop, lots of trades, very, very static position. And as we've been talking, I'm looking, I'm a little bit confused because there's a really nice shot in the position for Veselin. He could play the move Bishop G5, just developing the bishop with a double threat. He wants to capture the pawn on A2, rook takes E2 as quick as he can, as well as bishop takes on D2, winning a piece. Now you could block the threat to the bishop with F4, but then rook takes E2 comes with a check, and that's certainly not what White had in mind. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, well, why would Wesley have allowed this? And I'm not sure I've come up with an answer, at least a satisfactory one for my taste. Maurice, I'm a little bit blind. I probably needed a second rest day, I'm sorry. Bishop G5 looks pretty tempting.
Bishop to G5, according to the engines, is answered curiously by the move F4 in this position. F4, allowing rook takes E2 check, rook F2, trade, and when your bishop drops back, then to take on B7, which I think is why he guarded the pawn. After rook to B8, queen C7 takes. This would be tremendous for White because you can't take on B2 because of the check on the back row. So that's why he played that one, or did not go for this line with bishop to G5.
F4.
F4, yeah, it looks anti-positional, I know, because of the weakness on the E2 square. When you go back, it's very concrete, though. F4 in this position, and even if you just drop the bishop back, well, now the knight can find the E4 square, and it's very hard, if ever, you're going to get rid of that knight on the E4 square.
No, for sure you want to take on E2, trade one pair of rooks, and then drop back with the bishop, say bishop back to E7 to D6, perhaps.
Well, this actually stops the mating idea, so that's a very important line. Rook to B8, queen C7, and now there's no mate on the back row, so you can actually take on B2. Is this position better for who? Is a good question. Rook down is now possible with a tempo. This line really extends itself. Check, king over, and then take on D4, take on D2 with check, king G1 to save the pawn. I don't like this move necessarily. It's probably close to equal, though slightly better for White. But I want to jump to something else. This is an interesting variation, but we have a piece sacrifice. Well, not quite a piece sacrifice, but a move that looks like a piece sacrifice. In this game, this position appeared. We saw this sharp line with Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and other moves have been played here. Knight takes on D5 was the most popular move. What had never been seen in this position, at least in our database, is this move, Knight G5, where your knight is hanging on G5 for the moment, except the knight on D5 is hanging. And it looks like you could solve the problem first. Let's just take on the square, but a nice little discovery back, defending the knight with the bishop. And in this position, White is doing quite well. The light square domination is excellent, and it looks like he's achieved everything he wanted. So a new move by Levon, knight to G5, a novelty that he came up with before the game or not, I'm not sure. But the engines are not particularly impressed by this move. Take a look at the engine's main line. Queen takes on G5, knight takes would be the expected reply, especially since your B pawn is hanging. And now the move E4, attacking the rook and attacking the knight. That one basically forces this piece backwards, and now there's a pin on this square, and now some strange chess. Queen back to E7, making sure you can't touch this pawn with the bishop because if bishop takes on C3, also eyeballing this pawn. Super sharp chess that Maxime, if he is not prepared, he will have to look at. Levon with the new move, knight G5, and he did not play queen takes g5. Instead, he dropped his knight back to c7. Sharp lines already in this game after only 10 moves.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. And we do have a caller. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hello?
Hello.
You're on the air.
Oh, hi. I'm Tim from Richmond, Virginia, and my question for you guys was, of all the players playing in the Sinquefield Cup this year, who do you think are the two toughest opponents to play Magnus Carlsen in a head-to-head match?
Great.
Thank you for your question. It seems
Great
like you're getting a
question.
lot of calls from Virginia today. I used to live in Virginia Beach, Virginia, so shout out there. Take it from the top. Who do you think would have been Magnus's most difficult challengers out of our field?
Well, of course, like I would have loved to see the two Americans, Fabiano Caruana or Hikaru Nakamura, but I'm sorry I can't put Nakamura as one of the two toughest. But I think
For
I would
obvious
say.
reasons.
I think I might go with Fabi and MVL because I feel like they would come with so much preparation. And that might be the one thing that because Carlsen does kind of try to stray from like the main lines. That might be they might have enough energy and preparation to take him down. I think that even they would be underdogs, of course.
Yes.
But
Well, he is number one for a reason. And you, Maurice, who do you see as, out of this field, the two toughest challengers?
I like that answer. Fabi and MVL, definitely those two are super tough to play against. But I feel like Geary can say, well, the guy's beaten me once in his whole life. So I don't know. Just look at the numbers. So maybe Geary would have to be brother. Can he beat Carlsen? Well, that would be a tough question. I mean, he did beat him once before. He had a plus score, but that was for a while. So I'm not sure that he would win the match, but I think it would be a lot of work on Carlsen's part, although he finally broke through by beating Geary this year. I will make a point just because it's breaking news. Fabiano is just sacrifice material in his game against Nakamura, and take a look at how he did it. This position, remember we saw the novelty bishop f8. He didn't want to trade his bishop by playing knight takes d5, his valuable bishop on the board. So Naka said, wait a second, what if I play this move bishop to d4? Your queen's under attack. Your queen's the only thing defending this knight. You could have had your bishop here and played knight d7, but instead you drop your bishop back on this excursion. Now I'm attacking your queen. If your queen tries to protect the knight, it can only do so from d6. And guess what? Now you've interrupted the attack on the rook. I now play e4. And thanks for the pawn. I think I'm going to keep it. However, Fabi said, when you play bishop d4, I saw that coming. You can have the knight. Go right ahead. And this one definitely has Nakamura's eyes wide open. If he wasn't awake before, this one is a shot of caffeine because now suddenly he can take a knight on f6 and look at this piece. If you see this trade in a Benoni, you think black is busted. Like there's no way he's going to survive this dark square bishop. Anybody who shows up on that king side is going to be mate somehow. This queen sniffing around, hopefully. But it turns out that right at this moment, this c pawn is annoying. c3, going down the board now, knight to e4. And by the way, right about now, as a player, I'd be thinking, can I sack my knight, please, somehow, to mate the guy? But you just can't pick up your queen and have it show up on this side. So knight to e4, but it's still only, this knight is only one step away from knight f6 and some kind of weird windmill kind of stuff. But it turns out that c2, that pawn is the most important thing in this position. About to become a queen. Queen c1 is pretty much forced. Now bishop f1, disrupting castles forever. And you'd love to move this bishop somehow and prove something, but even the bishop and knight by themselves will not do anything at all. After rook takes on f1, queen takes on d5, and white's position is just simply collapsing, and he has nothing in this position. He is the one who is fighting for equality here. He might be able to get some pieces in the way, something like this, allowing queen d3. But if I'm white, it's like something gone wrong here. I can't make anything at all occur on this board with any power. Even this position, though, the engine is giving black the nod. Even here, you just, could I just do that? Guess not. Can't happen. This position is wild, and Naka now, we can get a look at him at the board. I think he realizes that this is stone cold preparation by Fabi. He has now been outfoxed, and Fabi's like, yep, that's how I do with preparation.
Wow, what a move. I was really reeling. I had actually liked what you had said before. I thought Black was doing sufficiently well with the move Queen D8, which probably heading closer to a draw. But this move Queen B7 just exploded the position. That is a shocking piece sacrifice. I thought you were hoaxing me when you made the move Queen B7, Maurice, and saying, Yasser? Well, what's going on here? But okay, let's just take a look at the line that you were showing. Bishop takes F6. Domination on the king side, but it's that C pawn after bishop A3, B8, C3 that is really throwing white backwards. And just, that's a fascinating line. I was looking at a completely different, an alternative reality, you might say. Queen B3, and a fantasy. Of course you can take my knight with check, but I was looking at C2. Bishop takes, pawn equals queen. Ridiculous line, but it goes through the mind. Queen takes, and I'm thinking to myself, all I got to do is just get my pieces on the king side, but 2 queens on the board. No, this is not what.
Oh, you mean you just have, like, you were thinking there might be some way to mate Black
Yes,
there.
exactly.
Yeah.
With knight e4, the kind of things that you want to do when you see your opponent's king so vulnerable. But none of that is going to work, of course. So after this move C3, knight e4 looks right. I mean, I like the pieces. Takes. Pardon me. C2 is actually.
That's the key move.
Yeah, C2 first. Just kick that queen around. Takes, and queen takes D5. I'm sitting there saying, wow, this is a really, Hikaru must be reeling after this amazing concept of just sacrificing the piece that Fabiano has plunked down.
Well, it's 2 pieces for a rook, by the way. So
2
it's not
pieces.
like
An overwhelming sacrifice now.
Sure, and he's got to analyze things besides queen takes d5. There's like the thing that you mentioned. There's also like queen b1 that he might check. So it's not like it's a completely linear variation. There's really a lot for Naka to consider here.
Exactly, but these do look best moves. Knight c3, queen d3. This is more or less where Maurice has stopped and said the computer felt that Black was doing excellently.
And it adds a move in here, by the way, we should put in queen to a6.
Important.
Very annoying move, attacking that bishop and attacking the pawn on a3 as well. And your king can never castle. So Fabi, renowned for his amazing preparation, he said, you want to test me in a Benoni? Let's go. And it looked, as far as Naka is concerned, that he took him into a sideline, or sub-sideline of the Benoni. How prepared is this guy that you could take him into this variation, and he's got this kind of witchcraft that he's cooked up. Yeah. And Nakamura feels it right now. He knows he needs to find a variation where he's not worse.
Exactly.
Even though he's supposed to be okay still, but for the injury concern, he has other moves. He does not have to accept this knight. But it's got to be a very strange feeling when you have prepared and think you have out-prepared your opponent. You play a sub-variation like A4, and the guy whips out, takes on A3, and then bishop back to F8 with queen B7?
Yeah.
No, he did not see this one, and he's going to be in the tank for a while. And look at the time situation. That's a clear indicator with him being behind on the clock. Of course, he's not in any time pressure whatsoever because they played so many moves. But this is an indicator that Fabi is just fine.
Absolutely.
That's right. That's always a bad sign for Nakamura, but he is resourceful. So Fabi said that he watched Suicide Squad on the day off, which only got 26% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Only 26%.
That's bad.
That's really bad.
But somehow I think this movie is going to go at least starting better for Fabi. And we've got some other tweets coming in to our hashtag Sinquefield Cup. There's one picture of Fabiano Caruana.
Photobombing the Rio Olympiad.
So that's pretty fast. I guess he's worked out time travel. Check out the hashtag Sinquefield Cup if you want to see that montage of Fabiano in Rio. We're watching our swim team grab some more gold medals. And we've actually got another phone call from a young player. So welcome to the show. We'd love to hear from you guys.
Hi. My name is Pranav, and I'm calling from Virginia, but I'm from Los Angeles, California.
Hey, Pranav.
Hi. My question for you, I have two questions actually. One, the endgame part of my game is not like very good because I'm not sure what the exact ideas are for like the simple minor piece endgames and the rook endgames. So do you guys have a book that would, or like something that I should do that would help me improve? Mainly like a book, like something about endgames, and the same thing about like calculation and seeing the whole combination. You guys have like some preferred books on that would help anyone improve around like the 1550 level?
All right. Well,
Great.
thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Jen, start us off.
Well,
What
actually,
would you recommend?
I would like to
Especially where endings are
give a
concerned.
shout out to Tatev Abrahamian, who's taken over the Grand Chess Tour Twitter, because she got a very similar question from a player of around the same level. And I really liked her recommendations: Four Seam Moves and Essential Endgame Knowledge by Averbach. I also really like a suggestion by Grandmaster Nick DeFermian that he gave me a long time ago, that if you don't like studying endgames, the best thing to do is take one of your own games, which had an endgame, and study it to death. Like, look at all the different permutations and like try to find theoretical endgames and the subvariations, because then you really have some context, so that you're not just like flipping a book and like trying to figure out like which chapter to look at.
Exactly.
And what you'll find is that if you do that, you will go over the theoretical endgames because they do recur.
Exactly. And Maurice, your recommendations for the young caller?
Well, I definitely highly recommend Jeremy Silman's Endgame course. That one is, I think, very well written, and he goes through the different stages of playing level. If you're a 1400, you're 1600, you're an 1800, and he's such a good writer as well. His books are excellent. How to Reassess Your Chess is just an absolute classic. So I would recommend that just because it has such great wordy explanations. It's always nice when you get a lot of words to get inside the minds of the strong players. I'll give you a secret, though, a secret that I use with my students. I'll let the cat out of the bag for the young caller. One way to practice endgames, one of the problems with endgames is that we don't see them very often, or you see it, you study an endgame and then you don't see it, right? It's like, I don't see this exact position, and you see a variety of endgame in practice. So what I like to do with my students is start the game off in an endgame. So if you want to practice rook endings, take everything else off and play blitz against your friends with just rooks on the board. And practice queen endings, try that. You want to try bishop versus knight, try that as an endgame. From the very first position, play a lot of games in the initial endgame position. Not work your way towards it, and you'll find you'll have a lot of fun with it, and you'll get a number of games in. Play like 5-10 games in those endings to get a better feel for that stage of the game.
Great. And how about the caller's questions regarding calculations?
I did mention Four Seam Moves,
yes.
but and also just keep watching these games. Try to analyze some of the tactics here.
Well, I'll stay with the endings for a moment, and I recall a comment made to me by Washington State champion Michael Fournette, and he said, Yasser, studying endgames is like cheating in chess, okay? Because you know you're going to have a test. And if you study for the test in advance and know the answers, you'll be ready. So, for example, I once got king and rook versus king, rook, and bishop. So the notorious rook and bishop versus rook ending. And I studied it to death, made a draw. And whenever I had that ending again in my career, I always achieved the maximum result. I won it when I had the bishop. I drew it when I was playing against it. So study your end games as if it's the difference between a silver medal or a gold medal or not, right? Like, you have to win this position or you have to draw this position. Make it personal and take it very seriously, because endings are going to make you a better player. It is going to improve your middle game. You'll have a better appreciation of the openings when you understand your endings well. Maurice.
Big moment in the game between Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Naka backed down. He said, I believe you. I'm not going into that nonsense and get myself in any kind of trouble. So he played in this position to move rook back to A1, just moving his rook out of there. And the Indians are giving knight takes D5 and saying, what can be wrong with Black's position now? Black is perfectly fine. Black's even prepared to play the move C3. So, for example, Bishop E2, Black could do C3 and say, I have this passed A pawn. The moment I drop knight C6 on the board, I'm not sure what your bishop is going to do. Will I get the dark square bishop from you and have this great bishop on the board? Engine somehow is giving white a slight edge after bishop takes, rook takes, and the move castles, but I don't buy it at all. A slight edge, yeah, take that somewhere else. This is fine for Black now. He is doing just okay. His knight's going to come out. He's going to have fine development. The opening has been a complete success, and I think Nakamura is ready to back down and say, you win. You want the draw? Let's just make that happen. And now Fabi is staring the board down to see whether or not he can make any kind of hay out of this position. Another pawn that has made it to the C4 square by Black is this one. In this position after knight to G5, attacking the knight on D5, MVL played knight back to C7, and now he's attacking the knight, really. Knight back to E4 is what Aronian did, and now instead of capturing on B4 and giving white any of that dream compensation he's looking for, MVL said, what if my pawn's on C4? How do you get this guy off the square? And if you advance, I'm going to capture and wreck your pawn structure. And oh, by the way, there are going to be some lines when I play the move F5 and maybe play E4 and shut down your position. So a very sharp move. This is, again, only move 11, and we're in original country in this position. I'm loving these games. Let me tell you right now, even this one between Wesley So and Vasilij Topalov that looked kind of strange. This moment here, Yaz, you talked about Bishop G5. He played E4, and after this trade, Vasilij said, isn't your structure a little bit strange? These pawns are hanging in the middle of the board. Wesley said, I don't think so. After knight E4, this knight is strong. I'm protecting things. The only thing he has to worry about is an F5 at some point in the future. He played the move Queen D7, did Black. But here's the question. What does Wesley have for what he did? And the imbalanced pawn structure, that's what makes grandmasters happy to see. It's like something, or at least grandmaster commentators happy to see. It's like something funky is going on here. How are they going to neutralize everything, given that we have a pawn structure that's not traditional? What's happening? Hard to evaluate.
And yet, from Vesselin's point of view, I think he should be satisfied with the outcome of the opening. He has no obvious targets in his position. He has the bishop versus knight. His king is quite well secure. So regardless of whether you think white has something or it's even, I think Veselin is happy with the outcome of the opening. And we have another caller.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Hi, this is Chesh calling from Brighton Beach. I called you guys the other day about coaching questions, which were very helpful, but I was actually hoping for a little bit of clarification on a couple of things. You told me that studying the games of grandmasters is very important, which I realize. But I try and have kids study something like Shurov Fire on Board, and it's so incredibly technical. So, I mean, the same case possibly for Alyoshin, but Yasser Seirawan in a video a while ago mentioned a player by the name of Nezhmitinov, who I found his games to be very instructive, especially for somebody like a 1500, 1600 level, because basically in every game he punishes people for underdeveloping, and I think that's a great lesson. So I was wondering if there were some other players like that with analysis like that, that's more helpful for somebody beneath the master level. And also, you kind of went into it, how to study all those games. I know it's helpful to try and figure out, what the next move is. Covering up the move, maybe I've heard once, but I was wondering if there's a technique for it that you could recommend. And all, like I said, any other players that would be helpful at a lower level. And my other quick question is actually for Jen Shahade, who I said, I really appreciate, what she does for supporting girls and women in the sport. I think that's a big, important thing for the sport to have more female participation. But, at tournaments these days, I see a lot of, younger women players, and more of them are actually sticking around. And, I've always kind of found the title Women's Grandmaster to be kind of offensive in that I don't think there should be any reason why women can't be grandmasters themselves. I mean, we already have plenty.
33.
And do you think eventually that, women are actually going to be playing the same level? Because it's not mixed martial arts. I mean, there's no reason that, a woman couldn't be world champion one day.
Right, yes, thank you. A lot of questions.
Comments. Yeah.
A lot of questions, but we did actually cover the Women's Grandmaster thing about an hour ago, so or 30 minutes ago. So
Sure.
you can maybe rewind to that. But I actually agree with you that maybe that title could be phased out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other question, honestly, if I have a student under 1600, maybe it's because of my own personal bias and experience. I usually don't recommend them to look over game collections if they have limited time, because I think it's like the intensity and the density of the work isn't high enough. I just think that's such low-hanging fruit for them to be studying a lot of tactics and endgames. That to like actually crack open an Alekine book or My 60 Memorable Games, it's like it's going to be like slow unless they love it. It's going to be slow, and the amount of improvement per hour, I just don't think it's high enough. Personally, I would wait till like 1800 or so.
So what's your greatest return to work ratio?
Tactics. I think.
Tactics.
I mean, and endgames.
And
I think
endgames.
tactics and endgames, yeah.
All right.
And then playing and looking over your own games.
Right.
Looking over like Shiraz's games if you're 1500. I
That
just don't know if
you'll
if you're
drown in variations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, the best you can do is maybe like a long 6-hour broadcast like this, guess the move.
Right.
But to try to do it on your own, I think is a really tough ask unless you love it.
Right. Well, again, and I'll just go, I think that my experience has been repeated by so many players, including Magnus Carlsen. I had lovely discussions with him about this. When we were young, watching a major match event like this with friends, having the board and analyzing the games together and anticipating, as you say, the moves. In those days, it was like the World Championship matches and playing over the games and trying to understand why the players made a certain decision that they did. It's really good if you can create a friendship with a group of players roughly the same rating or even better, higher rated, and just play and train.
I love your idea of the Sinquefield Cup viewing parties. Great idea. Cook up the popcorn, or if you have a friend like Tony Rich, who's the executive director here at the Chess Club and an international arbiter.
Get the chocolate chip cookies.
The chocolate
out.
chip cookies. I mean,
he makes the best cookies. I mean, he's in the wrong business. I mean, there'd be a line for his cookies. I wanted to turn the game, our attention to the game between Anish Giri and Vishy Anand for a moment. Extraordinary thing is these players have played 12 times against one another in classical games, 11 draws, but 1 win. And guess who it was for? Wrong, Anish Giri. And Anish has just made an intriguing, up to this point, these are all well-known theoretical moves. This intriguing move, rook to d8, rook to d1, I beg your pardon, trying to encourage black to split white's pawn structure. What white wants to do is, although his pawn structure has been compromised, he wants the fact that there is no knight on f6 to eyeball an attack against black's king. What white is aspiring to do is play the move knight g5, followed by queen e4, and if the knight is kicked back by h6, is to come to e4 and then to jump off to the d6 square. So at the moment, Vichy a little pressured on space, potentially vulnerable on the king side, but if he can neutralize white's pressure, he'll have a very good endgame.
And what do you make of our other Benoni?
Which it was between Ding Liren and Peter Svidler.
That's right.
Now, this is an intriguing one because, again, the grandmasters of yore, the classical grandmasters would say, black's lost. There's just nothing to discuss. Black's just lost. Wow. Why would they make such a firm pronouncement? Oh, it's very, very simple. This knight on d5 is your, quote, forever knight. You cannot chase that knight away from this dominating central position with a pawn, whereas conversely, this knight, if or should it ever try to step onto the d4 square, the move e2, e3 would simply drive it back. So the classical grandmasters of yore would say, okay, white's going to play b2, b3, rook on d1, rook on a2 to d2,
yeah.
And you're just going to get hammered mercilessly with this backward d6 pawn. So strategically, they would say it's lost, nothing to discuss. But today's computers have told us, well, actually, it's not that simple, and there's a lot of resourceful play in the position. For example, let me just show one variation. Let's say black were to play the move bishop e6, b3, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight b4, rook d2, and bishop c3, and surprise, surprise, your exchange is trapped on the d2 square. So a lot of tactics is what black is looking for. These types of resources where white's not fully developed and can be taken advantage of. So for me, I say white has a big edge. The computers are probably saying white has a small edge.
But you still always prefer the white pieces in these lines?
Oh, by far, because again, if we had gone back, I would say about 20 years ago in my career, I would have said, like the Capablancas of yore, this position is terrible, with a capital T. There's just nothing to discuss.
And we have a quick phone call. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Bob from Catskill, New York. I'm sitting here marveling at Fabiano's great preparation. It's just so clever. And then I'm marveling at Hikaru, who's playing it perfectly.
Yeah.
These games are scintillating. My question is, how did you guys spend the day off yesterday? And I don't want to know how Eric spent the day off. The man puts ketchup on his pizza. I don't want to know what he does on his day off.
Wow.
But I'd like to know what you did.
Thank you very much. I love the call. It's great when you actually reference the games. That's really awesome. I'd love some more calls like that. And that you also reference Eric Hansen, who's just, we always like to bring him up on the show. I mean, come on.
He's great fun.
Ketchup on his pizza, ketchup on his cake.
Well, yesterday, what did you do precisely yesterday?
Well, I hung out a little bit at Alexander Kostyniuk's Simul the night after the free day.
As did I.
And that was very popular. I saw a lot of youngsters here in the club enjoying that, and people, grabbing a glass of wine and watching the game. Some of the women from Ladies' Night,
right.
Which is a program we have here where you get wine, cheese, and chess lessons for women. Lovely. And then on the free day itself, I was over at the World Chess Hall of Fame, where Tom Hackney and Francis Naumann were playing a game on this gorgeous color-coded set by Marcel Duchamp.
Right.
It was based on that design.
Right.
So it was kind of a night of like art and play and education by Bradley Bailey, who's a professor here in the area at SLU.
Right.
And he's a professor of art history. So he was like kind of connecting art and philosophy and chess. It was pretty awesome. I had a great time.
Yeah, for me, I was tired, so I took it easy. I was, as you say, spectating the Costa Nuke Simul, then again the art exhibit, writing a tribute on Victor Korchnoi, who was my free day, as well as watching
For
the
Chess
Olympics.
Life?
Yes.
Yay, for Chess Life magazine.
Yeah.
Awesome.
As well as watching the Olympics. And I am just so amazed by Michael Phelps.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Simone.
Yeah, well, her as well, the gymnastics team. But, 21 gold medals in going, I mean, that's the greatest Olympian ever. And I just can't imagine anybody in the future. Records are made to be broken, but 21 gold medals? Come on, Jen, give me a break. You win 1 gold medal, you're a hero. 21, that's ridiculous. That's for a country. It's extraordinary.
And the rest day was appropriate because it was actually apparently National Lazy Day.
Yay!
Who makes that holiday up?
Somebody who loves me.
Maurice is making a face there, but he is actually with a special guest right now. He has Pat Sly, who is the Executive Vice President of Emerson, and they're going to tell us about their work with the chess club.
Yes, and in answer to my rest day, it was Father Sunday. First, I started the day with my son, Jaden, playing basketball, which my back is feeling right now. And then we went to go see Star Trek. We're big Star Trek fans, so we definitely see Star Trek Beyond. That was fun as well. And then we ended the day watching the Olympics. So a full day for us. Pat, thanks for joining us.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Tell us about Emerson, the company, and some of the initiatives that you do.
Sure. Emerson has their world headquarters in St. Louis. We were founded in St. Louis 126 years ago, and we moved to Ferguson, Missouri 75 years ago. And we are going through a major restructuring right now to prepare us for the future to be around another 126 years.
Fantastic. Tell us the connection you have to the chess club. I know that you have some wonderful chess initiatives as well, a supporter of the club. Tell us about that.
Well, my wife and daughter were educators in the Rockwood School District. And they used to always rave about the chess clubs they had for the kids before and after school and how much the kids got out of that. And then I was contacted by Rex and Lawrence Stewart from the chess club to help support after-school chess in more underserved areas. And I said, well, what a great opportunity is for Emerson to give back to the community.
I know you're a part of this community. You went to SLU as well.
Yes.
Emerson must be doing more than just chess here in St. Louis.
We're doing a lot in St. Louis. We're probably, from a corporate viewpoint, the largest giver to the community. From a corporate viewpoint, we give to youth and arts and culture. We give to health, human services, and education. And chess falls in the education and youth category to us.
Tell me some stories. What are you most proud of here in the work that you've been doing? It must be something that really touches your heart.
Well, what touches our heart is we're the only major corporation headquartered in Ferguson, Missouri, and I don't think I have to tell any of your viewers what happened a couple years ago in Ferguson. We immediately took action and identified 4 areas of philanthropy that we wanted to contribute and give back to that area. And we financed early childhood education, youth jobs, scholarships for secondary and higher education and trade schools, and also helped the neighboring businesses in Ferguson recover from what they went through 2 years ago.
And I know that the chess club has been trying some initiatives in Ferguson as well. Mm-hmm. You are a chess player? Do you know how to play?
A little bit. I know how to play. I'm trying to beat my grandchildren right now, but my 8-year-old's a little bit better than I am.
I see. I was going to say if you played Rex, but I'm sure Rex would trash talk you up
Rex
front, right, and center.
He would clean up the place with me.
Well, I hear that he has a trainer here sitting over there, and she might want to give you some secret lessons.
Yeah, that's, I don't know.
Game close.
I don't have a trainer. I need a trainer.
You get one. Well, thank you so much. We're really appreciative of the work that Emerson does to help the community and to help chess as well. And please keep up the great work.
Well, great. Thank you very much.
Pat Sly, Executive Vice President of Emerson. It's always great to have friends of the chess club, but also certainly friends of the community here in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. And I recall that I think all of us had actually gone to the Ferguson school district, and there was one particular elementary school that was so impressive. The kids, I mean, I remember Maurice asked the kids, okay, how many of you could beat a grandmaster? I think everybody in the school raised their hand. It was like, what? No respect. They were ready to beat us all. I was really chuffed about that.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people seeing that chess is just a wonderful thing to support because it's not expensive to support and it provides so many benefits to young people.
Just don't tell Jeannie Sinquefield that it's not expensive.
Well, yeah, it's expensive to have this world-class institution and World Chess Hall of Fame and tournaments, but to give an entire class of students a chess set that they can even take home, that's really cheap when you compare it to like other sports and the equipment that they involve just to be the base level.
Absolutely.
And that I really love. And let's take a look at has anything happened in Nakamura Fabiano Caruana since we last saw it?
Not since the Rook A1 move, the retreat. Oh, we have a move.
Yeah,
we have a new move, Knight C6. I think our attention was really on this move C2, C4, C3, by the way. I think we were planning on getting rid of the pawn with B takes, and Maurice was saying, nice position for black. This pawn, this A7 pawn is ready to choo-choo up the board. No problems for black. Fabi liked the move Knight C6 castles, and we're all caught up to date at this moment.
And I totally agree with the caller. Very impressive preparation by Fabiano and very impressive by Nakamura, caught unawares, so far dealing with the heat pretty well.
Yes, indeed.
And Maurice with an update on Levon and MVL.
Yes, we saw this move by MVL C4. He said, hey, my pawn looks like it's just fine on C4. I don't think you can ever win it in any way, shape, or form. And I'm cramping your D pawn from advancing because guess what? You're going to get a weakness on that square if you dare try to push it. So what did Levon do?
Pushed it.
Pushed it anyway. I'm going to push it. There we go. Pawn up, and now MVL is thinking, there is this very obvious capture on this square, and I'm not sure if he wants to go into this endgame with queen takes, even though the engines are saying this is the top line here. After knight to e6, this pawn will never advance. That d4 square is on complete lockdown as a knight is going to appear on the square. What is Levon thinking is good for him here? I'm not really sure, to be honest. I see the light squares. There's some control for white with this bishop on the long diagonal. The engines give this variation b5 and a4, and they do say white is slightly worse in this position. I'm not completely sure, and let's go back to this position after d3, c takes d3. If he takes with the pawn, I don't see the difference. It looks like the same. A knight's going to land on d4. Another knight is going to go here. I'm scratching my head. I don't get why d3 has been played by Levon, allowing this concrete weakness in his position. It's a long-term one, and MVL himself is starting to wonder, really? But he's thinking about it, and he's not automatically capturing on d3, so he must see some of the finer points of this position, and maybe I don't see, and the engine doesn't either. But it really does look like black will be better after the trade on d3.
All right, well, coming back to that, because I like that position, I like to discuss that position with you, Maurice, but we do have a caller first. Let's take the caller's question before coming back to that game. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, my name is Sos Hagopian. I'm calling from San Francisco. I have two questions. First, to Maurice Ashley. Is it possible to organize a big tournament with big prizes in San Francisco or near San Francisco? And second question for everyone. Is it possible to earn international master norm or grandmaster norm in age 55 and older if very seriously study chess? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, of course, the caller is referring to you, Maurice, because of your millionaire chess. How can you encourage the caller to take hope? Is millionaire chess coming to the Bay Area?
Boy, I would love to be in the Bay Area. What a great part of the country that is. And caller, you find a sponsor, I'll organize the tournament there. I will tell you that right now. absolutely a wonderful area, as I said, and I think a lot of people would go to the tournament if it were held in San Francisco, such a great city with all those great restaurants, great history as well. So yes, the answer is definitively, but you know, it's all about the paper.
And the 55-year-old I am question. Can a 55-year-old aspire to get a norm?
I think everybody should aspire to get norms at any age. Clearly, though, chess, as you see it, the young people are the ones who are getting these norms. But I think the main reason why, in my opinion, is because they have the time on their hands. And if you have the time on your hands, the resources to get the kind of training you need, and you have the work ethic to push forward, I don't see why it's not possible. I don't buy into being too old to do stuff. To me, age is just a number, and it's what you put your mind to. And I think, yes, absolutely, you should be able to get an IM title at a later age. Why not?
I totally agree. I love the attitude. Besides, if you don't think you can, you definitely can't. So you might as well start with a positive attitude. And of course, the caller didn't say what level he started at. That is a crucial missing piece of information.
Right. But one of the really neat things that I'm seeing is there's a lot of senior events, a lot. Senior championships for 50 and older senior championships for 60 and 65. And a lot of these senior championships are like reunions of the Bobby Fischer boom age groups, and they've become very, very popular, and norms abound. Absolutely.
And have we had an update in one of our leaders, Levon, and MVL's game?
An explosion in this game has occurred. We saw this move D3, and we said after it captures, it looks kind of ridiculous that Levon is going into this quiet position where he has a bad pawn on the D3 square. Levon said, "You're right. I had no plans of playing that passive garbage." Bishop to G5, attacking the queen first, creating some issues on the F6 square. You might be sacrificing this pawn to get an enormous piece on F6. But the question is, what if F6 by MVL? What is the point here? Now this bishop is under attack. I'm not really sure what he could do. Queen B3 check, my eyes just looked at, but quickly realizing bishop to E6, and you just lost a piece with your queen under attack and the bishop under attack, so that's not the reason why. F6 therefore looks like he has to move this piece somewhere. I'm going to drop it on the E3 square, and now you're down a pawn. He could accept this pawn on E2. This position, maybe he's evaluating, is fine for him after queen takes E2, saying that he's got some compensation as a rook is going to land on the D file, and maybe his knight can do some damage on D6 potentially, or even C5. So that's a straight pawn sack. Actually, the Indians agree that there is some real compensation, maybe not full compensation, but some real compensation in that line. So what do the Indians say? Forget about grabbing the pawn right away. What about the move F5? And that one looks scary. That one looks like it potentially could be a problem. If you move the knight to C5, for example, suddenly F4 shows up on the board, and the tactics are starting to work in black's favor. The position looks ugly in this case. So maybe I put the bishop on the wrong square. Let's go back to F6, drop it all the way back to D2, and now it's pawn is just a pawn. Is just a pawn. And I know, Yaz, you're an old pawn grubber. What is on his mind, Levon Aronian, just giving away this pawn for what looks like no compensation?
Well, it was funny because as we were going to the caller, I was saying exactly the same pawn sacrifice. You know, we've played Banco Gambits. We've already got our pawn up here on B4 and A3. We think that, well, once we establish our knight on C5, this bishop on G2 is great. I didn't think that it was that big a deal. For sure, black has neutralized white's opening edge. I was thinking that he would just recapture the pawn, but then my eye was drawn to bishop G5. I don't like sacrificing pawns. I like accepting them, and I was sure it was going to be bishop E3. And I was, while the caller was asking his questions, I was looking at a line that went like takes, with this idea of rook D1. The move F5 I hadn't gotten to, frankly, and that really throws a spanner in white's plans. I think after F5, knight C5, F4, black has the initiative, and I think that this is going to boomerang this willingness to sacrifice a pawn. MVL declines it and just goes on the attack. Our defending champion is going to have issues.
That's right, and MVL could be coming back into the tournament if he finds this aggressive style of play. This is the position on the board right now before F5.
Right.
Is he going to play it, or is he going to go greedy? We will find out, but we're going to take a break here in round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup as we watch these games heat up. and welcome back to round 6 of the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. Here we see the always sharply dressed Anishgiri pacing back and forth, and all the games in progress, and plenty of interesting openings that might develop even to more excitement.
That is indeed our hope, yeah. The games have been really good ones, full of ideas. I think the rest day really did everybody very well. And I'm looking at the game between Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. Both players at 50%, needing a victory. Benoni defense was essayed out of the box by Fabi, and from the opening, just fabulous, fabulous preparation by Fabiano. When we left it, we were around these parts. We had been expecting the move c4, c3. Let's get caught up on the play. Knight c6 was Fabi's choice, castles, and eliminating this bishop is, in general, fantastic for black once this bishop gets back on the g7 square. However, the moment there's a little issue. There's this bishop is hanging on b5. That was why we saw this move a7, a6. And with this queen on b7 and the knight lined up on the diagonal, bishop f3 was Hikaru's choice. So his idea is that the move c4, c3 with a discovered attack against the bishop can be well met by knight takes b5, queen takes b5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, takes on c3, and unfortunately this game appears like it's heading towards equality if they get this on the board.
Yes, because a lot of players will see the pass a pawn and think this is good for black.
It's true. Black is better, but it's the a pawn doesn't get to a1 that quickly. After rook takes c3, knight f3, if we see a trade, let me just show you what I do mean by being able to hold up that a pawn for a second. After a5, I'll put my rook on a4. It's not the greatest rook in the world, but White's position is very solid. He'll be able to play king f1 and knight b4, knight d4. It's all about, can black get that a pawn up the board as soon as possible? Yes, black is better, no question, but I do think that this is closer towards a draw. But Maurice?
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there, but one game that is not anywhere close to a draw, and we're happy about that, is the game between Levon Aronian and MVL. And Levon essayed this interesting pawn sacrifice with the move d3, followed by the move bishop to g5. He was met by f6, and after he dropped his bishop back to e3, he was thinking, hey, I got compensation. You want my pawn on e2? Go right ahead. Take it. I'm ready to open up some files, get some play going along the d file, my bishop to c5, maybe a knight to d6, etc., except for one line, and that's called f5. Hello. MVL said, we're going into completely different country, and we are going to be super aggressive, and you're never going to see all that play that you wanted. I'm not going to give it to you, even if they give you back your pawn. And now the position is hairy for Levon. He did not suspect that this is what he would have to face. And you see him thinking at the board, his bishop is a problem. The bishop on e3 is not great. You move the knight away, suddenly this move f4 shows up, and you're scrambling. I mean, you can't drop the bishop back anymore. Where are you going to put it? Let's say you go to this square. Suddenly, all the play that you thought you had falls apart after takes. Now queen takes, and now the engines are giving some nasty moves like f3, pointing out that the queen on e2 is overworked after you take, boom, rook sack, exchange sacrifice. Oh, we lied. Give us this bishop right here. And suddenly it is black who is up 2 bishops for the rook and doing extremely well. A knight's going to plant itself on d4. You got nothing there if you're white. What else can you do after this move f4? Where are you supposed to put your bishop? You don't want to go grovel back on c1, and e4 is coming. Your knight's going to hang at some point in that position. But you might just have to do that. You get none of the play that you wanted. In this position, the engines are actually giving this move, bishop c6. You take a look at a move like that. in this opening, and you know something's gone wrong to have to play this bishop d2 move. And currently, black has gotten back his pawn. He has the two bishops. He has the light squares. He's got everything. And that is apparently the best line. There's another line here that's possible after the move f5, is to put the bishop back on g5. This bishop can go back here, and now it's up to black to find some moves. Black can just relax. We've seen this idea before. Put the queen in front of the bishop. You just need to relax just for a moment, and after knight c5, shift to this square. And now the question and the problem is this bishop here. You might say, well, can I just get the pawn back somehow? Let's even keep our structure together. Well, don't do that, because e4, diagonal pressure, knight showing up everywhere. That's a problem. And if you slow things down with pawn takes, then you got to wonder about this piece as well. There's a possibility of f4, trapping your bishop on the wrong side of the camp. Also, knight d4 could happen. Everything about this position says black's good. Right now, Levon has to find a line where he's fighting back. That's what he has to do. Otherwise, he could just get blown off the board. And I believe we just saw him take his jacket off. That's a sign that things are getting hot in here, and he knows it. And he's getting nervous now because the position that he thought he was doing something in is not working out for him. And he could lose this game and be leapfrogged by MVL, who needs to make a big surge if he's going to win this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. And it looks like things might be getting a little bit more heated in Seoul Topalov as well, a game that we thought was headed for perhaps a little bit of drier plains. But Wesley has lashed out with his move g4, and now it looks like trying to prevent Veselin from playing f5 at an opportune moment.
Well, let's go back a sec, because when we had left it, I said after this move, oh boy, okay, went back a lot more moves than I expected. Rook f8, I thought black was doing well. His pawn structure is beautiful. Knight versus bishop, save king. I think Veselin was very satisfied, but some pressure suddenly. Wesley was able to build up some pressure against the f7 pawn by doubling rooks and with his queen posting nicely on b3. So Veselin said, I got an idea. Let's neutralize the queen. Let's trade queens. Wesley said, no, I want to keep as many pieces on the board as I can. And now he left it up to Veselin to solve his problems. The immediate f5, which you would really like to do just to neutralize the double rooks, unfortunately, knight c3 is with a gain of tempo, and that would cost black a pawn.
Well, you could play queen e6 and grab on e3, but the variation's not totally over there.
Let me see. Let me do that again. f5, knight back. Queen over.
We still have some analyzing to do after rook f5, right?
Well,
the problem is if we play queen e3 here, you have rook takes e5 with a double attack.
Exactly.
So we'd have to start with rook takes f5.
And
but
does that change anything?
Same thing, indeed.
I've got rook e5. No, I was just thinking it was a pawn loss, but Veselin said, well, I can prepare f5, no problem. I'll play g7, g6, preparing f5, and it will be black for choice. So this move g3, g4 was actually one born of necessity. You need to stop this move f7, f5, which again would neutralize these two rooks. And Veselin said, okay, now I'm going to swing my rook from d8 to e8, and I'm going to eyeball this pawn on e3, stopping jumps like knight e4, f6 check in the position because e3 is hanging.
Well, and f5 is in the menu again now.
Again on the menu.
Well,
so
because before,
so Wesley Soda play here. I'm thinking, okay, let me just chill. I'll play h2, h3, okay? My idea is that if the queen ever is forced to drop back to d7, I don't want it to come with a gain of a tempo. I'm setting up a little trap. You can't do a desperado, anything like that. Oops. You don't want to leave that f6 square hanging. And if you drop back with your bishop, a reasonable move, or bishop h4, same purpose, to try to chase this knight, I'll chase the queen as well. I'll play knight e4 to c3 with the idea that I want to reestablish my queen on that b3 square. I still think that black is actually just fine, but definitely double-edged moment here for the players.
And how does f5 work out in that position?
In which position, I'm sorry?
After, in this position. Yeah.
Right away, f5 again. Okay.
It looks very airy.
It does.
But
aren't you exposing your king at that moment?
Yeah.
So where do you go with the queen after knight c3, Jen?
I was just hoping to, again, play queen e6, and that in the end, in that variation, at least I'm not hanging. I might be hanging my king, but my bishop on e7 is at least protected. So
well
priorities,
done.
man.
Well done. This is a tricky one. I think that exposing your king could have issues. Whoops, my mouse, I'll get it. Rook takes f5. I assume you're starting with queen e3 right away?
Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah.
I know what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what, I'll hit you with d5 first, so that after you take on d5, rook takes. My idea is if your queen is lured to the e3 square, you'll be walking into a fork with knight takes d5, and the initiative is on white side of the board.
Yeah, that's true in this position. It does look
well, both kings are
uncomfortable.
exposed. I mean,
yeah,
like I said, it's double-edged.
We can play, yeah, for sure. If we can throw in a king h8 in some of these lines and have
my
rook g8
king,
here.
yes.
So that's a kind of preparatory move we might see Veselin try to make. But Maurice with some action in another game.
Yes, Anish Giri with a very imbalanced position against Vishwanathan Anand. And you look at this position, and the first thing you notice is the pawn structure. Black's position, very, very solid, compact, a7, b7, and this nice formation here. Meantime, white has the two isolated pawns, one on an open file. This pawn is certainly down the board with some space, not really isolated, but sort of semi-isolated because the f-pawn can't get up to f4 just yet, but it's controlling key squares in black's position. So a4 just plays to put a bishop on a3, and what does Anand do? He plays knight e7 and invites him to put the bishop on a3. Of course, the immediate bishop a3 right now just simply runs into tactics. For one thing, bishop takes a4, hitting the rook, and also he's ready to take back on this square, so that is not a problem for black, although white could argue that he has some compensation in that position. But that wouldn't be his move right now, given the circumstance. Queen takes c3 is not a threat because the bishop is hanging. So what do you want to do? Well, you see the guy's pieces all the way over on one side of the board is black. You think, your king looks kind of naked. I mean, nobody's over there. What if I just make a demonstration on this side and test your king? And now this position is quite interesting. The key move here that you would flick out almost immediately is the move h6, tell the knight to leave. And the knight will say, well, actually, I had planned to leave. I'm going to the e4 square now. Thanks for the tempo. By the way, be careful because I might sack a bishop on h6 at any time. I might put a knight there just to wreck your structure. And the main point also is this knight could go down into this d6 square, and suddenly the dark squares don't look so good for black in this position. Black has to be very careful. It's going to be hard to keep this knight out, and white is always ready to play moves like c4. Look, if I had this as white, I'm thinking, this is good stuff. Now, you might be able to defend with black, but I'm playing for two results. I'm not afraid of anything you're trying to do, and there's always a chance of playing this move a5, by the way, just in case you take. There are tactics of taking here and taking here on d7, so black has to watch out in this position. This is very dangerous for black. What is not dangerous for black is this position where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is doing so well. Bishop has gone back to g5. What's your point of forcing the move f5? No way Levon could argue that this was his point. Playing bishop g5, bishop back to e3, bishop back to g5, so the guy can be gifted the move f5. His knight on e4 is now hanging on this square. All the queen has to do is find a decent square the Indians love. This square on d7 for the moment. They're even giving queen to d4 as a move, even taking on e2. The point is that the tempo is on this knight, and it really creates problems for white, especially since this bishop is also hanging out in air. It might have to face off against a move like f4, trapping it. This is absolutely a nice position for black. He just has to find some moves. Critical moment in the game right now. We'll see what happens in the next few moves.
Thank you, Maurice. And shall we take a look at our standings as we go into this round 6?
Right, as round 6 is underway, we've got Veselin Topalov. He is the clear leader. Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vichy Anand all with 3 points. And Nakamura and Caruana are really going to need to start thinking about getting some blood, because if this game today is a draw, and it does look like it's starting to balance out, those American stars are number 1 and 2 punch for Baku. Need to put some points on the board.
There'll be a point behind a tournament leader, but because it's still tightly packed, what about a potential playoff?
Let's take a look at the playoff scenarios. If there's a two-way tie, we're going to start off with a 2-game rapid match. That's going to be a kind of like a fast rapid match, if you will. Game 10 with a 5-second increment.
That's fast.
And if that game is tied, there's a 2-game blitz match, which is a 5 minutes plus a 2-second increment. And then at that side, you have an Armageddon game.
Right.
A 3-way playoff, you start with an all-play-all rapid round robin. That's to avoid the situation that we had in London where one player got a bye.
And went right to a finals.
Exactly.
That was really nice for Madness, wasn't it?
Indeed, and that makes less sense in a round robin. It might make sense in like a Swiss type tournament or a knockout where people got in more points, but I like this for this type of structure.
Me too. I do like this as an improvement.
And
when will they play?
The playoff would be at Monday at noon, so just an hour earlier to accommodate for the closing ceremonies.
Gotcha.
So we actually have a whole day for the playoffs, which is quite luxurious. And I think one of the reasons that it is kind of condensed is because in the Grand Chess Tour, what if one organizer doesn't have that entire extra day to give to it?
Right.
That would be a problem to schedule it all in. So in order to standardize it, they needed to make it a little bit shorter.
Okay.
But I think that's okay because you have Rapid and Blitz on the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely.
So why not decide with Rapid and Blitz? And we also have a phone call. So thank you for joining us. Let us know your name and your question.
Hey, I'm Sam from Maryland, and I had a question. Do you think that the different aspects of players' lives, like, for example, Maurice coming from New York and seeing, like, the chess scene in Washington Square and other public chess, or Jennifer being a poker player, do you think this changes the way you guys play, and do you think this changes the way that, like, grandmasters play and even people at all levels of chess?
Interesting question. Are people affected by their environment as well as their vocations? Maurice, since
Definitely.
you started out with New York, we'll go with you on this one.
Coming out of Brooklyn, come on, New York City, vibrant capital of the U.S. As far as I'm concerned, forget about D.C. Sorry, guys, I know you guys have some chess there too. But capital of chess in the United States, it was until St. Louis took over the mantle. Certainly a lot of energy in New York. You could go in so many parks and find chess happening. You could throw a rock back then in Manhattan and grandmasters would be somewhere where there was all these Russian emigres coming over to be in Brighton Beach or just going to the Marshall Chess Club, the then Manhattan Chess Club. We had a very rich atmosphere. And much like in basketball, the kind of street ball that New York players grew up with, certainly the same kind of chess that we grew up with in the city. You could always find hustlers to play in the park. It was always about what you could sack. Positional chess. Get that out of here. We grew up on aggressive play, sharp play, sacrificial play. I feel like it certainly informed a lot of my chess and maybe in some ways deformed some of my chess because I had to learn all those positional nuances later because that stuff didn't work when you played against the guys who had been schooled in the old Russian style. But we had an amalgamation of amazing chess styles that I think definitely informed at least my play as a player.
And for you, Jen?
Well, one of the things about poker and chess is that in chess I was always kind of a perfectionist. I got into time pressure. One of the things I like most...
Always looking for the best moves.
Yeah, I really like the problems and the artistic side of chess as well as the competitive side. But that's what really got me back into it after I quit for a few years in junior high was that like problem solving and the beauty of it. But one thing a lot of people learn very quickly in poker is it's not about playing the perfect play, and that actually that you're going to leave a lot of the money on the table because your opponent's playing perfectly. Mm-hmm. So I think that perspective, and Peter Svidler's a very avid poker player as well, is really important. That it's a psychological game as well, mm-hmm. and not about picking the best opening in chess, but picking one that is most likely to destabilize your opponent.
So you're saying that your poker experience made you a more practical chess
Yeah,
player?
yeah. And my brother, who also was a poker professional and goes in and out of competitive chess, said exactly the same thing. That once he started getting more into poker, when he played chess, he would completely change the management of his time because he would see it more as like a tool to try to like maximize the chances that your opponent will screw up, and less in the more classical way he used to say it.
For myself, I saw chess, when I started playing chess, of course, I was raised in the American Swiss system, and basically you were rewarded for taking enormous risk and playing for a win. It's got to score 90%, 85% to really score a big prize in the major tournaments. So a lot of my openings and my style was very combative and playing for the win, being the belligerent player that Maurice turned out to be over the board. However, when I went to Europe, it was a totally different chess education that the Europeans were having than myself. A lot of the tournaments in America were amateur events where entry fees made the prize system, whereas in Europe, a lot of the events were sponsored events, and the players weren't necessarily playing so hard for a win as not to lose. They wanted good results. They wanted to have a +2 undefeated, a +3 undefeated. This was almost kind of like the dream scenario for a European. American guys were saying, gosh, I've got to score 9 out of 10. European guys were saying, no, 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 no. And the European players really had what I would call a professional approach to the game. They weren't willing to take the great risks that I was ready to essay. Instead, they were playing these very cagey, slow developing openings. They weren't trying to kill me with white or even beat me with black. On the contrary, they were happy to take a lot of draws with the black pieces. So it was a very different culture in Europe, and I think that still persists today. I think a lot of the American tournaments, if you're Alexander Shabalov and you're going around the country on a tournament circuit, you're trying to get that 80% score, and it definitely does impact your choice of openings and defenses.
Well said, Yaz. Well said. But here's one European player, and coming out of Russia, Peter Svidler, who is not necessarily your control type freak. He definitely likes to play free chess. His Grunfeld, for example, is one of his pet openings. And in this position here, he's playing the black side of a Benoni, and he realizes sooner or later, if he's going to make a run at this tournament, it's got to be sooner than later. And in this game, he decided to do something that the engines completely hated, and he might regret in a moment. Take a look at what happened in this game. Ding Liren spent a long time before finally playing the very solid B3. And that move, it's just a move. You could play different ideas. You mentioned Bishop E6 as one move. But the one move you have to be careful not to play is this one, B5. And that is exactly what Peter did. He said, I'm breaking out of jail. Forget it. I don't want to have to suffer in this position. But check out what could happen to him after A takes B5, A takes B5. First of all, even in this position, he's quite fortunate that this move, Knight F6 check, doesn't leave him in some kind of trouble. Why? Because after bishop takes on C6, his b-pawn's hanging, as is his rook. Maybe he thought he'd sack an exchange in this position somehow and get compensation. So that's one question, and I'm sure Ding Liren looked at it and said, yeah, maybe you might take on b5 and pretend that you can give me this piece. Maybe. But the real question in this position is after A takes b5, C takes b5. Now, in this position here, if he plays instead C takes, so as Ding Liren played it, is this move, bishop to g5. Ooh. And now bishop to g5 is attacking the queen, and if you play queen takes, suddenly knight to c7, and look at that unusual fork in the position. Now the rook's hanging, both rooks hanging, he's going to win material. So backing up, after bishop to g5, you can't even play f6 because guess what? Take, and then this is going to happen. What is Peter thinking about? Because he is in trouble after this big move, bishop to g5. This is going to cause real trouble for him, and he's going to be in trouble. So let's see what he's got planned. It doesn't look like a good position for black. It looks absolutely excellent for white, and you see Peter there and he looks like he sees the problems right now, and he's in a lot of trouble.
Oh my, yes, indeed. When you showed me the move B7, B5, Maurice, which leaves that knight on C6 unprotected, I immediately recoiled and said, wait a minute, there's going to be a knight F6 check shot in the very near future. And that nice line that you were just showing with bishop G5 shows that Peter seems to, who calculates so very well, seems to have made a tactical error in his attempt to free his position with this move B5. It just feels like it's mistimed.
That's unfortunate indeed. And, you know, Nakamura said it himself that he thinks that he said an interesting compliment laced with insult when he said that Peter is such a great calculator, but sometimes it actually haunts him.
Right.
Because he tries to find these like forced variations, and if he has one mishap in it, it screws him up.
Exactly. The line, the chain of moves is only as strong as its weakest point, right?
Yeah.
And if somewhere along that long chain of moves, there's that one little weak link, the whole line collapses. Here, it seems to me that he's overlooked something quite simple. Maurice.
Yeah, bishop G5 is definitely the money move there, but the G5 square is featuring quite heavily in this moment on 3 of the boards. The move bishop to G5 still in the MVL game. That is, Aronian just played his bishop back to G5, and MVL is still thinking about this position. He has a few moves here, Queen D7 being the top move, so that one is very good for black. He just has to find Queen D7, and he'll be excellently placed. In another game, we see the move knight to G5 this time in the game between Anish Giri and Vishwanathan Anand. This is the move we suggested might happen before. Anish has played the move, and this knight is headed to greener pastures on the D6 square, so even tickling it with H6 doesn't mean anything to white. The aggression is starting in this game, and some critical moments where we might see one player collapse precipitously. We'll see if they can hold it up and not face all the dangers and all that. But you see Anand there sighing as he realizes this is not easy. The oldest player in the competition facing off against the youngest, and Anish needs a win badly. Can he pull it off against the 5-time world champion?
Thank you, Maurice. I think one of the problems MVL is having in finding this move Queen D7 is that he's actually got a rich choice. I'm quite certain that Queen D7, Knight C5, Queen F7 is the proper way to go. However, if I were in his shoes, I'd also be spending a lot of time looking at the move Knight E7. Why? Well, first of all, this knight on F5, this knight on E4, under attack by this pawn on F5 is forced to go. You got to go Knight C5. Now, we know in open positions we love bishops. So just playing H7, H6, bishop takes E7, queen takes E7 is going to secure an advantage. But there's another attractive opportunity here as well for black, and that's to play the move E5, E4. With this move E5, E4, you do two things. You're killing this bishop on G2, and you're opening up the bishop on G7. There is this move Queen B3 check, however, that keeps this knight on C3 under protection. So you might want to toss in this capture on E2 first. Queen takes E2, now E5, E4. You're pawn up, and you've got a good position. Of course, there's some compensation, Queen C4 check and Rook D1, but I think the problem for MVL is weighing the advantages. He's got an advantage over here, and he's got an advantage over there. Which one is the most attractive? Maurice.
I totally agree with you there. And the G5 square is featuring in yet another game. And this one, though, is deep. This is not obvious at all. Take a look at this in the game between Wesley So and Vasilij Topalov. After knight C3, queen E6, Wesley played the move knight to A4, saying, I'm going to plunk a knight down on the C5 square and make some progress. And the move B6 was played in that game. B6 gets played on the board, and controlling the square C5, but allowing this move, rook to C1, which is what Wesley played. And now it looks like the pawn is gone. C6 is simply hanging, and you're not going to save it. It's going to drop. The engine's saying, yes, let this happen, because this is going to suddenly be good for black if black finds this move, queen to E7. What's that about? You're just going to give away the pawn on c6. The point now being, if you take on c6, the move queen g5 shows up. How paradoxical is that? Move the queen back to then shift to the g5 square. What's the point? Well, for one thing, he's hitting this pawn on e3. If you defend it with the move rook to e1, then rook to e6, yes. Let's make sure your queen gets out of there. And once your queen backs up, let's go for it. f5, hello, we're attacking here. h5 was also playable, by the way. The queen showing its teeth on the pin on the g file. So another point in this game, very deep point. Just give away the pawn on c6, having no worries whatsoever, because black's going to take over the initiative and prove that white's demonstrations are for nothing. Just an incredible idea, beautiful idea. In fact, will Vasilin find this move? As the fact is, his c6 pawn is gone anyway. So he's going to have to find a way to generate counterplay, or else he's just going to be down a pawn.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful concept. Queen e7, queen g5. Didn't see that coming, but when you look at the fact that there's a pawn on c6 and a pawn on b6 hanging, it really makes a lot of sense. When white's king has been
you want to
weakened.
show
Yes.
the
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
I've got this. I got the wrong game on my. When white's king has been weakened, thanks to these pawns going to g4 and h3, with this knight on a4, this queen on c2, this rook on c1, again, away from white's king. It's paradoxical, but boy.
Why e7? I mean, why not like d5 or something?
I think that's same concept.
Yeah.
But I like the entire idea itself. Queen d5, let us say. Queen takes c6, and just recognizing that with the queen posting up on the king side, by the way, all of black's pieces are ready to go king side. These rooks on e8 and f8 are coiled. They're just waiting for their opportunity to get into the game. And with this threat of rook takes e3, what Maurice was showing, now we can see that, wait a minute, are you so happy that your knight is way over here off the board on a4? I think Maurice actually tossed in rook e6 first, but in either case, whether it's h5 or f5,
knight b6 is not on the table because you will have rook e6 there
yeah,
anyway.
I wouldn't even be thinking about that pawn, for example, after
unless there's a queen c5. That's probably why you do it first, because otherwise maybe rook e6, queen. No, then just rook b6. Yeah.
Yeah, or just simply h5. And again, it's just the fact that there aren't a lot of palace guards around white's king, and the tournament leader could take a very handsome initiative with this whole concept.
I was going to say that queen e7 and queen g5 is too weird looking, but I think the other move order is a bit more human, isn't it? Because it's
queen d5.
Because it's more forcing. I mean, you're threatening rook e3, right?
Exactly.
So you're actually completely forcing the line, which makes it easier to find for a human, of course.
No, I didn't see the move queen e7 at all. I was focused on queen d5 because I was thinking that I was going to go to b3 in case of queen takes c6 and things like this. But queen d5 and queen g5, once you just understand how strong the black queen is posting up near the white's king, then you get it.
There's no difference, right?
Yeah, there's no difference.
Yeah.
No, the slight difference is the slight difference is that he might not take the pawn. He might see your idea coming and play knight c3, and try to correct the problem by bringing the knight back to e4 and try to cause some little difference. So knight c3 becomes available in this position if you play this way. The queen on e7, knight c3 is just an empty move, and you can choose whether or not you go to any square, whether or not you go to g5 or try to find some other move. That's the only. Whoa! But c5 is what has been played. Hello, a totally different concept.
I will check the D box, none of the above. C5. Wow. And instantly, by the way, it was as if Wesley has said, you've got to play c5. I am ready. I will take the pawn on c5. Thank you very much. And then b5.
Yeah, it looks like he was expecting that because he played after b5. It
was instant, right? I mean, there we go. So now, after the knight drops back, which looks very logical, I am assuming Wesley's idea is to play Veselin's idea is to play the double attack move, queen c6 with the idea of rook e3.
So that
thanks
it's
to the
b4,
pin.
which you'd love to do to consolidate your beautiful pawn. Rook takes e3.
Right, and I get my pawn back.
Right, and you're also.
And I've got a nice little initiative going on over here.
Yeah.
So let's see.
So instead, after queen c6, let's try to defend.
Has he played knight?
Oh, I think he has, yes. Knight c3 has already
is on the
occurred.
board, and so we're
after queen c6, how do we defend both pawns? Can we? I was trying to see if there's any good discoveries if we attack, if we play something like queen d2 and then queen c5, but the knight doesn't seem to do anything because the bishop on d8.
I like your queen
I'm trying to play
d2.
queen d2, and I'm thinking of queen c5 if there's any good discoveries here after knight d5.
Right, it's just a beautiful square for the knight. Fortunately, from black's point of view, all the entry squares, e7, f6, are protected by the bishop, but this knight on d5 looks very powerful. Can it lead to anything? Well, first of all, where do I move my queen? If I move to d6, I walk into a discovery, forcing the loss of queen for rook and bishop.
So why not just queen a7?
Well, why not queen a7 just? It's just because I'm hiding in the corner over there.
I know. It's just like, at least I've still got pressure on e3.
That is true.
Things could be worse. And my bishop on d8 is doing a decent defensive job
Definitely
here.
a very good job.
Then we have a phone call. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Anna, second-time caller. I have two questions. Well, actually, two questions and a comment. The comment is your coverage is fantastic. I'm not going to go into that. Everybody does. But you guys are great. But the question is for Yasser. I noticed that there was a picture on when I did a search for your images because I like the young Yasser. You were more flamboyant at the time. But
I do too. Can I have that one back?
Yeah, I know we all want our young selves back. But and you're always so happy. It's great. But and you're happy now too. But there's a picture with you and Peter Falk, Columbo.
Yes.
And it's funny because Jen calls you Columbo because you're the one last thing guy, right? But I'd like to hear your story of what transpired during that picture, or if you could tell it. And then one last comment real quick, and I'll get off and listen. Have you guys noticed that Alejandro, before he starts his segments, they always show a picture of him smiling, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if you notice his glasses, the left side of his face, right side of the picture, the glasses are bent. And I'm curious if you guys could pass around a hat or whatever for Alejandro to get some new glasses for that, or if he's improved his glasses. Sure. But that's it. Hey, thanks, guys. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Well, thank you for that. I'll definitely throw in 2 bits. Anything I can do to help Alejandro, 2 bits would be good. The Columbo story actually was a lot of fun. You'll be surprised that many... There you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Love it.
Many Hollywood stars, from John Wayne and Humphrey Bogart, were avid chess players, and in Hollywood circles, a lot of the celebrities do play chess. So it was a great event that was going to be held in Pasadena. It was a candidates semifinals, I believe, between Garry Kasparov and Viktor Korchnoi. The Soviets we had boycotted the Moscow Olympic Games, the Soviet boycotted LA Olympic Games, and Kasparov was not allowed to go to Pasadena to play against Korchnoi and was forfeited. Victor later agreed to play a rematch, but Victor had won the match by forfeit. Anyway, there was Viktor Korchnoi ready to play his match, and the U.S. Open was being held in Pasadena, and because of the Kasparov match, it had gotten a lot of Hollywood press, and we got a lot of celebrities to come out to the U.S. Open. By the way, I lost to Korchnoi in the final round. Viktor Korchnoi was one of the players who tied for first. And Peter Falk came over to watch the games, and we were having postmortems together. And he was the last question guy. We would be analyzing, Larry Christensen and I, Victor, our game, and he would go, after we ended a variation, he'd go, oh, one last question, why? And it was really great. Wow. It was really good. He stayed true to character. A very funny man, by the way. I enjoyed meeting him a great deal. Maurice.
Just a quick story on Alejandro that I had a flashback about. When we were in Leuven doing the commentary, Alejandro told his story. He said, "Do you know what just happened?" I was like, "What?" He says, "My mom. I just spoke to my mom. And you know what she said?" I was like, "What?" She said, I'm not straightening out my shirt properly, and somehow it's hanging the wrong way." And he's like, "Yeah." And then she said, "You see, Maurice, just look at him and do what he does." It was so frustrating. We had a good laugh over that one. So yeah, we got to give Alejandro a little dressing techniques. I've taken him to the department store and helped him buy a suit, I should say. He's looking more dapper these days, is Alejandro. He's my partner in crime. We had a great time in Paris and Leuven. This position is really interesting, what's heating up in the game between Anish Giri and Anand. Anand played the move bishop c6, ignoring the knight. Most players would say this knight has to leave my territory, but he's decided, Anand, I'm going to leave it on this square, no big deal. And he's played the move bishop to c6. Not easy for white to show anything at all with any demonstrations over here. Queen h5 doesn't lead anywhere because of h6, and no problems for him. So bold play by Anand, or at least saying, I don't think you have anything, so I'm not going to worry about this knight appearing on my side of the board. Give him credit. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did find the most precise way to play. After the move bishop to g5, he found queen d7. Anti-positional, yes, because the queen is in front of the bishop, but he's prepared to put the queen on f7, and he will have no problem. But after knight c5, he said, not just yet. Give me this pawn. I want to be up a pawn, and I don't believe your position. You're not going to get any compensation here. And Aronian is stopping to think about what to do in this position now that he has lost this pawn. The engine's actually saying he has to play knight takes e2 if he wants compensation. Go into an endgame after queen takes d1 and hope that he makes it out of that one alive, but he will be down a pawn for the long term. This position is looking quite good for black. And in this game, Peter Svidler decided to go super dynamic. This was his point. After giving away the pawn, he played the move knight to d4, hitting the pawn on b5. Ding Liren played b6, and after bishop e6, e3, and now knight b5 with a transparent threat. Bishop takes, followed by a knight c3 with a nice fork. Now bishop to d2 is on the board, and he can win his pawn back after bishop takes d5, bishop takes, and queen takes, and say, okay, I got my pawn back. This bishop, is it enough of a monster on that d5 square to make black sweat? Not entirely clear, but it looks like a very good piece as far as I'm concerned. This is a strong bishop that can never, ever be taken off that square. So Svidler, aware of this reality as he looks at this line, and it looks like he has accepted the reality of bishop takes d5, and no choice. After bishop takes, he will have to deal with this nasty piece on the d5 square.
So Peter, after riding the ship, started 0-2, 3 draws, in trouble. But we have Alejandro to give us a breakdown.
Meanwhile, Ding Liren is, after a tough loss, the rest day seemed to have done him well because he's playing and he's pressuring in this game. But yes, we have the breakdown by Alejandro Ramirez, and straighten up your glasses. We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys, and welcome again. Very interesting games that we have today, particularly at the beginning. We have a couple of instances of what I like to call bluffing in chess. And when you bluff in chess is when you have this idea that, okay, maybe it doesn't necessarily work, but your opponent really needs to figure it out, make sure that it doesn't work, or he might either avoid what you're trying to do and then you get away with it, or he falls right into it and he's like, well, am I really doing this well? Do you actually have threats? Do you actually have an idea at the end of your variations? And I want to point out exactly with practical examples what that means. We have a couple of games here where this happened. The first one I want to look at is the current position between Peter Svidler with the black pieces defending against Ding Liren. He just played the move rook to b8, which has a very clear, concrete idea. You put the rook on b8 to play b5. Break here on this side of the board. You break open everything, the pawn chain, the bishop on g2 suddenly doesn't have that many targets. It's very clearly a very normal Benoni move. But Ding Liren asks the question, is it really a threat? Are you really going to play b5 next move? Are there tactical problems? and he says, you're bluffing. You're not actually threatening anything. He decided to play b3. Sviller snapped, played b5. Problem is, I think that Ding Liren was right in calling the bluff here. After taking twice on b5 and taking on b5 yet again, I really don't like black's position. Originally, I thought, all right, you cannot move the knight on d4, because after b6, white's position is already very good. The knight on d5 is defending this pawn on b6, and it's not so trivial to actually eliminate it. So, okay, I thought rook takes b5, and at first I wasn't really sure what to play against the move knight to f6 check. And maybe this is what Peter Sviller was thinking about, that after I take on f6, notice that if I take with the queen, then bishop takes c6, attacks both rooks, and this is really bad for black. If I instead, after knight f6 check, take with the bishop, then maybe after bishop takes c6, rook b6, which was something that computer just showed me, bishop takes e8, queen takes e8, maybe you can say that black has compensation. The bishop comes to e6, there's pressure on this pawn, you can see that this diagonal is now very weak, but there's an even stronger idea from Ding Liren that maybe is what Sviller has missed. In this position, let's go back a few moves. After rook takes b5, there's an even stronger version of the same thing for Ding Liren. The very surprising move, bishop g5. Attacking the queen, it seems like you're just completely hanging the bishop. But after queen takes g5, you have this nice move, knight c7. And again, it's the fork on the rooks that allows white to emerge up an exchange. But unlike the other variation, I didn't have to lose my light squared bishop. That means my king is a lot safer. There's nowhere near enough compensation for the exchange in this position. I think Sviller missed this move, bishop g5. He might be in serious trouble. Now, a few moves ago, we had another game. The duel between the Americans started with an explosive Benoni. Fabiano Caruana sacrificing a pawn, and we got to this position, and this is one of the most practically difficult situations you can face as a chess player. You're white, you kind of know the opening, but your opponent is playing instantly in a very sharp position, and you have the option of taking on f6, taking on a3, and maybe even going for the material with b takes a3. You could consider maybe sacrificing your own material with knight e4, and you start wondering, is this guy bluffing? Is this guy actually sacrificing an exchange because he knows what he's doing? Not necessarily because he's playing instantly doesn't mean that everything works. Maybe he's just hoping that you fail. Now, at the end, Hikaru decided, I'm going to play it safe, I'm going to play it smart, played rook a1. But it's going to be up to theory to say, was this the correct decision? Or from a purely theoretical perspective, is this just a bluff? Is bishop takes f6 a not necessarily winning, but good line for the white pieces? Psychology plays a very important part in the chess board. It's some of the moves that you make, put that pressure on your opponent, not only on the board, but in his thinking process. It's kind of saying, did you really calculate everything? Do you believe in what I'm saying? And in this case, Fabiano, I'm not sure if he's bluffing or he had everything planned out, but it was difficult for Hikaru at that point to know if it was truth or it was just a bluff. I think Fabiano got away with it. Hikaru had to play a little bit passive. It seems like he should be out of any kind of trouble. He equalized, I think, fairly simply from the opening. It's a lot of reduced material in that game. In the game between Peter Sviller with black against Ding Liren, I think Peter has underestimated Ding Liren's tactical prowess, and he is now in serious trouble. We'll see how the games develop, but definitely interesting chess here in round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. For more analysis of today's games, we'll go back to Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
are back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup, and we've got some action on various boards here.
Across the board, in fact, Jennifer.
Indeed.
Lots of exciting things are taking place. And the game between Anish Giri, there was this nice little shot that I wanted to show. Bishop A3 was played by Anish. Bishop takes G2. And I was thinking about the intermezzo. I know you like these intermezzo moves a lot. This move, Bishop D6, posting up, with the idea that after Queen C6, defending the bishop, normally speaking, it isn't a great idea. It isn't great to allow this light square bishop on the board, but after bishop takes, the variation I had in mind didn't work for Anish. Rook d6, queen takes c3. You give up the bishop, but guess what? The rook is hanging. And in the game of Levon, Iranian, MVL, that's going crazy. Maurice, tell us the highlights. This is a great round.
Absolutely great round. And Peter Spindler is now lost his queen. Well, okay, I overstated that one. But he had to sacrifice his queen because he made a serious mistake right here. After queen to f3, you know, he needed to get this pawn back. Let's back up just a second. This pawn on b6, it's a big fat pawn. Knight c7's coming in some positions, but at least for now, it's annoying as ever. And he decided, you know what, I got to kill this piece and just get my pawn back now. And you know how material is, where sometimes you have to give up too much to get what you want. And getting this pawn back, you have to give up this two bishops, but in particular, the bishop on d5. Remember, whenever you have the two bishops, bishop versus knight, bishop and two bishops versus bishop and knight, that it doesn't matter about the bishop that matches. I shouldn't say doesn't matter at all, but the bishop that matches your bishop, that can be neutralized. This joker cannot be neutralized. That guy is going to be dancing and prancing on that long diagonal all day long and creating some kind of havoc. So what did Ding Liren do? He said, queen f3. Let's start using my imbalance, the bishop on d5, and we're pressuring the f7 point. The Indians say, okay, no problem, we should play queen c7. But Peter played solidly and overlooked a tactical shot. The move rook to e7 he played instead, and suddenly Ding Liren pounced with bishop to a5 and said, where are you going to put your queen, mister? You have a problem. You have to go to the A file. And he did go to A7, and then suddenly bishop down to D8, a discovered attack on the queen, an attack on the rook. And if you were to now take this rook, then bishop takes on E7, and there we go. The light square domination makes itself felt. F7 is hanging and it cannot be defended. So instead of going for this completely lost position, he opted after bishop to d8 to sacrificing his queen for two pieces. Rook takes on a7, and then rook takes back. And this is the position we see here, an imbalanced position as we saw Vasily Topalov do in his game earlier in the tournament against Nakamura to give up a rook and a piece for the queen. Peter is acting like there's no big deal, like he did this on purpose. Certainly, the dark square bishop is a strong piece now with this imbalance. Did he do this completely on purpose, or was it an oversight? This game is super sharp right now, and we'll see whether or not this was planned. I mean, he looks like he walked right into this line, and he's saying, I think I have enough compensation. The Indians are saying, we don't think so. We think you're lost. We'll see who's right as the game continues.
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice. And going to a game between our tournament leaders, we have Wesley So as white versus Veselin Topalov. And we left it after the move queen c6, anticipating that queen d2, defending this pawn on e3, was going to be met by the simple capture, queen takes e5. And we had been looking at the position of knight d5, queen a7, assessing it as better for white thanks to this very powerful knight, but the bishop does a great job at neutralizing the knight's powers. That wasn't Veselin's choice. He played rook e5, a move we had not looked at, b2, b4. Now we have a beautiful protected pass pawn, but Veselin says, hey, with the move bishop g5, I've got counterplay against this e3 pawn. Your king is on this rather perturbing diagonal. Has Veselin overreached, or is he okay, Jen? Your knee-jerk thoughts.
Yeah.
Good?
It looks definitely looks a little dangerous.
Looks suspicious.
Maybe I
maybe
can
for
play.
both sides.
Indeed. I mean, I'd really like you not to win that pawn. So if I could greedily defend it.
Right.
That
Well,
would
let's
be
start with the
beautiful.
obvious rook, e1.
And then you're going to
roll
follow
with-
it up with rook e8.
But
right?
now's a good time to pause here for a second, because check this out.
You want to play king g3?
No, I was thinking, you're attacking me. I like to return the favor. How about queen a2? Boy, isn't that a sly move? Threatening your f7 pawn. Now, if you pause to defend the f7 pawn, then I can play e3, e4 because I'm out of that pin.
I don't like that. So if I play rook takes e3 there.
Oh, sorry. Let's
if
go.
I play rook
okay.
takes e3, are you just planning to take the position with the?
I was going to take on f7 check and
After king h8.
lick my chops here for a bit because there's queen f8
yeah,
on top,
yeah.
right?
So I can't. I have to take with the bishop here, which is definitely not what I had in mind.
And especially as you've seeded in that whole complication.
So I'd be down a pawn here with negative compensation.
Exactly.
If only you could play rook takes e3, you'd really finish the game.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's not legal right now. But Maurice, your thoughts on this game? Has Black gone astray?
Respect to Wesley So for definitely going into this line, and Wesley sees this line you guys were talking about, and he's not about playing passive defense. The threat of rook takes e3 or even bishop takes e3, he just ignored. He said rook to d1. You want your pawn back? Go right ahead. The whole position is about my c-pawn, and I'm going to push that forward. So in this position, rook takes on e3 is certainly playable, but queen to d5, shutting down that long diagonal, attacking the bishop on g5 as well. And now this position, if you dare trade queens, knight takes, and this one is huge for white. The c-pawn rushing down the board very quickly. This is what Wesley wants. So this move, rook d1, may have come as a surprise to Vasilin, who was thinking that he was getting some initiative going and would pressure this pawn. The line back here when he played rook e5 right here, queen takes, knight d5, he was assessing this position. Queen a7 was perfectly fine for him according to the engines. He had no troubles here, but it's a move to find. This was the only move, in fact, to find this idea of queen to a7. It's easy to talk about when you're sitting in the commentator's chair, but when you're the player and your pieces are starting to float, you wonder, is this real? Is this good? Should I go for this line? So he went for the more dynamic line where he thought that he was potentially getting his pawn back on e3. And Wesley said, you can have it. He's going to give him the pawn back, but for the better position. And Vasily now hard at work as these two are doing huge battle in this position. We should point out the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Aronian. MVL had found the engine's first moves right up to here, queen d7, when he played the move queen to d7, knight c5, he took on e2, knight takes, give Aronian credit, queen trade again, engine's first move, and in this position, the most natural move on the board, the one I would have played in blitz without knowing any better, would have been the move e4. Just go for it. Your pawn is now blocking this diagonal opens up, and knight's going to show up on e5. The engine's saying, wonderful position for black, no compensation at all whatsoever for white, but instead, after this move, he decided to go after the bishop on g5, f4, burying the bishop. The problem with this line is that white could always take on c6 and free the bishop and go to e7 into d6. Here, the engines are saying it's a bit different, and so all white had to do here was the move knight to c3, in fact, is what the engine's like. But now, g takes f4 is what's played, and they are mixing it up. Is this any good? The engine's saying h6, going after this bishop. And if you were to now try something like bishop takes on c6, b takes e6, bishop to e7, no worries whatsoever here. Rook to e8, chasing this bishop out of here. And after this, takes on f4 with a threat to this piece. Guys, it's going crazy. This position is going absolutely nutso in this game. Who knows what's going on here? Because I'm looking at this line, bishop takes on a1, rook takes, and rook takes e2. Certainly good for black. Everything about this position is starting to build. That's looking good for black. That was a line to play. e4 looked solid, but now g takes f4, and we're waiting for MVL's move here in a position that has exploded. I'd like to see clock times right about now. Yes, and he's played the move h6. Plenty of time on everybody's clock. Not a single person, any time pressure whatsoever. And the move h6 is now on the board. So this position has gone wild. But MVL, you know him in complications. That's the kind of player he is. He loves it. And Aronian, he could be in a little bit of trouble here. Will the world's number 2 player start to prove why he's number 2? One rest day might have done the Frenchman very good.
Wonders, in fact. But Maurice, going back to our key matchup between the two tournament leaders, while you were giving your analysis, I'm looking at Wesley's position, and I'm really warming up to it. I think that Wesley has a great position.
It is a great position, the way he
this
played.
Move, Rook D1.
Rook D1 is a key move.
Yeah, that was extremely well played. Bishop takes
TC3
E3
on the board now.
Is on the board. So Veselin has regained the pawn he lost. But after this move, Queen D6, offering a trade of queens, which will make White's king very happy, by the way. The rook on E5. As you've been saying, Maurice, it's really all about this passed C5 pawn now. That just looms large in the position. And after rook takes, A6 is hanging. Has our tournament leader, Veselin Topalov, gone too far?
Yes, he has. And you mentioned the 2 tournament leaders. There's only one tournament leader, and that's Veselin, and he's being chased by Wesley. And this could be a big shakeup right now if the move Queen D6 appears on the board. Black has one main problem, well, 2 main problems. One is that C-pawn. There's no question about that. That C-pawn is a challenge. The second main problem is his bishop. His bishop cannot control any light squares. The maximum damage it can do is on dark squares. If you trade down into an endgame, that bishop is just floating as far as White's concerned. He's not concerned about that piece at all. But you have to be concerned about that knight that can do 6 different things. Well, okay, 2 things. Attack light squares and dark squares. So check this line. Queen to D6. Like you said, he has a trade of queens, rook takes. And man, the light squares are just waiting to be mined completely. A6 is hanging, followed by B5. The engine's saying it's so bad that the only move is Queen E8. The only move, save the rook, don't trade queens. But the engine's also saying, hey, that's a pawn. Prove the position now if you're black. Yes, the white king is somewhat exposed, but B5 is about to drop as well because of that knight on C3. How do you prove any compensation here for Veselin? He has missed his moment. He should have taken on C5 earlier. This beautiful move, rook to D1. And what's great about rook to D1, so instructive, people, those of you watching, here you see a pawn, your instinct, keep my pawn, keep my pawn. It's a pawn. I don't want to give it up. It's an extra pawn. No. Material is only one aspect of chess. Dynamic piece play is the other, and they're always intermingling back and forth, mass and energy, as they try to show the relative advantages of either one. And here, Wesley looked at that pawn and said, you're going to make my rook go to E1 while your rook goes to E8? No, not at all. I'm not playing that kind of chess. Go ahead, take the pawn. I'm going to look a variation that's dynamic, that's active, and bishop takes E3. That improves nothing. All you did was get your pawn back. That bishop is no big deal. Now we post into the position. This is huge trouble for Topalov. I would bet that he'd lose this game. He's going to have to fight like a beast to try to save this position.
Well, how would that affect our leaderboard?
Well, Wesley so would leapfrog over Veselin Topalov because right now Wesley's got 3 points. If he wins this game, he soars to 4 points. Veselin's still at 3.5. So that would be a huge result indeed, especially with Levon Aronian on the ropes himself.
Right.
Wesley could really take a commanding, well, not commanding, but the most commanding we've had so far.
We're talking
leading
about
this
a tournament leader, aren't we?
Yes, we are talking about a potential new tournament leader, and I gotta agree with Maurice. I absolutely love this conception by Wesley, and I think it's very instructive. And that's great to see because sometimes the variations and the reasons that such elite players win is very hard for amateurs to understand. But I feel like this is a great combination of difficult to see, but then when you see it, it's really logical.
Yeah, it makes wonderful sense. And in those tournament standings, we saw that Vichy
is also in those like half point behind.
Half point behind, and as well as Levon. You mentioned Levon was in trouble. Let's just take a quick gander at Vichy's position. We saw this knight G5, which was pretty nicely neutralized by Vichy. He played bishop d7 to c6, traded bishops, and after queen e4, blocked the threat of mate on h7 with the move knight g6. You've seen the trade, and after Anish played knight f3, he's posted his rook up on the 7th with rook d7, but the pawn on c3 is hanging. I'm thinking after queen c3, rook d1, white has great compensation. Is it enough for an advantage? That's more questionable. But I like white's position still, and I think Vichy, even after winning the pawn, is still got work in front of him to neutralize white's position, white's positional edges.
We have a poll that's going on right now in the Grand Chess Tour Twitter feed that you guys can participate in as well. And the poll is a lot of action is going on today after the day off.
Yes.
How many decisive games will we see today? What do you think?
Ooh, well, let me just take a quick look at the positions one more time. I'm kind of anticipating the Americans, American champion Fabiano Caruana and Nakamura to draw. I'm going to go 2 wins with very good chances for 3.
All right, I like the prediction, 2 wins, and that is actually what the fans agree with you so far, because that's also what they voted for. And we see the matchups reviewed here. I'd also encourage you guys to check out the Q Boutique, because I didn't realize this until I saw it on Twitter, but there are signed vinyl boards by all the participants of the Sinquefield Cup available.
Oh, really?
That,
nice.
I mean, it's not just, I like to wear a lot of Q Boutique jewelry, but...
But that's a great memorabilia item to have.
Exactly.
All of the players signing the boards. What are they available for? Do you know offhand, Jennifer?
I don't know offhand, but I will find out. But it's also limited quantity, so
no doubt. Yeah.
We don't want those guys signing all day.
The chessboard from the Sinquefield Cup with all the signatures of the players, and well, I'm just I'm looking at Levon's position. And he's got some fancy footwork to do. Maurice showed this line with bishop takes c6, b takes c6, bishop e7, rook e8. And the complications after bishop d6 were simply favoring black. And I don't dispute that assessment whatsoever. I like what MVL has done, and I think that Levon Aronian is in real trouble.
And we have some very special guests now. We've been talking a lot over the last week about the upcoming Olympiad in Baku because we are so excited about our teams.
Yes.
And we've got Grandmaster Robert Hess, who's also here doing live commentary, so we're finally going to hear from him.
We're pulling him out of his duties.
If you want to hear from more from him, of course, come down. And none other than International Master John Donaldson, which you've also mentioned numerous times on the broadcast for his depth of knowledge and history. But today, he's more here to talk about his captaining duties for the strongest U.S. team
ever. And Robert Hess is the coach for the U.S. women's team.
That's right.
They're with Maurice.
Well, with that introduction, I don't need to do any work. These two are friends of the family. First of all, Robert and John, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Robert, I'll start with you. You're going to be the coach of the women's team. Is it the first time that you've ever been a coach of an Olympic team?
Yeah, the first time. I mean, they asked me to be a part of it, and I'm honored to be the coach.
Why'd they pick you?
We all make mistakes. Some of us bigger mistakes than others.
All right, well, tell me, frankly and seriously, what are you doing to prepare the women? Have you had a chance to talk with this great team? And tell us the names of the players who will be playing on the team.
Well, Grandmaster Irina Krush will be taking board 1 for us. And Nazi Pakidze, the reigning U.S. Women's Champion, she'll be board 2. Anna Zatanska will be board 3. Katerina Nemtsova will be playing board 4. And Sabina Forshaw will be the reserve board. And yeah, I've already started preparing some of the players. Katerina goes to Webster University here in St. Louis. So we've actually been working the past few days after my commentary duties are over.
It must be a lot of fun to think you're going to be going to Baku. And I think you played on the Olympic team several years ago, didn't you yourself? What's it going to be like, you think, being a coach? How excited are you?
I'm very excited. Yasser is the captain, so we'll be butting heads a little bit, but also preparing the players, making sure that everything runs smoothly. Very strong team this year.
Absolutely. John, you are a historian, and we have been arguing about the U.S. men's team being such a strong team. First of all, we think the strongest rated team ever, but the chance of winning gold. What is your perspective on that?
Well, I think that if you look back in the history, you'll find that the U.S. team won many gold medals in the 1930s. With young Reshevsky, young Reuben Fine, Frank Marshall. But that's a long time ago, and it's really kind of hard to compare. And of course, there was no Soviet Union, Russia team. So, to answer your question in the sense that no American team has ever won a gold medal in an Olympiad in which either the Soviet Union or Russia nowadays has competed. So that will be, a great challenge for us in this competition that's heading up.
What number team are we seeded? And again, the chances of medaling. We had an argument in this studio where Jen and I said 75% guaranteed medal, but Yasser seems to take objection to that higher number.
Well, I'll answer your question in a kind of roundabout way. The first thing is there's 180 plus countries competing in this Olympiad, a record number. There's also 11 rounds. There's no accelerated pairings. And the scoring system is match points instead of game points. That is, you win a match, you get 2 points. You draw a match, you get 1. You lose it, you get 0. So it means that the scoring system is not as dynamic as it's been in the past where 4 points were effectively in play. So the teams tend to be more bunched up in this type of scoring system, and there's less room for error. If you look at this system, which has been in place since Dresden 2008, the winning score in every Olympiad has been 19 points. That's out of a potential 22. That means that you could draw 3 matches, if you will, during the course of the competition. So there's not much room for give there. It's a little more forgiving to win silver or bronze. Scores of 18, 17 and a half have been successful in the past. But again, it's really tough, and this Olympiad will be the strongest one ever. It's not that the U.S. will field its strongest ever team, but many other countries will as well. And you look at Russia, they'll, depending on what rating list is used and how many players you go down, that is, if you just count the first 4, if you add in the reserve board, that will affect, it could potentially affect who's seeded first. Not that that's that critical, but maybe a better way to look at it is what are the sort of teams that will be logical contenders, and Russia, of course, would be one. Another one would be China, which is both the defending Olympic champion and also the defending world team champion. The latter event's a 10-player round robin of the best teams, so it's maybe in some ways even a truer indication of who the strongest team is. And then you have Ukraine, which traditionally fields an all 2,700 team. You have the host Azeris, who have Mamedyarov and Radjabov on the top 2 boards.
But even those teams, if I may beg to differ,
right.
The Ukrainian team, their 2,700s they're good players, no question about it, but they're in the 27-20 ranges, and only 3 of them are 2,700 from what I saw in the rating list. Mm-hmm. And the Azeri team is only 2 2,700s. Okay, granted, Mamedyarov is a beast,
right?
But after that, it's pretty good drop off.
Well, Naidic has been playing well. He's like 2690. Safarli's over 2680. And I think the thing to keep in mind is that in team competitions, you're not going to see a team that's rated like 2,500 defeating a team with an average rating of 2,750. But it's not uncommon for a team that's, say, like 2,675, 2,700 average rating, knock off a team that's 50 points higher. That's, the rating system is accurate to a certain extent, but players have, their range of ups and downs, if you will. And in a situation like a team tournament, there are a lot of other intangibles. How does the team work together, and sort of, if you will. So I understand what you're saying. There's a very strong chance the U.S. will be seeded 1 or 2 in the Olympiad. China will be right behind them. But I would say there's a multitude of good teams. I would say there's probably about 15, 16 teams that have a chance to medal, and there's probably about maybe 6 or 7 teams that have a chance to win it.
So medaling chances for the U.S., you didn't answer that question. You were quite roundabout after everything was
well,
said.
I think one can't make a decision until one has all the information. Okay.
Spoken like a true analyst.
So I think that, if our team stays healthy and we play together as a team, that we're going to have really great opportunities. And, and these guys are real consummate professionals. I should say that everybody on the team will be arriving really early. The days in the past where the U.S. team would just show up a day or before the tournament or 2 days before and just kind of wing it, jet lag, that's no big deal. It's gone. These guys
are the Yasser Seirawan days?
Yeah. The carefree days of Yasser. No, that's not the way these guys do it now. These guys are like stone cold professionals. They arrive a week early. They'll acclimate. They'll do some training. They'll leave as little to chance as they possibly can.
Tell me, Robert, what about your women's team? Are they arriving early and looking to try to medal? The U.S. women have a tough time medaling in this ferocious atmosphere for women's chess these days.
Yeah, we're arriving early. We're going to do some training before the tournament begins between Yasser, myself, and all the ladies. And we're definitely trying to medal. Our team is very, very strong. I would be remiss not to mention that women's Grandmaster Tatev Abrahamian will not be playing, even though she qualified for the team. But even without her, our team has a great chance of medaling. We'll start in the top 10. Of course, teams like China, Russia, Ukraine, and the like will be very tough opponents for us. But I don't think we're too outmatched in any given situation. And I think with proper preparation, well, that's my job. So hopefully some good preparation. But the strong play of our players speaks for itself. And so I think that we'll have a good showing. And I have no doubt that we absolutely can medal.
What about psychology in the tournament? It's a long event. It could be that somebody loses a game and they start feeling terrible, and you might not just have to be their chess coach, you might have to be their psychologist and friend. How are you thinking about managing that situation?
Yeah, it was the same when I played on the team as well. A player loses a tough match, and it's really hard to bounce back. But I think that if we get off to a good start, I know Yasser and I have spoken about this at length, we're really trying to get off the ground running and start very well. And I think the team chemistry will be quite good this year. I think everyone is in good spirits. And yeah, it's always tough to lose a game, but as long as we win the match, it's the most important thing.
I'll ask both of you this final question. There's always egos involved when they're playing. What if somebody starts cussing you out while you're trying to calm them down and get them back into spirits? Are you prepared for the fact that as a coach you're going to be coaching some strong-willed people who might disagree with you or might even have a few insults to hurl your way because they're feeling upset about something that might have happened, even a recommendation of yours?
Well, I want them to argue with me, because if they're disagreeing with everything I say, they might not be playing what they want to play. So if they say, you know what, Robert, I don't really like this opening, it doesn't suit my style, that's good. I have to adapt. It's not them, the players who have to adapt, it's me. So if they say, I don't like what we're doing right now, I'll say, okay, let's start from scratch and do something else. So they can insult, criticize me as much as they want. As long as they're performing well on the board, then my job is done.
Just win, baby. John, same question to you. You've seen that happen. A team could go downhill if they're not feeling well. What is the secret to keeping team chemistry?
Well, my situation's a little different in that Robert's the coach and I'm the captain, and I don't advise them on their opening preparation. We have a coach for our team, Alex Linderman, and typically the reserve player on our team or whoever's free that day will also help in the preparation. But I think the main thing is to make sure that everybody on the team, feels like, they're all working toward the same goal. And to that end, I'm very confident that our guys will be that way. And if, things never go completely smoothly all along the way, but, these guys, they've been through a lot of adversity in their careers to get to where they have been today. And, they're professionals and they're playing for the country. This is a very unique situation for them. Usually they play as individuals, but here they're playing for the United States, and I'm sure they're going to give 100%, and they're going to adapt to whatever the situation calls for.
Well, then this Olympic year where the U.S. teams are showing their power and winning gold left, right, and center, we hope that our U.S. teams will be able to pick up some medals as well. I am John Donaldson, Grandmaster. Robert Hess, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you, Maurice.
And there we have it. I'm still not sure. What's our percentage chances of winning a medal? You said 75% for the overall.
No, I didn't, Maurice. Maurice said 80.
Oh,
I just said definitely. No, I said 100%.
Wow.
Of course, I'm kidding. It's not about percentages. It either happens or it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but I mean, I played in 10 Olympiads, and I can tell you that so much happens in the last round. It's extraordinary. You think that teams are out of it, they don't have a chance, and you get these breaking results where it's extraordinary that a team that was way out of it suddenly silvers or bronzes. It's really, really tough to medal in the Olympics. It's
So what
something
I'd
to be
say-
very proud of.
I'd say take the ratings and whatever the mathematical model says we're likely to medal, like suppose it says 40%.
Yeah.
I say whatever that is, I add 10% to it. Because I believe, I mean, the extra time and the fact that historically the U.S. has tended to overperform because the players get along well.
Yes.
Despite the fact that it's like, maybe because it's such a large country that, you know, they're not like seeing each other constantly. I don't know what it is, but there's something about it. It seems like the U.S. tends to have a lot of good team spirit. Maybe it's much credit to John Donaldson for fostering that environment and other coaches. But I'd say take the math and add on
10%.
10%, yeah.
That's a good idea. You're sticking with it.
We like to get that extra 10%. But speaking of our two Olympic stars here, or two of them, Caruana and Nakamura, that game, despite its thrilling beginning, does look like it's starting to become Tradesville.
Yeah, it's edging very much towards a draw. I was just going to bring up the game of Wesley So and Veselin Topalov. Veselin, we had expected the move Queen D6 by Wesley. Any queen trade really, I mean, that's just end of story for Black. We thought Queen D6 was more powerful than the choice of Wesley. He did play Queen D7, and I still very much like White's position, especially after this knight on D5. That's just a beastly looking knight right in the center of the board. First of all,
nice. He did take a lot of time when he thought about playing Queen D6 or Queen D7. It looked like that move took him 13 minutes. So it's tough because on one hand the A6 pawn is a weakness, but on the other hand, getting your rook queen to the 7th rank, especially with that pawn sitting in S7, you can see why he's tempted by that as well.
Without question. And once you play the knight to D5, you see that you're cutting the black queen from this long diagonal, which means that the queen is kind of in a coffin. And after knight D5, I think we've seen bishop G5. Help me out if I've got it wrong. But after bishop G5, I see this pawn C5, C6, and it just looks like a positionally dominating game for White. You mentioned that the pawn on F7, you've got to keep that
so you can't
protected.
Play rook D8.
You can't play rook D8, which you would really, really love to play, because after queen takes F7, check, followed by C5, C6, it's lights out. But if you can't do that, then you're looking at ideas of knight B6 or C7, and it's looking great for Wesley So.
That's right. So bishop G5 is on the board, and it looks like Wesley's already made his response.
By the way, he plays so practically. You very rarely ever see him significantly behind on the clock. Not the case, for example, with Fabiano. He could get really down on the clock, and Wesley is playing a very powerful game. C5, C6. He's not worried about any rook checks either. The king will happily just simply drop back, and there's just not any pieces. Black doesn't have any pieces
But are there
to
any
support his
resources
attack.
here for him? Maybe he can try to move the F pawn and free up the rook on F8. He's got to find something here.
Yes,
but
he can't
Maurice,
just sit passively.
with an update in a different game, which is also getting exciting.
Yes, getting exciting, especially for the fans in France, because it looks as though MVL is going to reel in this point, or at least he's much better in this position. And right now, Levon Aronian is trying to cook up some kind of magic, but it does not look good for him. That position there with Anand, nothing much going on. Looks like it could lead towards a simple draw there. But in the other game, it looks as though after B5, this pawn, he was desperate. H6, he decided his bishop is trapped over on that square. The capture was going to happen. This bishop was going to be unleashed on this long diagonal. Forks possible with F3, all kinds of madness. So he decided to play the move B5, looking for some kind of play to prove something. And MVL said, I don't believe you. Give me this pawn. And now Black is up a solid pawn. And White's pieces, just look at White's pieces for a second. They're where they are. They look potentially to be the more dynamic of the forces, but they're not that impressive. You can just look at this knight on e2, this bishop on, knight on e2 is doing nothing. The bishop on g5, it's almost trapped. It itself is a problem. So it might, who knows what might happen to it because it's just floating out here. This knight is the lead piece with this bishop. Those are two things you might say, yeah, I got a little something out of that. But even that's not saying much. Look what he did next. He got his rook off the line and attacked this knight on the b file, trying to get something again, but the engines say, we don't believe you. Why don't we just snatch this pawn on this square, and now if your rook moves up, go to the c2 square, and now we can always get to d4. Hey, your bishop is still hanging on g5. Why did you do this for? Even if you get a pawn back somehow with knight takes b7, it doesn't matter because somebody will end up on d4, for example, this knight to d4, and there are no tricks. There's nothing that's going to worry white here, worry black here. For example, now that the knight's hanging, after takes, this rook is hanging on this square, and it's pure desperation. There is nothing that adds up. There's nothing that sticks. There's nothing for black to worry about here. Black is in complete control of this position. He just needs to believe in his position, in fact, and he will be perfectly fine. Anand's position we looked at, I'll look at it briefly with you. This position, white does have this pawn on e5 still. That gives him a little bit of an advantage, just a tiny bit, but hard to imagine that he's going to lose this position. This one looks like the other game that's headed towards a draw, the other game being Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. And the game with Peter's Fiddler, Peter is fighting as best he can to try to prove that he has enough compensation on the dark squares. Notice how his pieces have gravitated to dark squares. He's going to try to float this guy onto a dark square somehow as well and say, how are you going to break me off of this color complex? If you can't do that, then maybe I'll survive this position. So a very enterprising and interesting idea by Peter's Fiddler. He's definitely putting up mighty resistance despite the fact that he's down a queen for a rook and knight. We'll see how this one goes as Ding Liren is having trouble trying to convert this advantage.
And
Absolutely.
to round that round up, let's take a look at Anish versus Anand, which I saw was intriguing you as well. Anand decided he didn't want to defend passively, so he gave back his pawn in order to activate his rook. And indeed that's what happened after rook c8, rook a7. He played rook c4. He also could have tried rook c7 to trade off the active rooks. But this is very logical, playing rook c4, trying to activate, because that was kind of the purpose of giving back a pawn, right?
Right, this queen on e4 very nicely defending the pawn, well centralized, rook c4.
And now queen b7 played, or are you just analyzing that?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a cool move. You want to show us the little,
Okay, just a second, let me read it.
So what's your idea after?
I'm just going to refresh my board.
You got some little tactics in mind if knight takes e5, huh?
Well, knight e5 is the key question. So knight e5, you're almost looking at knight e5 and queen f7 kind of things.
Yeah, or rook d8.
Well, this is exactly
But the problem
right.
is the queen on e5 defends. Well, first of all, you've got checks.
Well, this is the cool. Look at this beautiful trap that Anish has in mind. If you go queen e4, by the way, I'm not 100% sure you can't take the rook, but if you go...
Well, yeah, because g7 is defended, right?
This is almost a problem you would ask your student. Okay, you're white, you've just blundered a pawn, or have you? What move would you play?
Right, you just
whoa.
You just have rook a8, which is an unusual way
It is an unusual
utilize the back
tactic.
rank.
So that's a nasty trap.
But can you just take on d8 is the question.
That was a good question.
Yeah, because after rook takes d8, queen f7, king h8, e5 conveniently defends the g7 square.
Very, very conveniently indeed, and it looks to me like black's just a rook to the good.
So you can't do that, but it does. So what's up here? Also, knight takes e5 wasn't forced. Obviously, we can always just take that pawn on b6, but then that doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere after queen e4 check, right?
Right.
Because then we're taking a4. Right? Yeah.
Right.
So
I can imagine rook d7, but after queen e4 check, well, it's just going to be a draw in this game. But What? So there's got to be a trick here that he has in mind. After Queen B7, knight E5, is there another?
Is there another way to do the move order? I don't think it really matters. I mean, Rook D8 immediately, like you can still take on D8, at least to the same position.
How about Rook
A8 to start?
Rook A8 looks a little strange to my eyes, but okay.
And can we just trade everything off here with like Queen F3?
No, you can't. Same trick.
Yeah, right, yeah. And we can't get after.
Same trick as before.
This one is even cooler looking now.
It does look cooler, doesn't it?
Because it's like we have a futile knight sitting on F3.
So he played Queen B7 for a reason, so we can try to figure this out.
So try Rook A8 again.
So I'm threatening mate in 2. I want to trade rooks and back rank checkmate you. And we can't play Rook C8 because after Rook C8 our knight will be hanging. We'll have overwork, so we'll go G6. Yes?
Sounds good.
Okay. And I'm not making this work for white. I'm just seeing a lot of pieces coming off the board.
Come on, guys. I've been letting you analyze and analyze, I know you're going to find it.
Check.
Yeah, the engines pointed out this Rook A8 is the killer blow, and it's over.
Rook A8 is over?
Over.
Wow,
it's a piece.
That's shocking.
So you can't even take on E5 here.
If you cannot take
something else.
You cannot take on E5. That's all. That's all. It's just a trap. It's just a trap. If you play knight takes E5, Rook A8, and there's no defense.
Wow.
You will lose a piece automatically in this line.
So instead, Black should just do.
So Black has Queen C2. Just ignore that stupid pawn on E5.
Maybe H6.
It is not a problem. But Queen C2 is the strongest move. Queen C2. Why? Because you're hitting a rook on D1, and you're going after the pawn on A4.
And you also might be able to do some kind of knight F4
Exactly.
checks.
Knight F4 check starts to also show up
if rook
in
D7
the
or rook
position
D8,
as well.
Yeah.
Well, Rook D8 is the move I want, of course, but after knight F4 check, I see what you can do. You can defend this pawn and take my rook.
Right, and you can't go back to the back rank.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, you can't.
Am I?
There is knight
true?
D5, but then I can still take on D8, right? I'm so up in exchange.
Clear.
I mean, you could try going back and playing knight E1, but somehow it feels like things are going to be okay for me there, although they have to be analyzed as well. Yeah, but is Queen C2 the only way to do it? Because what about your very human suggestion of just playing H6? Does that give us enough resources after Rook D7?
No, between making the Luft move H6 or making a really powerful move like Queen C2 has a purpose, a very clear purpose of wanting to trade rooks with Rook takes A4, or even Queen E4, neutralizing all the pressure. So
auto draw.
Yeah, auto draw.
No problem. You want to make the strongest move possible once
Definitely.
you see that. By the way, a game that is not an auto draw that we have to look at, because we may be interviewing these players quite shortly, is the game between Wesley So and Vasily Topalov. This one now, a very dangerous position for Vasily. After Bishop G5, C6 was played, he opted for the move Bishop H4, which is not on the engine's agenda at all. Why? Because this pawn on C6 is rambunctious. C7 is the key move, one step away from queening with all kind of tactical issues that Black faces. For example, this F7 pawn, before he could have maybe brought his rook over, now this F7 pawn is a target. The light squares, you remember we talked about this bishop earlier. We said the bishop is about to become a non-piece. You could have a bishop that has a lot of squares it can control. The problem is the pieces might be dancing on the other color and the bishop just becomes anemic. This bishop, he's essentially down this piece. Okay, not completely, but the C pawn, which is going to queen on a light square, is saying, you're not stopping me. The knight's on a light square. This rook's on a light square. This rook, this queen, this king. Everybody has ducked away from this bishop, and it's all about this C pawn. And now only Black's major pieces can fight this pawn. Meantime, there's the F7 weakness as well. We talk about the principle of two weaknesses. He's got one issue here. He's got another issue here. How is he going to control everything? And any check back here, simple enough, is the move king to G1. He could also play king H1. But this move, because he's got F2 under control, what to do now? A move like rook to C2, trying to stop this pawn from queening. Switcheroo, F7, we got the weakness here and the weakness on the other side, and black is in enormous trouble in this position. The Indians are giving complete busto in this line, and it's just a few moves in. That's about 3 moves in. If Wesley finds the move C7, it looks a little dangerous because it opens up the long diagonal, but if he is brave enough to push his pawn 1 more square to C7, black's entire position is in crisis, and we will have a new tournament leader in this competition.
Thank you, Maurice. And talking about another game that's really gone busto is the one of Levon Aronian. Levon sacrificed a pawn early with his enterprising bishop g5 move. It looks like it's rebounded. He threw in a desperado b4, b5. Then he just gave up his a3 pawn, and this is the current position. 2 pawns ahead for Maxime Bouchard-Lagrave, and the move. The players have reached a variation that Maurice had pointed out earlier, and after the move knight c2, there's simply nothing in the position for white. White's down 2 pawns, his bishop is hanging, this knight on c2 is ready to pounce on the square d4, everything going in the favor of the Frenchman here in round 6. Going back to that key game of Anish and Vishy Anand, I'm surprised by Vishy's move rook c4 to c8. I suspect he saw some ghosts.
Now he saw rook a8 is the ghost he saw. He saw rook a8 and he said, let me get back and protect the back rank.
Exactly, and renew the attack on the a5 pawn. So that was his idea.
Yeah, well, I like this move, queen c2, very
a lot
much.
better,
But rook c8, I don't think that, first of all, I think it's a fine move, don't get me wrong. I don't think there's a line that white can really exploit this retreat at the moment. I'm looking at rook d7, right? I mean, if you've doubled on the rank, why not triple on the rank? Let's have a quick look-see at rook d7, and obviously I'm pounding f7 with everything I've got. So how should Vishy defend against this move? Natural move, I should say.
Yeah, it doesn't look fun if we try to go for the route where we take on e5 and then you take on f7 and...
Knight e5, knight e5, queen e5, rook f7. Yes, Jen?
Well, now we're going to be forced to take and go to the corner. You can also take on c8, but
No, I like this.
Yeah.
I like what you're saying.
And then just
going
after
in the corner.
king h8...
You've got some counter.
Yeah, exactly.
I said this is very, very good for white. I mean, just a second. I've got, oh, shoot. I beg your pardon. I forgot that you can check me, and if I go up with my king to h3, you've got queen f5 check. So Vishy still
kicking.
Very much so. But rook d7 is the move on tap. Is there any other choices that I could have?
That limit the counterplay, huh?
No, not well. With my e5 pawn hanging, I feel that this line.
You kind of have to go for this, and so
like
queen f7, king h8, rook e7.
Do I have another choice here besides rook e7?
And then if queen e4 check, yeah. What about So you're looking at king h3.
Yeah, I'm still walking into queen f5 check, but thanks to the back rank, that would actually. Well, there's something to be said for this king h3 now that I'm.
Or we're just, if you're okay trading queens, you could play rook e7 and queen f3 and try to see if we can get something out of that endgame with the pawn being such a loner on e6. But the thing is, you might be able to just grab and go on a4 instead. Is there any tactic here?
Grab and go?
There probably is. I mean, now if we go back to f7, that doesn't seem to be enough. And unfortunately, the queen on a4 does double duty, as your arrows point out, of defending e8 in the event of tricky moves like queen c3.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, we could play rook g7 right away, but with queen b7 coming.
Like this.
But that's your pawns are all scattered, but
I've got a pass pawn.
You've got a pass pawn, exactly.
I suspect this is much closer to a draw than an advantage.
I mean, I could
anybody.
play Queen B7 right away, but long variation, wrong variation. Meanwhile, Maurice, is MVL taking this one home?
Well, incredible variations in his game against Aronian. Take a look at this line. Aronian just played the move rook to b3. Now, we all thought knight c2, very solid way to play, but he decided to play hg5. The Indians give this a much less higher grade than the move knight to c2. And for this reason, first of all, he just took a piece. It's in his hand. So if we count it up, MVL is up a piece
and 2 pawns.
And 2 extra pawns right in this moment. So, I mean, you take on g5, you just think, dude, you're busted. If you take on a3, then simply g takes f4. I'm up 2 pawns. I got 2 pass pawns on this side. I'm threatening f3. What are you looking at on the board? This must be completely lost. This is like a position you could almost resign with the white pieces, and everybody would say it's okay. And he has taken on a3 unbelievably. I was just about to extol his virtues because even he could not believe it. The Indians give this position he's just played as completely losing, did Aronian. And he had a line that would have been very tricky. Check this out. In this position, knight takes b7. You are currently down a full piece in this position. And yes, what's your first move? I just took on b7 and you're down a piece. What would be like your automatic response to knight takes b7?
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7, easy. And after rook takes, like automatic, just like
knight d4.
Okay, you want to play knight d4, which does leave the diagonal open for the moment. In fact, knight d4 allows takes, and this move, bishop d5 check, king to h8, and now suddenly rook to b3, and the rook is swinging, right? So tactic number 1 to fall for. So now that you realize that's in the position, what about right now that you've seen that idea show up out of nowhere? Now you're realizing that there's some tricks in the position to look at along this diagonal. I'm going to play the move I quickly play just for fun. Rook here. Get my rook off the line, guard my knight. What's the big deal? And the Indian goes, what about you completely resign? Resign after rook to d7. Like, are you joking? I mean, okay, I'm up a piece. I'm up a piece. I have an extra pawn. How am I resigning? Resign because it's just a mating concept. It's incredible. There's nothing to do. If you move your bishop, let's say, to f6, then suddenly the move bishop to d5 check shows up, and bye-bye. You're done. You can't move your bishop. So your bishop is stuck on that square, nobody to defend it, and suddenly white with just 2 rooks and a bishop, down a piece, yes, and a pawn. So what? He is crushing black with these double rooks on the 7th rank. So now it suddenly means with the rook on b7 that white has not just great counterplay, he's down a piece and a pawn. The Indian saying, he's a little bit worse. Wow. He's a little bit worse. A stunning situation that this was by far his best defensive opportunity. By far, he would have won the piece back, guaranteed. This knight has to leave the board. There's no way to save it because of these tactical problems that white had. And I thought that's what Levon was looking for. Knight takes b7 and rook takes. But you have to keep going and find this line. He did not see it. Instead, he opted for, after hg5, instead of taking on b7, he took on a3. And now it's up to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to just borrow this pawn right here on f4 and say, what you got? You're down 2 pawns. You got no tactics. You got 0. This is a lost position. And if Levon were to actually resign this particular position, we would say, yeah, we get it. I mean, you're down 2 pawns for no compensation whatsoever. An incredible turn of events could have occurred right there with a spectacular knight takes b7. Unfortunately, Levon did not find the move. He's also in some time pressure as well. And it's just up to MVL now to play some accurate moves, and he will reel home this point.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, big game going on between Wesley So, Veselin Topalov. We have been expecting Wesley to kind of claim the game with the move c6, c7. Wesley opted for the move rook d2. Perhaps he saw some attacks with rook e2 check that he didn't want to have to deal with. Played the move rook c2, still keeping all of his positional trumps. and just asking his opponent, where's your counterplay? I'm going to, in time, I'm going to play C5, C6, C7, and that will be all she wrote. So Veselin in big trouble, our tournament leader, as he faces one of the people nipping at his heels, only half a point behind.
And we've got a move by Veselin Topalov, who's in some time pressure, I will point out. He's got... they've only got a couple moves left, actually, so he should be okay, although this is a very complex position, so you need all the time you can get. He's just played the move Rook E1, and...
Yes. Doesn't really change the features, the key features of the position.
I mean, I guess he's trying to go around with a rook to C1, maybe?
The rook to C1. So, for example, after C6, C7, rook to C1, yes? This is the idea. Well, just reinforcing the promotion square and looking for tricks. A trick that he's looking for example, might be knight b6 and rook g1 check, so that the the queen can emerge. Oops.
But how good will that trick end? Doesn't look like that trick's going to end in our favor, is it?
Well, wait a minute. Well, at least I'm in there with a shout, right? So you can queen a pawn, right? Is this super clear? The king is so exposed suddenly.
The freeze frame, Yasser.
Yes.
I can play C7 at any point. So
yes.
Can I at least pay attention to what you're doing for a second, maybe, and consolidate with some kind of queen retreat? I take, yes. I want to kill your rook.
Okay.
And then after you take on F3.
Yes.
What's wrong with Queen D3 runs into Bishop F2 check.
Queen D5 you can play.
Queen D3, Bishop F2 check, and the idea is that
Bishop E3 check.
Yes, I've got this.
Spoils everything.
So, trying to cash in the chips too early may just give Veselin the counterplay opportunity that he's looking for. But how about the simple move rook to C2 here? Just preparing. C7 followed
and
by
stopping
C8.
and keeping the plug and the counterplay for just a moment longer.
Exactly.
Because you can also start with knight b6 in these lines, and then really shut the queen out when you play C7.
That's the engine's first move.
Good night.
That's the engine's first move. Rook C2, automatic, stop everything from happening, and you're just frozen with nothing to do. Is black? That position is gone. I mean,
that's pretty interesting.
He's totally busted.
That's interesting how keeping the queen bottled up is the way to go. It makes a lot of logical sense, but of course you're looking at those forcing moves first, right?
Exactly.
And now the Nakamura Caruana game, we actually got a tweet about that, and they said don't be so fast to call that a draw, and they cited some Super Grandmaster games. This is Ashwin Jairam, Ashwin148 on Twitter. Shout out. He says the Nakamura Caruana is not that drawish. Leko Kramnik and Polgar Kramnik shows that 2 rooks and 3 versus 3 versus a queen is sometimes tricky.
Indeed, advantageous for the 2 rooks. Of course, in this particular situation, black has a6 pawn, and it's not that easy to win that pawn. White is going to have to re-establish a rook back on the first rank so that he can put a rook over on a1 and then eventually bring the other rook over to double rooks up against the a6 pawn. Normally speaking, black would get in some kingside pawn advances to force white to expose his pawn shield and get perpetual checks. And remember Michael Tal in his Life and Games of Michael Tal talking about these positions and explaining how he once got into a queen position where he was very worried against the 2 rooks.
And we've got a tweet coming from Kirion Tweets, who says, I think I've crossed some kind of nerdy milestone. I'm currently watching a live stream chess tournament. Karen.
Congratulations.
No, you have not earned the milestone until you get your tweet read aloud on the live stream.
No.
So now you got it.
Now you got it. Yeah, welcome to Nerdsville. And Maurice.
Well, a really interesting line here for Levon Aronian, and it looks as though MVL said, I'm not buying it. And it looks, we said, he's up 2 pawns, that's it. But there's some tricky stuff here in this position that's worth analyzing. Take a look at this. Remember we saw the rook swinging along the 3rd rank, and that was an important reality here. Maybe this is what Levon was looking at. He has now actually ignored this possibility and played this move, bishop check. But he had this line, and maybe this is where he got tripped up. Knight to d7, attacking the rook. And if the rook were to move away, best move being rook to d8, now playing bishop d5 check. The king's best move, king over to h8. h8 of all places, allowing this check. The bishop is now blocked by the knight. That was the problem. Now playing bishop h6, hanging this piece with check as well. But now king to g7, and now that the smoke has cleared somewhat, this knight on d7 is hanging at the tail end of this. If the rook moves away, you just take the knight, no problem. And there's really nothing to do here. The rook's hanging. There's some random toss-in trick of a rook takes on g6, king takes, take this piece on c6, and then come back to e5. And after the king moves, take this rook, allowing king takes e5. And you may say, well, I've somehow restored something, but when you do the body count, this a pawn and this c pawn are advantages, and the pawn is coming down the board. Forget about this pin. It has no meaning whatsoever. So this position is winning. So that line, MVL must have seen and said, I'm not in any trouble. You can do what you will. I'm going to just take on this square. So instead, he has played from back here after he takes f4. He played the move bishop to d5 check, awaiting where the king will go in this position. King to h7 now is supposed to be the most accurate move, and there's just no construction. He can't get something to go to this square and cause any damage because of that long-range bishop sitting back on c8. So black is still in control of this position.
Wow. Good stuff, and what a round we have going on. All the games are tension-filled. I don't know. Maybe it's the most boring game, except it's got my attention. This game of Anish Giri and Vishy Anand. I love these technical situations where you have a positional advantage and you're trying to make all the tactics work. Well, guess what? Anish said, after the rook retreat, rook to c8 by Vishy, rook d1 to e1. All of those lines that we were looking at with rook d7, Anish probably felt that they were going to lead to nothing but a draw. And he says, well, what's my trump in the position? It is this pawn on e5. I want to keep it. He played rook e1. Now, one of the dangers that Vishy fully understands, of course, is that should white ever get in an h4, h5, driving this knight, into purgatory on the h8 square, he'll essentially be a piece down. So there is a major positional threat hanging over his head that he has to address. Now there's no tactics. It's all about positional chess, and can white squeeze out
right.
A significant advantage? I don't know.
I think Anand's going to be able to defend this. I mean, one possibility is perhaps to try to maneuver that queen over to g4, or maybe start with like queen b4, and I think like it just doesn't seem like white should have much here. If you play rook e4 now, I have rook c4.
But that is the position that Anish is dreaming about, right?
Oh, yeah. So I'm like, am I hanging something here?
Well, you're not necessarily hanging something here, as much as if I take a pawn.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, I thought I could play like queen e4 there, and then like I'm pinning you, and I'm threatening some perpetuals. Yeah. So that's a little annoying.
That is a bit annoying. But what I think Vishy really needs to do after this move, rook e1, is just simply get rid of that very powerful queen sitting on b7, and just play that move, queen c6.
Right, and there's nothing we can do to stop the queen trade except queen a6, but that...
Well, then you're happy.
Then our queen is the powerful one.
That's right. So you're going to have to play a move like h4 here, and with the trade of queen, well, I don't have to do it right away, and that's an important... Ooh, hey, no, I don't have the tricky. For some reason, I had a hallucination that knight e5 was possible, but knight e5, rook e5, end of story, sorry. So after h4, I guess I am going to have to play a move I don't want to play, which is h5, giving up this g5 square forever.
Yeah, it's better than having to stick our knight on h8, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you don't want to be facing that. But again, there's some positional pull in White's camp that I do like. I don't think it should lead to a winning position, but Vichy is being forced on the defensive. And Maurice, your insights.
Definitely on the defensive there. In the other game, Wesley So showing that Yasser Seirawan's a genius. Because Yasser said that Wesley has a great chance of winning this tournament, and he has found the move. Rook to c2, overwhelming Black's position. Black simply has nothing to do. The light squares, the rook went to the dark square for a moment and then shifted to a light square, and now you see the threat of c7 and c8 queens is in the position. This rook demonstration of trying to get to the back row has proven to be absolutely meaningless, and it's all about that c-pawn that he should have captured a long time ago. Vasilian missed his opportunity to take this pawn, and it's come back to haunt him. This pawn is going down the board. Wesley So plays Svidler tomorrow. Not that Svidler's a weakie, but that might be a nice little game to have to play against one of the lower rated players in the competition after taking the lead, which he would do if he wins this game. The only person who could catch him would be someone like Anand, who is chasing him. Anand is not winning his game. He looks like he's struggling to make a draw in his game, even if it's okay for him. Levon Aronian could catch Wesley today, but Levon is looking like he might even lose his game and go one step backwards. That would be a great result, by the way, for anyone leading the field, because MVL is at 50%, correct? I mean,
right.
Is he at 50 or -1? Did MVL?
At -1.
He's at -1.
Yes,
so if he wins his game, he goes to 50%. He drags Levon back to 50% as well. So anybody leading is like, oh, good, get rid of that guy. Right. So two players would go backwards. So Geary also is at -1. And if he defeats Anand, he drags Anand back to 50% as well. So anybody leading is happy to see that guy go back too. And somebody's going to be +2 today. It's either going to be Topalov or Wesley So. One of those two is going to be at +2. So to see two of their rivals get knocked off will be absolutely fantastic news for them. And is anybody else? There should be a third player. Oh, the third player is Wesley. So that means that both these players are rooting for the players at +1 right now, that is Anand and Aronian, to lose their games, and so they can shed them no matter what happens in this game. In fact, even if you lose, you'd be happy to see them lose as well. Meantime, they're focused on this particular competition, this particular matchup right here. And Wesley has just played rook c2, and king g7 was the response. Not even one of the top moves for the engine. The engine says c7, and Black is going to be down a rook.
Wow.
c7 is going to be a full rook that he wins. No tricks, no tactics. c7, you might as well resign. King g7 was not one of the moves in this position the engine gives as a defensive idea. In this position, the engines preferred something to, let me back up one more move, rook to c2. In this position, the engines say you're bad, but you got to play queen c8. It's terrible, though. Queen c8 was not good because of rook f7. But king g7 is just c7, and what do? If you now play queen to c8, then rook f7 is with check, and your queen is hanging on the square. There are no chances there. It's just simply over. And the other idea after c7, which I would say maybe the only move after this move c7 appears on the board, to try to bring your rook back to guard this rank. Unfortunately, c8 queens will be flicked in at the right moment. I'm afraid to do it because my board usually goes nuts. But after your queen, sooner or later, a rook is going to get dragged away from the f7 point, and then you're going to play rook f7 and just decimate this king by force.
Right,
so,
or play rook takes f7, check, distracting the rook, and the queen on c8 hang.
And the queen's going to hang.
You want to show that line.
Something will be bad if you don't mind, Yaz, on your board showing this crushing variation. c7 is resigns. C7 is simply resigns as we pull up the board to show the move. C7, if you come back to try to stop this pawn from becoming a queen, it does it anyway. Queens, and after rook takes, and then we just take with the rook and do what you want. Anybody takes on C8, bam on F7, and you are going to feel serious pain because your queen is hanging. The king would have to go up to H6.
Yeah.
Where it will face a murderer's row. After king up, just simply grab that pawn, king over, and then queen to E7. And that is going to be all she wrote after rook F6 and mate on F6. The game's over. Wesley So is going to lead this event after the move C7, and he's just simply looking very carefully to make sure there are no tricks, but he just needs to find the move, and that will be that.
That's right, and you saw Veselin actually shaking his head a little bit before he made the move King G7. I think he knows he's going down on this hand.
And look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, but Leslie's played another move, Knight B6. Very attractive looking move as well. Just trying to play a C7 and C8. So.
By the way, I didn't see anything wrong with that move myself. The idea, I think Wesley's idea, is to try to take advantage of this king on G7, and in case of queen B8, obviously the knight attacks the queen, you drop back
and then
with the
C7.
queen.
Yeah.
Yes, very important. You drop back with the queen first, defending the knight, and this looks like toast too.
If it looks like toast, you got to put some butter on it.
And that's what it is.
That's what it is. He just found another way to win. Knight B6, queen B8, just trying to avoid a exchange of queens. And then this check, like you said, Yaz, king just looks silly on G7 right now. And this is just going to be C7, C8. And that's going to be all she wrote. Not to mention the idea of knight to D7, just if you want to have a little fun. But that's irrelevant. The move C7 is the body blow after the king moves. Your queen has simply nothing to do. It's going to be high time to resign.
Veselin will definitely rue the moment that he didn't eliminate that C5 pawn. He had an opportunity. I think he simply overestimated his position when he essayed the move rook E5.
But the thing is, here after queen takes, you had to realize that queen takes, knight D5, queen A7 box.
Yes.
That this position was okay for you.
Right.
That there were no dynamic opportunities for white, including a very powerful looking rook to C6, which looks like white is kind of maybe carrying some demonstration. He might have looked at this and said, I don't really want to go here. I'm going to play dynamic chess, as this is wont, and found out dynamic chess is nice, but pass pawns might be nicer.
Right.
Yeah, I get that, but I think the other thing was this conception by rook D1 probably just escaped him. You know, with the rook D1, queen D6.
Yeah, that was really nice and well hidden. But the moment Wesley put that move down on the board, I went, whoa, that looked very good. That was really a great move.
Again, that's one really a move that you can show to students.
Yes.
I really like it, and we've had those teachable moments in the Sinquefield Cup. with
Lots
Veselin. Yes, Veselin 2 days ago was a big one
with the Dingler in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm just looking at the game of MVL. I mean, Levon has been sacrificing pieces almost from the very start, and somehow, Black has taken an interesting way of trying to win this game. MVL, after bishop d5 check, went king h7, knight e4. Levon hoping against hope that he'll be able to take this pawn and try to get some kind of compensation. And then the king just simply moved up here to the h6 square, defending this pawn on g5. And as Maurice has been pointing out, so long as there's no rook h3 check landing on the board with a big fat splat, Black is simply doing very well.
Very concrete chess.
He'll play G6, pardon me, G5, G4, stop any of those tricks.
I'll also point out bishop to E5. If Black gets a chance to put a bishop on E5, then his king can go to G7.
In case of necessity.
And then it's just nothing.
Right.
And then you have exactly 0, and those two bishops, they look evil. I mean, they're just covering all the squares. And are we looking at two pass pawns on the other side?
Exactly.
That you're down right now?
Right.
I mean, he's flailing And Levon Aronian, not in a good situation with the white pieces to be in this kind of dire straits, and he knows it, and he's looking around. He's well aware of the fact that he's busted, and MVL just playing very specific chess. I think that most of the players in this tournament are thinking, we don't want that guy to wake up, because we've seen him play good chess all summer. If he starts to play that kind of chess with that confidence and considers this almost like a second tournament, he could string together 2 or 3 wins with no problem.
Exactly.
I'd be curious to see who MVL is yet to play in the competition.
We'll bring that up later in the broadcast. In the meanwhile, Wesley So putting the finishing touches in his game. He's just played this move C6, Queen B8, Queen D4 check, as expected. It looks hopeless.
He's going to resign.
And it might be a very good time to take a break before.
I don't. Wait.
Wait a minute. Oh, you don't want to take a break.
Okay. I mean, the guy's about to play C7.
Oh,
C7
I think
resigns
he might resign this move. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Of course he'll resign. How does he stop C7?
There it is.
There it is. You're right. I apologize. You would have missed the handshake.
Trying to play director.
No.
We have a new leader of the Sinquefield Cup champion. A clear leader.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
No. Levon could win, and Vichy can win.
Levon and Vichy both don't look like they're on the worst side of the positions. But okay, anything can happen, you're right. But very likely that Wesley So will go into tomorrow as the clear leader of this competition with 4 points leapfrogging over Veselin Topalov. Beautiful performance so far by the American star, who wasn't the American star that most people predicted to do well in this tournament. Shout out,
Excuse me.
I think that was after he already won a game, though, right?
No, I don't think so.
And tomorrow he plays against Peter Svidler. He's going to have black in that game. But Peter looking a little shaky, so an opportunity for Wesley to continue playing great chess. Genghis Clown tweeting into our hashtag Sinquefield Cup says, nice knight b6, very nice move. Well done, Wesley. Indeed, well done to Wesley. So beautiful performance.
No question about it. And we talked about Veselin not being too pleased that maybe he wasn't a confident leader, that he had some shaky moments, and that turned out to be the case.
Yeah, indeed. So a tough round for Veselin after the rest day, but still +1. So he's still very much in the event too. You definitely can't count him out. It's kind of too bad for him that this round wasn't before the rest day, so he could more easily shake off this loss. Meanwhile, what else do we have?
Just going back, nothing
Bobby's
really.
game?
Nothing has really changed. It's the 2 rooks versus the queen with the extra pawn. And it's like Levon's game is the one that's generating the action at the moment. We've just seen Levon giving up. Ooh, so there we have it. After the move King H6, Knight D6, looking towards the F7 square, attacking the king with check, Bishop F6, and now Levon captured, giving up this beautiful light squared bishop, and obviously we're expecting the recapture. D takes C6. Now he's got to put together something very concrete. He's down 2 connected pass pawns, and he needs to win something back. So let's start with knight takes C8. Why will I start with knight takes C8? Well, it does win me control of the H3 square. So knight takes C8. Rook takes C8?
Yes.
Okay, let me go it like this. Let me do it like this. Check, king here. I'm trying to get my rooks coordinated.
You're trying to just play. I thought you were trying to play.
Play rook h6.
Well, if king f8,
better.
yeah.
Or even if king. Yeah, well, here I've got play. And we have seen the recapture. So.
And he has followed your line.
Knight takes c8. Yes.
So.
Maybe I have to recapture with. Well, if I have to recapture with the A rook, the issue I have with that is at least I can get to take one of my pawns back.
Exactly, and that is what happened, by the way. Rook A8 is a card.
I'm miscounting. It's 3 pawns. 3 pawns. It's 5-2. So Levon needs to capture 3 pawns. Oh dear. So.
And he's played Rook D7, so he hasn't even bothered taking on A7.
But he's got the double threat.
Well,
yes.
the checkmate threat, right?
Yes, the checkmate threat.
Subtle.
Not so subtle.
But yeah, various. So how do you think Black's going to play there?
Well, G5, G4 would be my first instinct.
Giving up the F4 pawn.
Yeah, I don't mind giving up that guy so much. I really feel like I want to escape.
But then I can take on A7 instead.
Yeah, but then I've got, thanks to the pawn being on G4, I've got squares for my king to hide around. No,
true, but I have Rook A5 check, and so there is still a few things for Maxime to calculate. But we have Veselin Topalov, who won a marathon game before the rest day. Unfortunately for him, today did not go as well. He's with Maurice.
With Veselin Topalov after a tough game, Veselin, it looked like your position was okay. It looked like everything was fine. What do you think went wrong?
No, I believe that he made a mistake because he had to trade the queens and then it was equal. And then I was simply better, I think. But after some point, I kind of started to make one mistake after another. And especially when I left that pawn on just for nothing. Well, maybe I'm still okay, but it was not as easy as before. And I believe that before it was just maybe not much better, but pleasant advantage. I mean,
you could have taken on C5. We were curious to wonder why you played Rook E5 instead of taking on C5.
Yeah, because I thought that then white is maybe already not worse, and I simply kind of had a wrong evaluation.
So you thought you were maybe better and you were playing
well,
for better?
I was better for sure before, but then at this position maybe already not. So of course I should have played for that, and it was around equal maybe. But what I did was just maybe not so good. I don't know, because I missed some simple move that later on in the game.
Was Rook D1, when he played Rook D1 after you pressured his E-pawn, threatening to take on E3, was Rook D1 a move you anticipated?
Yeah, but I thought that my, simply what I missed was that after Rook D8 he has this Queen A2 move, that he's attacking my pawn on F7. That was
Show us this line you're referring to. Oh, I see. Right now.
I think
right
that was probably what I missed, because I somehow...
So he played Rook to D1 and you're saying you had Rook
after
D8
Rook D8 I thought, yeah, somehow he's already able to place his knight on D5, and it just pawned for nothing then. Maybe this is what I had to play here, maybe Rook, but of course after the move Rook D7 he still has Rook D6, so it's but maybe that was maybe better than what I did, who knows, because when he pushed the pawn, then it's already probably much better for white.
You were leading the tournament, now you're not. What's your mindset to going into tomorrow's game?
I don't know who I'm playing tomorrow, but the thing is that obviously I've been leading, but playing bad chess with many blunders, and okay, today it was no different, so have to change.
All right, well, thanks so much for joining us, and hope that change happens for you quite shortly. Best of luck tomorrow.
Veselin, before you go, first of all, I completely agree with your instincts very much. I think that when Wesley deferred trading queens with Queen C2, the position, the advantage is definitely on your side of the table. And we found a very paradoxical try here, and I don't know if you had given it much consideration. You lashed out with the move C6, C5, which looks really good, but then you also had another idea, either Queen D5 or Queen E7, with the idea of sacrificing a pawn, and with the knight on A4, the rook on C1, the queen on C6 out of the game, with the king on G2. This is the way we thought that you would really be able to increase your advantage.
Maybe, yeah. But maybe even B6 was not good, you know.
You didn't even like
I don't
B6.
know,
You
because,
questioned B6.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there was maybe another move, because it's not...
it's not terrible. If
first of all, if I go
C5.
back to D5, I think Wesley just wants to repeat. That's the best, probably the only move, to go back or to to c3, and then I have even a move like queen c4, and I think okay, it's a pleasant advantage.
On your side,
for example. Yeah.
Yes, agreed, completely.
It's too many weaknesses, and I think the bishop is stronger, and it's too many weaknesses for white. So.
Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for joining us, Vasily. Again, get your rest. Thanks.
And by the way, in the game between Levon Aronian and MVL, that move g5, g4 was played by MVL. Knight takes, and we've got the position that we were looking at a second ago on our screens. I'm expecting a move like bishop h4, Jen, hitting that knight, and also the pawn on f2. And with all of these extra pawns, I've got to think that MVL is in great shape to win this game.
Indeed. It looks, I mean, I'd probably have to try, well.
And we have a new tournament leader in studio.
Right. Maurice with our leader.
Grandmaster Wesley So, after winning a fine game against Vasily Topalov. Wesley, this game, the opening didn't seem like it went great for you, but somehow it turned around and suddenly you were just much better and dominating once you let your c-pawn get down the board.
Yeah, no, I didn't get much from the opening. I prepared until move 20, but he found all the right moves, and so this line is really just harmless for black. So and then the fortunate thing is opening is not the only part of the game, and he made a few mistakes around move 30 or something, and then my c-pawn just kept on pushing.
Were you surprised when he allowed this opportunity for you to let the pawn go on? Because queen c5, he just eliminates the pawn, and there just seems to be no danger for him.
Yeah, no, I wasn't surprised. Vesely is a fighter. He's been fighting for many, many years, and that's his style. He plays for a win, even though he's been leading the tournament. Objectively, his 32nd move, rook e5, was a mistake and too ambitious, but that's how he is. He plays for a win every game.
Did you see this line where he could have played after you first attacked his pawn, the move queen to c2, sorry, rook to c1. We'll just go back to that position for a second. The move when you played rook to c1, this potential line where he, instead of playing c5, he could have given you this pawn and planted his queen on g5. Were you aware of this line at all?
Yeah, I saw queen d5, queen takes queen g5. Yeah, also you showed it to him, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I think
this seemed quite dangerous, potentially. I mean, black certainly has compensation here.
Yeah, black has, not sure if black is better, but it's definitely very dangerous play at the cost of a pawn. My pawns are, very vulnerable. That's why I was trying to exchange queens the whole game, because with my pawn structure is very, 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 very fragile. And also maybe that's one of the reasons why he was playing for a win, because my pawns on g4, h3 are a little overextended. And after queen d5 and queen g5, I think white should find a way to balance the position. But yeah, it would have been a good practical try.
You're the leader of the tournament now, at least temporarily. You have two other games that are going on. Very, very good chance of at least one of the players who was tied with you before to lose this round. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very good. I'm very happy to win this game. Of course, it's unexpected. I mean, I didn't come into this game wanting a win. I just want to play a game and see what happens. And fortunately, he gave me chances. For the tournament, there's 3 more games to go. So many things can still happen. But very happy for the result. As of right now, compared to my tournament last year, obviously this year is much better.
Good place to be is first place. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Wesley So, leading the tournament, at least temporarily, looking like a player who could win the whole thing.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have Eric Hansen up on tap.
With Chess A. And we'll bring you that.
I'm here with Danny Renge from Arizona. Danny is an international master and the VP of chess.com. Danny, thanks for joining me. I wanted to ask you, besides myself, obviously Eric Hansen, what brings you to St. Louis?
where else can you get valet parking for a chess tournament? That's the real show. But no, I'm here just to take back my world giant bullet chess title from Maxime, which I did successfully yesterday. You'll see that video soon. And just to enjoy the festivities. It's the event of the year, so got to be here.
Do you have any pick for the tournament? We're in the second half now.
It doesn't seem like Veselin is slowing down. Usually rooting for Hikaru, and we'll see what happens with Fabiano today. Very, very interesting Benoni. But otherwise, right now, I'm going to take the leading horse. I'm going to take Veselin to stay strong and keep it going.
Cool. So we know chess on the internet is growing a lot. Can you tell us a bit more about what you do with chess.com?
I write emails all day. That's what I actually do. But no, every once in a while I get to do fun videos, and I manage the content and manage our growth in the community. So a lot of professional events. We got Carlsen playing on the site against Grishuk here at the end of the month. Hikaru and Maxime will play a match on August 24th at the end of the month. So we're looking to bridge the gap between the online chess enthusiast community and those interested in serious chess and just grow the game. So I write emails, I act like an idiot on TV, and some would say I blunder for a living. So that would be my job description. So.
Well, we all appreciate what you do. My last question for you is, if all 10 players here were Pokemon, who do you want to catch the most?
First of all, I think it's a great idea. That's an app booming to happen. If you could catch, who stole my cookie face with Magnus, or maybe an angry Hikaru trying to pretend like he remembers the theory on move 17. Maybe Hikaru Zard or a Geary Lepuff. Geary, he's adorable. You could stick him in your pocket with Geary, right? That sounds like that'd be a rare one to catch. So I'd go with that.
The problem is he might not want to fight the other Pokemon, right?
No, he may not. So, but Jigglypuff doesn't do a lot of direct action combat. Just smiles and sings his opponents to death. So Geary might be good with that, and he's going to kill me for that. But yeah, I mean that'd be a good Pokemon. I like a Charizard, maybe a Vishiachu. He could shoot lightning. Looks like he could, maybe. So I'd go with that. I want to catch those three.
And there you have it, chess playing Pokemon. Well, let's get back to the studio for some more analysis.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. We see Levon Aronian. Fortunes have not gone his way in his time pressure. What's the situation now, Yasser?
He's losing. MVL is 2 pawns ahead in a bishop versus knight ending, and Levon Aronian realizing that he has no way of stopping black from making a victory in this game. And all around the table, there's been some real changes of fortune, or even misfortune, as we might say, as well. We just, while we were on break, we got to this position between Anish Giri and Vishy Anand. Anish has just clipped this pawn on c3, and after we move rook a3, he played the very powerful king f3, which is actually simply winning the game, as white is about to bring his king over to the queen side and just nurse this pawn to promotion. And here we are on move 40, and can you believe it? Rook c8 check was played, a massive mistake. Had he simply played the move king e4 as advertised, he would have been well on his way to winning the game. All he's got to do is really bring his king up the board to b6 square, and it's all she wrote. What the heck, Maurice, is rook c8 check all about? Now, what on earth did Anish just do?
He just made move 40 is what he did. He played the 40th move, rook c8 check, allowing king to g7, and now his knight's hanging. So he has to just simply, you didn't gain any tempi. You just lost moves playing this move, and if he switches his rook over to the b8 square, then simply knight takes e5 check, and as the king tries to march over to this side now, then simply knight to c6, and this a pawn is under attack. You could play moves like rook to b5, but suddenly it's black who's thinking about winning this game. Sorry, your king has to go to the 3rd rank and just gift me this pawn. Thank you very much. You cannot take with the knight because of the pin, and if you take like this, okay, maybe you won't lose this position, but to go from winning to fighting for a draw is completely ridiculous, and he did it on move 40 in time pressure. But the funny part is that he made a move that was so committal, it just pinning himself. Self-pinning is what I meant to say. Right here at this move, he panicked and made a move that pinned himself, when in fact he could have moved his king. Now he had to be slightly careful. King to e4 does run into rook to a4 with check, and that forces the king to go backwards, and then the e-pawn goes. So he actually had to give up this pawn. He had to find this moment to give up the pawn with king to e3, and after knight takes e5, now head towards that queen side, because his king, of course, is going to end up on the b6 square, and he's got a lot of blockers. Everybody's helping him out. This knight does not have any real means of fighting the position, and it looks as though rook to c3, rook to c3 got played, and the game has ended in a draw. He's just simply blown it. The game's over. And Anish, in one move, took a position that was so promising and turned it into a dead draw position. Just a really bad mistake right at the time control.
Ouch. Ouch. That really hurts. Oh, because he had played such a beautiful game up until that exact moment of his massive last move of time control blunder. I mean, we've talked about that so much over the course of chess history. I've just seen it so many times, time and time again, where that type of mistake on the last move has cost the game. And Maurice.
And other player in time pressure that made serious mistakes was Levon Aronian. We saw that he was in trouble, but he was kind of fighting his way back in this position. And the engines did say he was worse after king to g2 in this position, but knight e6, allowing the rook to get behind this pawn in simple fashion without any counterplay chances. And then suddenly rook to c7, offering a trade of rooks. Looks like a good idea optically, because you're getting rid of the rook and somebody who could just support the pawn down the board. But guys, MVL said, give me this guy. And this guy is fast, pushing the pawn up the board. King trying to get over and now this king and this h-pawn is going to be vulnerable. Knight to d5, bishop e5, attacking that pawn, and you can't switch directions now after the move bishop to e5. You can't switch directions because this pawn is too fast going down the board, which meant that he had to play the move here. I think he played king to e2 and give me this pawn, and now back up 2 pawns is MVL. King to e3 is now on the board. The Indians love the position for black, beginning with the move bishop to b8. If king to d4, well, guess what we're going to play? Bishop to a7 check, give me the f pawn, and those are 2 passed pawns. They might be doubled, but you can get 1, but you can't get 2. So this position is lost for Aronian as well. If he loses this game, he will drop to 50%. He will, and we see the move bishop to e5 was played, preventing the king from being able to approach the pawn. That's a good idea as well, it looks like. If he wins, does MVL, he goes to 50%, Aronian drops to 50%, and since Anand has drawn, he stays at +1, tied with Topalov right now. We have the 2 veterans at +1, chasing the sole leader, Wesley So.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, coming to the game between our U.S. champion, Fabiano Caruana, who is black, against Hikaru Nakamura, the 2 rooks versus the queen. All, of course, what Hikaru is trying to do is get his rooks into such a position that he'll be able to immediately transfer them over to the A file. I believe we have the move Queen B4 just been played, and you can't play Rook A2 immediately because there's a back rank check, which will. So you preface the idea of Rook A2 followed by Rook A3 with the move King H2, and it now looks, to my eyes, like this pawn on the A file is about to fall, as white will be able to round it up by doubling his rooks behind the pawn. I was actually a little bit more curious in this position. For some reason I had expected Queen A1 check followed by A3 in case of King H2 as being a lot more stubborn. A little bit surprised.
What about
maybe he can just try to play for G5 and trade off a bunch of pawns.
After
like
King H2.
Yeah, G5 and H4 here, because I don't want to suffer.
The 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe I can just get some kind of perpetual
That
here.
looks dangerous.
That looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, but we'll take
Rook
on
E4, Rook E4, followed by maybe H5 takes G4.
Rook E4,
kind of. But all right, just show
that
us your
kind of
idea.
ruins my plan. That I just wanted to play G5, H4.
H4.
And then if you capture, like infinite checks.
I'm not going to capture and help you
don't,
out.
it's just.
Let's say I'll play F4. I mean, okay, I loosen up my king's position, and I still haven't rounded up the A pawn yet. So, but we do have a special guest in our studio, and
That's right.
all teed up with Maurice Ashley.
We are with Vishwanathan Anand, 5-time world champion, still at +1 in the event after today's game. It seemed like you had more or less equalized, but it was always a little small something in there for him. And then you looked like you were in trouble right at the time control. Maybe could have lost the game if he hadn't played this Rook C8 check. What was your evaluation throughout? Is that a fairly accurate description?
No, I just blundered at some point. So if you want me to show you where, if you go to the position where I played Rook C4.
Queen D7.
So we have it right here?
Bishi?
Yes, Queen D7. My original idea was just to play Knight takes E5. And if Knight E5, Queen E5, initially I thought Rook D8 won for white, but then I realized I can take because G7 is defended. And if Rook A8, just G6 and I'm fine. So I thought I spent quite some time here, I calculated. And then he went Queen B7 anyway, and then I started to think, and I realized after Knight takes E5, I don't take, sorry, he doesn't capture, but he plays Rook A8 and I'm gone.
Right, we saw this line as well, or at least the engine pointed out.
And this is a real shock because you think you're playing a normal game and then you realize you're losing control. So I was a bit shaken by this.
And Now you have
anyway,
to reset.
it turns out that I can defend perfectly well with rook back to c8. Doesn't do much for my dignity, but it's a move. He went rook e1, rook b8, queen e4, and I should just play b5. I don't know why I was so sophisticated with queen c5. I completely missed rook b1. I mean, it looks like I think b5 should be enough, really. I can't see that this is dangerous for me. But yes, I mean, my pawn will be as fast as his. I should be okay. But I went queen c5, and after rook b1, I realized that I'm struggling anyway. And the problem is, after rook b5, I can very easily lose that b6 pawn for nothing. So I thought I'll at least get the c pawn. And I saw that his pieces get discombobulated, and I could go with that. So, and by this time, I was also running out of time because I was trying to find a line, but all my lines were not working. And no, at this point, I thought I was tilting. But he went a5. I have to go here, knight d2. And this I was surprised by, but perhaps it's good, g5. And he said that I felt I had to go rook a3. I don't know. Maybe I can go knight d7.
The Indians thought rook a3 was a mistake. And
Yeah, maybe knight d7 is possible. But then I suddenly didn't like f4. Gf, rook f4. And then suddenly rook c7. Knight e5 and knight c5. And I couldn't see my rook getting back. Again, I can't say that I saw anything here very clearly because I didn't have a lot of time, and rook a3 I thought is just a natural move, but apparently it's a mistake, as I discovered later, because in fact I just judged this wrongly. This I should be able to hold because a7, king g7, something. There might be some other way for white as well. I don't know simply.
Right.
So I was a bit shaken by all this, and I didn't react well. And rook a3 I was happy to play, and it's remarkable. He just tosses two moves. But he blundered rook c8, rook b8.
40 for him, right?
This is move 40,
Was his time about to run out when he played rook c8?
Yes, he had 4 seconds.
4 seconds. Okay, that explains.
So he had 4
everything.
seconds. So rook c8, check king g7. I think he blundered rook b8. He wanted to play rook b8. Knight takes e5. And then king e4. But in fact, black comes in 2 ways. One is knight c6, rook b5, and f5 check. And then I win the a5 pawn.
Yes.
The second is even nicer, I thought. I go knight c4. And rook b5, I have knight d6. So, in fact, I'm just completely okay here.
Yes, absolutely.
In the final position, we were joking that maybe I should have even played on, but apparently I didn't leave anything on the table. If he goes knight e5, I guess king e4 and king d4, and the king is going to b4. So, I mean, my plan would be to play knight g4 and collect some pawns and things, but it's going to be a race in which I have no guarantee of success at all. So, and I was quite relieved that it finished like this.
So how does a game like this make you feel? You got to be a little uneasy seeing the mistakes that cropped up for you.
Yes, I mean, it's one thing if you blunder when you play fast, but you think carefully, you consider everything, and then you throw in a whopper, and that's much harder. And then my position, and then the second move, not playing b5, and then suddenly the position got really unpleasant. So he found some very accurate moves there. In fact, I thought there he was playing almost like a computer. Rook b1, rook b5, h4, just very, very precise, and black is getting into trouble. So I was not at all happy with my play there.
You're still at +1. You're only half a point behind the leader, Wesley So, the new leader of the tournament, and tied with Veselin at this position. Looks like Aronian has very good losing chances in that game. You know, how do you assess the situation in the tournament with 3 rounds to go?
Well, probably you should ask Wesley. I mean, I'm happy I survived today, and that improves my tournament situation no end. So there's no real problem there. Good game by Bashir, though I didn't understand all the subtleties. And Nakamura Caruana, I was fascinated by because this is one of the endings I remember studying when I was very young. This was Chernin Mikhail Shishin in 1987. And basically, this particular position, if black got his pawn to h4, I think it's a draw. But white having got his pawn to h4, now white will collect the a pawn, play rook f4, rook a7, and the pawn ending is 1. I don't know. I think Caruana had h4 somewhere easily. So
you feel that this is going to be a lost game for Caruana?
That's my understanding. I mean, if I remember this ending very well with Chernan's annotations, unless his annotations were wrong. I mean, maybe black has to find some counterplay with g5 and h4 and just go for that, because if he does nothing, then white's going to go to a2, a3, collect the pawn, then slowly waddle around f4, rook f4. That covers everything, no checks, no attack. And then eventually the rook will come to the 7th. And once you liquidated the king and pawn ending, then it's lost. So, I mean, I thought, okay, that's one ending that I knew from back then, and the conclusion still seems to be valid.
Those endings last forever, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, no updates here. This ending is, the evaluation is not going to change. It's one or the other. So.
The rest day, what did you do on the rest day, if I just may ask, final question?
Actually, I did a lot of work because Anish has a very broad repertoire, probably one of the broadest. And so he can do everything with white, and I really wanted to cover a lot of ground. But for a rest day, it didn't work out brilliantly because last night I couldn't sleep very well. And today, there were moments when I would have happily just gone to sleep during the game. So I don't know, today I was very drowsy for some reason. Though I was extremely alert when I blundered, so I'm not making an excuse. I'm relieved.
Well, we'll let you get your rest and look forward to seeing your game tomorrow.
Thanks.
Vishwanathan Anand still in a stone's throw within a stone's throw off the leader Wesley So at +1. We'll see how he can finish off this tournament with 3 rounds to go.
Vishy, quick question. You haven't visited the confessional booth yet, but had you visited the confessional, what would you have confessed in your game today?
It depends when, but I would have confessed being very annoyed with my play around at a certain stage.
You would have been asking for forgiveness, is what you mean?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Vishy.
I would have wanted someone to punch me in the face. So.
You wouldn't find any takers.
No. All right. So one game we haven't paid too much attention to for a long, long time, it has been Ding Liren nursing a queen versus rook and bishop, or rook and knight advantage.
Yeah, I was looking, Ding Liren just made move 40, and he has like a really cool idea here.
What's the cool idea?
Well, I want to play c5 and bishop c4 and kind of like overextend you, because you can't take with the rook because b4, the knight on b4 is hanging, right? And I feel like if I get my bishop to c4, that would be really cool.
Yes, well, yes, it would indeed.
I mean,
activating
this is what's going to give me some chances to win the game,
Exactly.
And I even have like queen b5, so it could be really dangerous. Indeed. I guess you'd have to play knight a6, right? Not desirable.
Feels very, very loose. I think tactically I'm about to lose some material.
Yeah.
And I should simply be lost.
Everything's getting split apart. But we do have Anish Giri with Maurice Ashley.
With the youngest player in the competition, he was playing the oldest player in the competition. You had a very good chance this game of winning, but right at the end in time pressure, you managed to play this rook c8 move. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, it was an interesting game. Yeah, I'm not sure if what I played was a lot. I thought it looked like I didn't have all that much in the beginning, but then I think he misplayed his position slightly, and when I got my rooks, in the 7, basically I thought that as long as his knight is stuck on g6, I'm doing better, and there are a lot of psychological pressure as well in this position, and yeah, at some point he bailed out into this endgame, which is obviously quite dangerous for him, but I had not so much time, and actually the problem was that I was sort of considering the alternatives, and I kept playing the move
you know, the other move, because always I was sort of thinking what move leads to a draw, and then I made the move which wouldn't lead to a draw. So that's why I sort of reached the position at move 39, and I hadn't thought about this actual position yet. I've thought about the other ones, which I shouldn't be going for. And then I had 4 seconds, and I just didn't see the move king e3, which is very strong. King e4 is bad because of a check and then takes on e5. And king g4 makes no sense because of just h6. Yeah, and 4 seconds, if you don't see the move king e3 right away, 4 seconds is not enough to see that. So then I thought, okay, I guess I shouldn't lose on time. So let's, you know.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
You know, and this is a lot of thoughts for, you know, for just 4 seconds.
And we should point out this victory has vaulted MVL back to 50%, while Aronian has tumbled himself to 50%. So sitting now 2 points. That is a full point, but at 0, while Wesley So is at +2 in the tournament. So this puts you in a very difficult situation. You are, without 3 rounds to go, you're at -1, and the leaders are at +2. The leader is at +2. How do you handle this stage now of the tournament? There's only 3 rounds to go.
Well, every game, you know, is a big challenge. Today I was hoping to beat Vishy over the board, but if not over the board, I will try to outflank him today. So I think I'll manage to do 1 minute 31 seconds with a lot of effort. Other than that, yeah, I mean, every game is an opportunity to play a good game. So I don't have any problems, you know, whether I'm on -1 or +5. It doesn't really matter.
I hear you speaking casually about this, but you must be really disappointed with how this result happened today, when you really had a great chance to win.
Well, frankly, I didn't think that. I thought that he was already escaping in the end game because I missed the move king 3. Yeah, it was a big chance after all, but I think I looked a little bit afterwards at this position, and it's not so not completely lost for black. There are some, you know, he can take the pawn, and he can reroute the knight to d5. Snatch some of my pawns on the king side, try to hold. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a chance, but yeah, you know, it's not a big deal. I think there are plenty of, plenty of things I can do better, and you know, every day I'm missing something, just like all other players. So it's not a disaster.
Okay, well, we'll let you go and
thank you.
Go outflank him.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anish. Anish, a quick question, if you would. We've been talking about these 2 rooks versus queen and pawn endgame a little bit. Have you ever studied it? And if you have...
Yeah, I know this endgame actually. I think the thing is that if you feel doomed with black, and if you give up your a-pawn without any fight, then you'll lose it. But I think that once... actually, my wife had it in a game, and I've analyzed it afterwards. I think that, strangely enough, you're not supposed to lose your pawn. I think that move ago, for example, Fabiano could play queen c4. Yeah, let's say like just move ago. Yeah, king h2. So queen b4, king h2, queen c4, for example. I think if you keep attacking, no, not queen c4.
Sorry,
yeah. If you keep attacking one rook, you should be able to stop. It's very, very hard to play that without a computer, because I remember that I was shocked to see that computer was making a draw there. He always finds the moves. I mean, once I get rook a3, rook a2, rook a4, this is already... actually, even that is not bad. I think the thing is that if white were to provoke a 5, then he is winning. But the idea is, I think even without the a-pawn, you have to not let the rooks regroup. And by attacking one of the rooks, or both the rooks at the same time, so you manage not to, you know, you should manage to stop his regroupment. But I think in a human game, this is close to lost, actually, because normally humans, they just give up the pawn, and then they just start feeling bad. They just move around. Then the rook goes to f4, then another rook goes to the 7th rank, then f5 is provoked, and then you just win this position. But I think that the engine was holding it brilliantly when I looked at it.
If only we could all play like engines.
Yeah, in some positions it's more required than in others. But, you know, it will be a bit boring.
So you think in practical chess between two humans, the chances of white winning are exceptionally good?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't really see how to make a draw. I just remember that the engine was managing to, somehow keep attacking a rook, and then you wouldn't be able to regroup. But I really don't see how it's possible to be done.
Yeah, for me, by the way, just since we're here, I thought that this move, Queen B4, was a bad move because it just allows that regrouping that you've been talking about. I thought that maybe Queen A1 with the idea
King, let's say King H2?
Yeah, something like King H2. And okay, I'll put my king on G7 to show understanding.
Let's say Rook, D2?
Rook comes to D2. And okay, I'll play A3. Just
Rook E2? Rook E2?
Pardon me?
For example, Rook E2?
Rook E2.
Okay, I mean, now we have the same thing with your pawn one file further, which is for sure, one rank further, which is for sure better.
Yeah.
Can we go move back? Maybe I could have done something smarter instead of Rook D2? Yeah, Rook. Yeah, it's. It looks to me that this was a better way to play, right? Than, what if you go Rook E8, Rook A8, something like that?
Rook E8, Rook E8. Can I be as annoying as possible?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook E3 though.
Rook
E3.
2E3.
Oh, Rook on.
Yeah, this one.
That's
this
right.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
King G2, Queen D5 check. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be to stop the regrouping, if you will.
Yeah. No, this is something you should be doing with black. You should be playing as annoying as Yasser does.
All right, Anish, thank you very much for joining our show.
Thanks.
Most appreciated. And where would you like to go now, Jennifer? What
Well,
game
we've
is
got
that?
Ding the Rin. We were just talking about that game as we started the interview, mentioning this
Sure.
idea of C5. Instead, Ding Loren played Queen B7, just directly threatening Rook takes B4.
I liked your C5 very much, though, Jen. I did think that it was a very good idea to get all of these pieces a little. Oops, what did I just do?
Well, we lost the board, but we gained.
We gained
We
again.
gained a super grandmaster.
Oh my gosh.
So
Sorry about that.
we do have the board up on that game, and he had played Queen B7 instead, threatening Rook takes B4. But we'll take a look with that in a second because we have Levon Aronian with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, with Grandmaster Levon Aronian after a tough loss against MVL. This game seemed quite strange. You sacrificed or you played the move B4 early, and he played D5.
Yeah.
Was this something that was well within your preparation when you played the move Knight to G5, which looks like a novelty? We've seen this kind of idea before, but looked like a novelty in this position?
Yeah, I thought this was what I was planning somewhere in 2011, and before the game, actually, my computer crashed. I couldn't recover it, so I thought, okay, I'll just play something like this. And then during the game, I didn't like what happened. Probably I have to follow with 11th move D3, because and then he'll take a pawn, and then there is an interesting position. A lot of play for white for the pawn. But after C4. Yeah, I didn't like my position, and then of course I played some ridiculous ideas. I've actually missed that he can put the queen on D7 and take on E2 at that very moment. It was blundered. Then I probably had drawing chances after Maxim played inaccurately, but with so little time, I kind of yeah, something went wrong there.
Something. Certainly, we take a look at this position right here. After you took this position, looked like it was just going to go downhill for you, but you had this fantastic chance to play knight takes on B7 here.
I saw this.
Did you consider this line?
Yeah.
What did you feel about it?
It's not a good move, I felt, because he can take on B7. Oh, and Rook D7, or
Rook D7 is coming, yeah.
No, because I felt Rook B7, Rook AD8. I thought, yeah, it's almost it. No, I saw, of course, Actually, the trick.
But if takes on d8 in this position, and
then knight d8.
And then check knight f7.
And if bishop d5, he can take on d5 even. Sorry, rook d8, knight d8.
I was going to play bishop d5 check, but you have knight f7.
Or I can even bring the king to h7, and then take on f4. I mean.
And go for this ending.
Yeah, but generally, I felt that there has to be some counterplay.
The Indians felt this was your best route.
Actually, after EF, it was an interesting moment on move 25. Unfortunately, I don't have... Yeah, here I took on a3, he took on f4. Unfortunately, I don't have knight d7, which looks extremely strong because of f3. Yeah, if not for f3, I have a really good position.
I think the Indians give rook d8 here as okay for him.
It did?
Yeah. I think the timing doesn't work for you here.
But I think this is kind of a blunder. Bishop d5?
Bishop d5, king h8.
Rook h3?
Bishop h6.
Bishop c6?
Take.
Knight f6?
Knight f6 they don't give. Knight f6, are you sure? In this position?
No, your king is not on h8.
h8, yeah.
Oh, to go to h8
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's too tricky. But f3 generally is a beautiful move. Yeah, I just wanted to mention it. After knight d7. The point is that, yeah, now if I take with the bishop, he takes on f3 with the rook, and then takes on d7 and plays knight d5. And if I play with the rook, I really need the rook in the game. Then he just takes and plays king f7. The king comes back to play.
Yeah,
for
this
the
is
win.
bad news.
Yeah. So, yeah, this was a bad game in the opening, and I don't think I used my chances.
Computer crashed? What's up with that? Did Maxime have a virus sent to your computer?
He put a spell, yeah. He sent French hackers.
Wow, so you're sitting now at 50% with a bunch of players. Oh, well, Maxime himself at 50%. You're down 2 games as far as Wesley. So, did you play Wesley yet in this tournament?
Yeah.
You did play him, so you can't really touch that. What do you feel about your chances with 3 rounds to go?
Well, I'm just going to play, you know. Let's
By
see
the
how it
way, I
goes.
picked you to win the tournament, so you're not justifying my faith in you right now.
That's what you tell to every player.
No,
Yeah, but
it's not true. I was forced to commit before the tournament started, and I said Levon Aronian. I think it was after round 2. I said Levon Aronian's my pick.
Because I overheard you saying that to somebody else's home.
No, you did not. No, you did not. I'm on record. I'm not making it up.
Okay.
You were my guy.
Well.
Should I still stick with you?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Not every day such terrible
Here's the
games
predictions we have right there. Look at that. Look at the screen. Alejandro and I picked you to win the tournament, while all those traders on the other side did not pick you.
USA.
Yasser looking quite good right now. Having picked Wesley to win the tournament.
Hey, Nakamura could win today.
Nothing you can do about that, though.
I'll do my best.
Well, looking forward to it. Thanks so much, and
Thank you.
Best of luck in the rest of your games.
Now he has even more motivation.
Yes, knowing that he has so much support, right? And we're looking at this game between Hikaru and Fabi. And the game has kind of gone in the directions we've been expecting, except for this move, Rook F3. We had all been in high grade anticipation of White lassoing this A4 pawn, but Rook F3 was the choice of Hikaru, and G5, the move that you had mentioned in the previous position, has been played because, again, as it's been pointed out, you don't want to just sit back and wait for White to pick up the A4 pawn for free, but to try to create counterplay against White's king ASAP.
That's right. Clearly, all these elite players are very aware of the somewhat unusual endgame that not that many people really study.
No,
the 2
the
rooks
queen,
versus the queen with the 3
exactly.
pawns. But they're all like, yeah, I saw this in a book. I know what's up.
Exactly.
And Fabi as well, and clearly trying to avoid that fate. But we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with us, and he is back on an even score, and maybe he's going to start swinging.
All right.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman who has some Parisian fans, no doubt, cheering right now that he has finally won a game in this tournament. What did you do on the rest day that gave you all the strength to come to play fighting chess?
Well, mostly I rested, I would say, but I also played this giant chess bullet match, which didn't go so well, but you know, maybe it was a little bit of exercise I needed to regain some strength.
This game was kind of interesting out of the opening when you played b4 and you played d5, but then you played this idea with d3 after you played c4. Were you shocked by this d3 bishop g5 demonstration? Did you believe it when you played it?
Well, I mean, I considered it, but I thought after c4 I'm completely fine, if not already slightly better. And I actually was wondering whether I should repeat moves or keep the tension, and I didn't see any way for him to get ahead with enough compensation for the pawn.
So when you played queen d7, you thought you were time to play for the win?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually, I played it because not only I thought I should play for a win, but I mean, not only because of the tournament situation, but because I'm just clearly better after this.
You had a terrific summer up to this point. This tournament, you've sort of slowed down, but now you've finally won a game, and with the black pieces at that. How are you feeling about your chances despite being down essentially two wins against the leader right now?
Well, I mean, I still have to play Wesley with white, so actually the situation is not that bad. But of course, it could be a lot better, but I still have some theoretical chances to win the event.
You play Nakamura tomorrow with the white pieces, I guess, as well. What are you looking forward to in that game?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to that game. I mean, I hope to make better use of my whites, my remaining whites compared to what I did in the event, and we'll see how it goes. But I definitely have to play for a win.
Who's the player you have with black, the in-between player?
Ding Liwen.
Okay, so you finished the tournament that way. Well, it looks like some chances for you with two whites to go. We'll let you go, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Wow. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins the award for being the first player who Maurice asks who they're playing in a future round and knows, right? Every single time he asks that at the championship, they're like, I don't know.
I don't know. Who do I play tomorrow? After these results, can we just take a quick look at the standings to see how things have been impacted?
Well, Wesley So has 4 points. He's leading the Sinquefield Cup. Veselin Topalov behind with 3.5. Same with Vishnyanand, and at this point, no one's going to be catching Wesley today. But hey, Nakamura with some pressure against Fabi has a chance to get a little bit closer.
Exactly. Jump up a bit there to 3.5 to get on +1 as he's playing against Fabiano Caruana, both players currently on 50% with this difficult ending pending.
Meanwhile, Ding Liren and Peters Fiddler are still battling. In this game, they're at the bottom of the cross table, but with the standings so tight, it's still a lot at stake in this game. And Ding Liren, of course, wanting to avenge for his loss before the rest day.
Exactly. And the way we left it, around these parts, Queen B7 with a double hit, both against the knight on B4, as well as the pawn on E4. Knight C6 was forced. Rook came over to try to pick up that E4 pawn, and Peter allowed this position. So he has rook and knight against queen and pawn, but thanks to the bishops of opposite color and the fact that white's light-squared bishop is not sitting on the beautiful D5 square, he's got fortress-like possibilities, but still a very difficult battle for him to try to save this position. Maurice, over to you.
Well, first of all, in this particular ending that you're describing, I will jump to it. The Indians really love white right now. We know with knights that they need stable squares. You have to be able to point to a knight You point at a knight and say, well, listen, where are you going to hang out? You need to be on some square that is unassailable. And this knight is not founded right here because f4 will be possible to be played, and it will chase the knight off of this square. E6 might be a better square, but this bishop might show up and try to chase that as well. But maybe if you can give her the bishop for the knight, you may not feel so bad. If that trade happened, then the dark square control on c5 will be a great blockade, and that will be good for white. For black. The problem is that white is looking to play moves like rook to d1, rook to d5, look to make some trades. But what's going to be important as far as white is concerned, if he's going to win this, is some kind of weakness on the other side of the board. We always talk about the principle of two weaknesses. One passed pawn often is not enough, and with this beautiful blockade, the strong dark square blockade, white might not be able to push through. So if black can just secure this knight somewhere, who cares where, and if white wants to trade bishop for knight, that's fine. As long as you can maintain this dark square blockade, white has no means of breaking through this position without creating some kind of additional weakness on this side. So it's actually a very tricky ending for white to win. This position is also tricky for white to win. According to the engines are going triple zeros right now, all the way through, saying that because of the active king, the queen being the beast that it is, and this exposed king, despite having these two rooks, black actually is perfectly fine in this position, and the engines don't see a long-range way for white to corral this game. Now, of course, it is a long-range plan. Somehow you have to get your rook up. Somehow you have to get a rook over and attacking this pawn. That pawn's always threatening to go down the board. So it's not so easy actually to double rooks on this pawn. Remember, Geary said that computer defends this perfectly. So right now the engines are seeing triple zeros, no problem, except it's not their buddies who are playing this position. If it was Ripka or Komodo or some such engine playing, then no problem. But it's a human being. It's Fabiano Caruana. He's going to have to defend very precisely. And of course, Nakamura is going to look for ways to torture him. Guys, I hate to say it, but we might be here another 2 hours if Nakamura has his way, because he's going to try to find some way, and he's going to circle around and circle back and circle back. And although he's shaking his head there, he is making it very clear to us what he thinks about the position.
We call that a reverse towel.
Yeah, maybe we won't be here that long if he believes that he has no obvious way to make it happen. Because the reality is there is no obvious way to make it happen. So this is the kind of situation where you just have to play and play and play and keep the game going and see if the guy makes a mistake. Because pure chess right now, according to the engines anyway, says that this position should be drawn.
Yeah. I mean, isn't this an accomplishment at least for black?
Oh, big time.
Yeah, like compared to the lines that Yuri and Anand were so worried about.
Well, if you just go back 4 or 5 moves ago, white's king was perfectly happy in its cove on h2 square, couldn't be harassed. And now with the king being exposed on the g3 square, much more practical perpetual check chances for black.
Yeah, I mean, the end game, and the reason that all of these elite players were so excited about white's position, and they seem kind of intellectually interested in this game as well.
Oh, definitely.
Is because, like, in general, the rooks are really benefiting by a safe king positions. If both kings are relatively safe, then the rooks come to the fore.
Yes.
Whereas now it's starting to feel like I'd bet on Caruana holding this for sure.
Exactly.
And the other game looking very likely, by the way, to be held. Again, that principle of two weaknesses we talked about, that looks like it should be held as well. Of course, white's going to torture black in both positions as much as they can, but it seems like some fortresses or perpetual check chances will cause both games. And there's f4, the move we knew had to happen sooner or later to challenge that knight. I don't know that Dingliren will make real headway here, but he's certainly going to try.
Exactly, and just boldly pointing out a very bad idea for Nakamura that he should avoid in the position he has on the board. Rook f6 check would be a horrendous idea, because after this check, oopsie daisy, that f7, that rook on f7 that stole a pawn is about to go bye-bye.
All right, so all three results in Ayaz's opinion. And as we
I think it's 50-50. I think it's a draw. Yeah. Now after this move, king g6. Yeah.
And as we continue to analyze these tense endgames, we're going to take a quick break and be back for more on the conclusion of round 6 at the Sinquefield Cup. Hello and welcome back to the 2016 Sinquefield Cup, where we have 2 games remaining. We've got the American stars battling it out, Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana, and Ding Liren against Peter Svidler. This is also the part of the show where we're welcoming your calls and your tweets because we have a little bit more time than usual. So use the hashtag Sinquefield Cup, and you also, we'll give you that number in just a second. Here it is, 314-361-5465. If you've got a question about today or yesterday or anything about chess, this is a good time to call because sometimes we also have to abbreviate our responses earlier in the show. Some tweets we've been getting in. Q Boutique, first of all, actually the store associated with the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Across the street, yeah.
They've won lots of awards. Well, they wanted to give a shout out to Central West End Cupcakes, the cup, and they've actually got a Checkmate cupcake, which is like this dark chocolate with like cream cheese frosting and a pawn on the top of it.
I had 2 of them earlier.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, I had them delivered to me. It was like really good.
God,
They're so delicious.
I miss them.
Yes.
I actually went in there one day on my own volition, and I didn't get the Checkmate cupcake, and I felt like a big traitor.
What did you get instead?
I got a different type of cupcake.
Oh.
That wasn't, because sometimes you're not in the mood for chocolate. Rarely.
Rarely.
But it does happen. So that is another fun thing, that there are businesses around here that are supporting the chess club that aren't even related to chess. Like the Cupcake Place. There's a lot of retail stores like Tendenza that also like sell things and give you like 20% off for being a member of the chess club.
That sounds good.
Yeah, or maybe you have to work here. You might have to work here. I should check on that. But it is really cool to see businesses in the area supporting the chess club.
Absolutely.
Because the chess players support the businesses. I mean, we love to eat out around here and shop around here. My credit cards always get a beating when I come to the Central West End. And we do have a phone call. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
This is Jonathan from Falls Church.
Hello.
Hello. I had a question. This is probably mostly for Yasser. In regards to the late, great Victor Korchnoi. I was wondering if you had... I remember watching a video you did telling an anecdote about David Bronstein in a game you played against Walter Brown, which was a very lively anecdote, and I thought it really captured Bronstein the way I sort of imagined him and his adventurousness. And I wonder if you had any anecdotes regarding Korchnoi, and I know you faced him a number of times over the board. I also noticed that your openings as white tended to be very similar. You both like the English opening and the Queen Pawn openings. And how did he influence you? What were the games like you played against him? Did it have a characteristic flair? And did you have any special anecdotes? Because I know he was a very outspoken player. What was he like during a post-mortem and things like that?
I'd be happy to share. Thank you, Jonathan, for the call. I'd be happy to share some Victor Korchnoi stories. But first, I wanted to turn to Maurice, who had some insight on what's going on between Fabi and Hikaru.
I'll give you a chance to answer that question. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Hikaru has played the move rook f6 check, king to g7, and then he's brought the same rook back to f3, king g6, and now rook f6 check again, king to g7. This is where we stand right now, so at any moment we might actually see Hikaru agree to a draw, and the players coming down quite shortly.
I see. Well, for both players who are sitting on 50% before round 6, this is not a result that is going to help their chances. Now, as for Victor Korchnoi, Victor was an extraordinary influence in my life. I was very, very fortunate indeed. I had like an 18-month period where I worked with Victor Korchnoi. I had played in a tournament in Wijk in Holland. It was then called the Hooghovens tournament, the traditional tournament of Wijk. And I met him there at the tournament. We played. He fell headlong into opening preparation, and I managed to win. He had invited me to work with him as a second during his campaign for the World Championship. I helped him through 3 candidate matches against Tigran Petrosian, Lev Polygaevsky, and Robert Hubner. He won those matches, went on to play against Anatoly Karpov in Murano in 1981, a World Championship match he lost. And for For Victor, his influence on me was extraordinary. Let's put it that way. When I met him in March of 1980 in Zurich, where we began our training, I had no idea what work in chess meant. My work training was a pale shadow compared to him. He was obsessive in chess, and he studied, for him 10, 12-hour days were nothing. No, that's not really serious work. Victor, if he worked 14 hours a day, that could be serious. And the stories I could tell would just take up the entire show. I'll leave it with this one. One of my favorites was, it was the very first night. I'd taken like a 20-hour travel to go Seattle, Denver, Denver, New York, Zurich, and then by car he picked me up at the airport. And it was 11 at night. We were saying our final good nights. And we both were heading to the guest room. And I said, Victor, where are you sleeping? He says, I'm sleeping in the guest room. You sleep in the master bedroom. I go, come on, that's not happening. No. All your kindnesses, I sleep in the guest room. And this went back and forth for some time. And then he finally confided. He said, well, his back was acting poorly, and he needed a very firm mattress that was in the master bedroom, and he prefers to sleep in the guest room. So I said, okay, I understand that. I'll be helping you out if I sleep in the master bedroom. He said, yeah. I said, okay, I'll sleep there. Oh, and we do have I'll interrupt myself to say that a draw has indeed been agreed between these two great American rivals. And there we have it. So, not a change for these two players who still remain at 50%. So, he closes the door, and as he's closing the door, Victor says to me, and by the way, I hope you're not nervous. Door closed. I go, well, what's up with that? I'm 20 years old, strong as an ox, happy to be starting this extraordinary journey. Why would I be nervous? And I did a stupid thing. I should have just knocked on the door and asked him to elaborate what he meant. Instead, I thought, with my Sherlock Holmes-like superpowers and reasoning, I'll decipher this riddle myself. So over the next 2 weeks, we were very, very close, spending the entire days together, training literally from morning to night, taking long walks and talking about life. And over those 2 weeks, several things became absolutely clear for me. Victor thought of his defection from the Soviet Union as being a huge blow for chess in the USSR, that Soviet officials prized the World Championship title, chess title, so much that it was so important for their socialist victory, their sports persona, who they are, and that he was such a clear threat. Victor was stone cold, ironclad certain that he would be assassinated, that he would be killed. And what Victor was trying to tell me is if the assassin was to hit that night, they weren't going to hit the guy in the guest room, they were going to hit the guy in the master bedroom. 2 weeks later, I became nervous.
Wow. Even Fabiano Caruana is smiling at that story. And he's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, Fabi's Benoni, as he knows, may have been assassinated today, but he defended it, as he said. You say you rarely get this Benoni on the board, but it looks as though Hikaru decided, I'm going to play the principal line and go after you. What were you thinking about the game today and your chances to play for victory? It actually looks like you had a good opening right at the beginning.
Yeah, he played the most principled line. It's very complicated because I basically give up my entire center in exchange for a few tricks. And I had analyzed this up to, I analyzed it quite deeply, but I couldn't remember what to do after bishop. Yeah, knight b1, rook c8, knight d2, bishop b5. I think he was surprised by bishop f8. After rook takes a3.
Bishop f8 is a novelty we found in a database. Was this a move that you had seen before?
Yeah, I had analyzed it a bit. It's very complicated after this. So bishop d4, queen b7. And now he can take on f6, of course. Bishop a3.
That c-pawn is very dangerous.
Well, he doesn't have to take on a3 necessarily. He can play knight e4, bishop e4, bishop c3, playing for compensation. Although he's still a bit behind in development, so probably won't be able to get an attack going.
Right, hard to imagine when your knight going to d7 that there'll be much power there.
So rook a1, knight d5, bishop b2, and now I just couldn't remember what I had analyzed. But what I did looked, yeah, c3 I didn't really want to do. I thought I would get a slightly worse position.
Yasser is insisting that this line, he's glad to play.
Yeah, maybe. I could have done that. First, I thought that the position in the game would be very close to equal. I think white is pretty much forced to play knight c3 next. Yeah, and it's still unpleasant though, that's the thing. Because his knight is just so monstrous on d4. And I think that he had a better way to play instead of queen e2. Maybe I misplayed it a bit. I wasn't so happy with my rook on c5. And here, queen a2. I was a bit concerned.
What's the point of this move?
Well, he just wants to play bishop a4 next. And I mean, then he'll take with the bishop on b5 and keep his very strong knight, and my pawns will be vulnerable. It's what he wanted to do in the game, but he couldn't really achieve it the way he played. Because now there's bishop takes d4 tricks. And now his rook's... Yeah, I mean, bishop a4 wasn't necessarily forced. But I guess he wanted to go for the position. I thought it would be a draw. And I wanted to avoid the position because I thought it might be unpleasant otherwise.
Were you worried about this ending when you went into it?
I thought it should be a draw. I mean, I remember a Leko Kramnik game where they had the same structure. Yasser's moving so quickly through this ending. They had the same ending but without the a pawn, and white had a queen on f6, black had like h6 g6, and black had doubled rooks on the a file. And white played h5, which was a blunder, and then after g5, you can't take on h6 because of rook a6 trapping the queen. And that structure is winning for black. But otherwise, it was supposed to be a draw. And so I thought that even if I lose the a pawn, it should normally be a draw. And it's always a distraction because white takes a lot of time to win that pawn, and I'll get counterplay in the meantime.
So you've looked at this too. All the other players came in, Anand and Giri, and they took great interest in this endgame. It looks like the kind of thing that strong players add to their repertoire in terms of looking at specific sort of intriguing endgames. Did you look at it because you were consciously trying to learn it, or it just so happened that you stumbled on it from watching these two players play?
Well, I think Leko Kramnik was the first game of the World Championship match in 2004. So it was a pretty big game, and that's one of the only games I know from this ending. And again, I don't know which positions are necessarily winning for white or which are drawn, because it is very close. If white wins the a pawn and goes after the f pawn with his rooks, it could easily be losing. But I didn't see any way for him to comfortably get the a pawn and stop my counterplay with g5 and h4. And after rook f3 g5, I was already pretty much certain that it would be a draw, because I give up a pawn, but I open his king up, and he's just not getting the a pawn without allowing perpetual check anymore.
Granted. So you're going for a different kind of record this tournament. You won 7 in a row when you won the tournament. Now, tomorrow, you get your 7th game where you haven't won a game yet. You haven't lost any games yet. What are you feeling about the rest of this tournament?
I'll try to win a game. I don't want to do a Giri. It's never pleasant.
I didn't say it. You said it.
I did say it. Yeah.
7 draws in a row would not impress anyone. What did you do on the rest day?
I watched a movie and I went swimming.
Oh yeah, you watched Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
By the way, what's your take? Was it good?
It was sort of fun, but it wasn't a really great movie.
Okay, well I guess that's why I got 26% on Rotten Tomatoes. All right, well, we look forward to seeing you get off the schneid one way or the other. Even if you lose, that could keep it interesting. But I'm not going to wish that on you.
All right, thank you.
You play Ding Liren tomorrow. Thoughts about that game?
I have a pretty good score against him, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. He could. He's a very strong player, and anything can happen. But I'll try my best.
Typical response, very political. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Fabi. Well, we have one game remaining. The fight, dare I say it in this way, for the seller, Ding Liren is -1, Peter Svidler is -2. Peter is doing his best not to go down to -3, as he's a queen. He's a significant material behind a queen versus rook, bishop, and pawn. But as Maurice has been pointing out, excellent fortress chances of holding on the dark squares.
So a change in the position now as Ding Liren goes for the attempts to trade off a pair of rooks. And do you think that's going to be an asset or
No, I would have done the same myself. Rook A8 and just, keep.
Well, Peter says no.
No.
He does not like the idea of trading rooks in this position. But we do have Hikaru Nakamura after a long struggle, and he's with Maurice Ashley. So we'll get to that.
Yes, we're with Hikaru Nakamura, who fought mightily today, trying to get something out of this position. First of all, you went into this Benoni position, and he played some strange moves. I mean, this idea of bishop f8 and queen b7, that seemed to have surprised you.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it, but I mean, it's something interesting at least. I mean, probably I should have just taken on f6 and played the position, but it was clear that Fabiano was well prepared, so I didn't do it. I mean, I thought it was interesting, but then I figured it's better not to take a huge risk, so I didn't bother going for that. I mean, I'm sure the computer, okay, I'm saying this now, but I'm sure, after 5 seconds of looking at the computer, it's either completely fine for black or it's not fine. But nevertheless, I didn't do that. And then afterwards, I mean, it was probably a balance, but I think Fabiano, he kind of, he wasn't precise in many ways. I mean, first I thought, like, here he should have put the bishop on the other diagonal, like d6, the b8, h2 diagonal. Maybe not right away, but I thought that was a better idea than what he did in the game, because in the game I kind of got a little something that I don't think I should have gotten. I mean, I know optically it looks very good for white, but like somewhere around here instead of bishop g7, I just thought bishop d6 was just much better.
Now tell us why you think the bishop is so good on this diagonal as compared to g7.
Well, on g7 it doesn't do anything specifically. I mean, you can always exchange on d4, but I thought here maybe black can try to play on a little bit, because there's some tricks, like bishop takes h2 at certain moments possibly, or even just quite simply like a queen e5 next move as well, just to create some weaknesses on the king side, and I think black should be completely fine. So I was surprised by what Fabiano did. I mean, like this whole, queen e2, queen e7.
He mentioned that queen a2 he liked instead of queen e2. Bishop
Yeah,
a4.
but I thought queen a2. What did I see here? Yeah, obviously bishop a4 is a threat. I thought, like, was it? No, it was not rook g5. I saw something here. There's a reason I went queen e2. Just give me a second. Okay, so just to go bishop a4, right? No, I mean, I saw this. There was a reason I didn't go queen a2. I'm just trying to remember what it was during the game.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
So, all right. So queen a2, why did I not go queen a2? I mean, I think I thought just quite simply black can play something like queen e7, for example. Bishop a4, bishop takes d4. And I mean, I don't know, if I take with the c-pawn, there's some rook g5, and I wasn't so sure. Yeah, something like this, and I wasn't so sure what's going on. There's queen e4, I mean, and okay, if I don't exchange, I mean, if I take with the e-pawn, it's just, again, rook g5, and it's completely equal, I think. Yeah, it's just completely fine for black. So that's why I didn't do that. That's why I went queen e2. But I was just kind of shocked that Fabiano allowed this endgame. I mean, just like I was just shocked that he went for this, because I thought this had serious potential to be just losing potentially. But I mean, as it turns out, it's probably just barely holding.
Yeah, he said that he saw the end game with Kramnik versus Leko in game 1 of the 2004 World Championship, that it seemed like it was drawish if he's careful.
Was that game one? I can't remember the end games. I know I'm getting all the end games confused because I was thinking of a different. I thought there was a different one in game one. Maybe that was game two. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it's basically it's just always G5. I mean, it's this G5 move that I think holds in just about every single end game. So, I mean, I probably could have played it a little bit better, given him more chance to go wrong. But I still think Fabiano would have played G5 at some point anyway. So, it didn't really make a difference.
Wesley So is leading the tournament at +2. You're at 50%. You've been trying hard to get that win, but still you need some help in that score. Did you play Wesley yet?
Yeah, I lost
you
him.
Did. That's right. Yes. Of course you did. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
3 rounds to go. What do you assess as your chances?
You know, I think the first thing to realize is that it's not just one tournament. I mean, if it was an individual tournament, then the situation would be significantly different. But the fact that, you know, it's best 3 of 4, 3 out of 4 overall means that you don't have to go completely insane and do something crazy. You know, I think last year was a good example of that because I think I was maybe a half point out of first, and then I think I had white, and I want to say it was round 7, maybe round 7. I want to say it was against Levon. And I just went insane, and I lost. And if I had drawn that game, I mean, I still would have been in the hunt. And then, of course, I won the last round against Grishuk. So I could have very easily won the tournament. But and you know, if I had tied for first or something, there's a good chance I would have finished you know, top 3 in the overall standings. So this time around, I mean, it's just important to keep trying to play well, play good chess. Obviously, I have 2 blacks coming up now, so it should be interesting, but you know, you just take it one game at a time.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Sure, no problem.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Hikaru. So 1 game remaining, Jen, and that game, again, we have Ding Liren doing his best to grind down Peter Svidler, thanks to his material edge.
That's right. And we do have a phone call, but we have a couple more moves in here too. So
let me just get updated, but we can take the call.
Yeah, we'll take the call.
Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, my name is Munir. I'm from Houston, Texas. I love the show and coming to St. Louis to witness some of these tournaments and watch these elite players high on my to-do list. So hopefully I can make it. But my question is as follows. Much debate has been taking place regarding the effects of computer engines and the way they have reshaped competitive chess, especially in terms of providing an edge in opening preparation and exploring ways that human players have not considered before. But is it possible for one to argue that as a result of engine assistance, a human player could possibly be lagging behind in developing particular aspects of chess knowledge, as opposed to players prior to the computer era who had to work tirelessly to understand and explore all the nuances of the game of chess. And they had to come up with innovative ideas on their own, and as a result, they maybe became much more rounded chess players who are able to solve problems over the board. And Gary Kasparov comes to mind. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Jennifer, you want to take first crack at that one?
Sure. I mean, I think well-used technology is only going to make people stronger, but it's also, so for the very champion-level elite players, mostly it's just they're going to figure out how to reach that balance and mostly use it well because, hey, they're the best players in the world, so of course they figured out how to use the tools effectively. Mm-hmm. But what that doesn't really show is that there's also a lot of players who are actually maybe limiting their potential by overusing and misusing engines. Usually in a way in which they might just instead of actually analyzing a game, turn on for instance, they're analyzing one of their own games or their friends' games, and instead of really thinking about it, they just turn on the engine, and it's kind of a substitute for thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's certainly some merit in what the caller is saying. Yeah. But at the top of the chess world, I think that's why they're at the top. They are doing a good job of preparing because, hey, it's competitive.
Absolutely. And for myself, I have mixed emotions, I want to say. It's sort of like I learned what I learned about chess through blood, sweat, and tears, you know. suffered a lot to gain the knowledge about certain positions, and it's sort of like the computer and the databases just kind of bequeathed or handed all of this chess knowledge, and the players are absorbing it, but not necessarily through blood, sweat, and tears. So it definitely has had an enormous impact, but in many ways it's positive and it's unstoppable. I mean, engines are just forcing a different type of chess understanding to take place.
That's right. And we've also got some questions coming into our hashtag at Sinquefield Cup. Mohammed Ali Al-Hajab says, after 1 year of watching your YouTube channel, my rating jumped up from 1,200 to 1,550. And he says, thank you from Saudi Arabia.
Well, thank you very much. And again, the tweet is about the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center chess channel on the YouTube that you can subscribe to. I think we have about 40,000 subscribers these days.
And over 1,000 videos. So that's
right, and now over 1,000 uploaded videos and millions of downloads. So thank you for watching.
That's right, and we've also got plenty of tweets from Christian Chirila, who is posting lots of gorgeous photos actually on Twitter. So that is the Grandmaster, and apparently a talented amateur photographer as well.
Absolutely.
And we've got Maurice with an update on this game. Is the Ding Liren going to get the job done?
Well, Nakamura on his way out of here had to tell me, I didn't even ask him, he just said, it must be winning. It's like, what is he talking about? Oh, the game. There's a game going on. Yes, and he said this must be winning. Somehow he likes white, and the Indians are agreeing with him, especially after the move rook to d6. The Indians thought that the correct move was rook to e8, and as you can see, the value going up in this position because of this, what we call the eternal pin, the queen on c3, pinning this knight, and also, of course, the king can't go back because of the pin on the bishop. He has now played the move h5, did Peter's Fiddler, and now, remember the Indians were in 0.9 land, 1 point change. Now they're at 4. Now, whether or not the c-pawn goes off the board will be the most critical issue, but right now the Indians saying the move h3 with what is a very typical plan in this position to play g4 and g5, and he did play this move h3 to push the pawn to g5, and this knight, remember I made a point about knights. Knights need stable squares. The knight found the f6 square. It's about to be an unstable square for that piece. Where is it going to go, this knight, to prove that it has any value whatsoever in the position? If he gets the pawn to g5, it's going to be huge trouble. In fact, the Indians are already panicking about what to do and throwing out a move like g5 right now, dropping the h-pawn. This is not looking good for him. We're just going to make a quiet move like bishop to e7 and show you what's going on here. Takes, and then a king move over in this square. And now after g5, suddenly your knight has nowhere to go because any knight move, I'll play one here, allows mate on the back row. So this move, h3, and Peter's Fiddler in deep trouble, and he should lose this game. That will cause him to tumble down to -3. Completely out of contention. He will be basically mathematically eliminated from having any chance in this competition, while Ding Liren, after losing a game yesterday, showing his tenacity and determination, bouncing back with a victory today, and he will be right in the hunt once again.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, h3, g4, big idea for white. Looks
Indeed.
tough for Peter Fiddler. And here's our current standings with the game pending.
The one game pending, that's right. So Ding Liren will jump up into that big group of even scorers with Levon, Hikaru, and Fabi. And Maxime, excuse me. Yeah, Maxime also jumped back up into an even score today. So it's been a real bloody and dramatic round, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, again, that free day was so useful. The players came with a lot of energy. Vessel and Topolov getting outplayed in a very beautiful game by our current tournament leader.
It might be the bloodiest round of all, by the way, just pointing that out. If we get 3 wins?
Yes.
I don't think we had a 3. Do we have 3 wins in any round of the tournament so far? I think 2 and 2?
Yeah, 2 has been...
Maybe we'd have to check on that, but 3 wins would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's and I think White's going to do it. And we are going to keep a close eye on this game and see if Peter can come up with any defense as we take a quick break here at the Sinquefield Cup.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. We've had one game remaining. Ding Liren, yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, was also the last man among the two last men standing, but in that case he was on the worst end of it and ended up losing. Now he's pressing for the win, and it looks likely that he'll do it, but before we get to that, you have a revelation from an earlier game today.
Exactly. During our break, I got a master class from our own Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who found a really key moment in the game between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vichard-Legrave. In this position, with the players in time trouble, knight e6 was played, and very, very quickly Levon went down to defeat. He had an extraordinary opportunity, as Alejandro shared with me. Rook d6. Very confounding move, as White's intention is to play rook c6, but what about the obvious bishop e5, forking rook and knight? After rook takes g6 check, king h7, White is obviously going to lose a piece, but he has a saving resource. Rook g5, bishop takes f4, rook takes c5. And now we see that White's intention is simply to play king g2, h3 or f3, and trade off Black's remaining pawn, so it will be a rook and bishop versus rook, which is a textbook draw. King g6. Now is very important finesse. Rook c4. You first have to draw Black's king up the board, because king g2 actually loses after rook h8. But first this move, rook c4, king g5, rook check, king h4. Now that the king is on the h file and rook h8 is no longer a threat, you play king g2. Now, from White's point of view, what he's prepared to do is play the move rook c3, followed by either h3 or f3. Black reacts quickly with a move like bishop b8. And we do have a result, by the way. Peter Svidler has lost.
Yes, it looks like Ding played the nice move f5, cracking open Peter's defenses, and that was enough.
And that was enough. And this is how Levon could have saved the game. Let us go to that game of Peter Svidler and just see the remaining moves. When we left it, Ding Liren had played this very nice attacking move, h3, ready to play g4 and g5, taking advantage of this eternal pin. King dropped back, and now queen went over here to b4. Now that this bishop is in a pin to the king, these rooks along this diagonal are not being sufficiently protected. Knight dropped back to d7, and then bishop d5. A huge bishop now posting up. Before, when it was on e2, it was passive. Now it's simply winning. And this move f4, f5, cracking open Black's king. Queen is coming either to g5 or f6, and that's all she wrote. Peter Svidler did indeed resign, and Ding Liren pulls himself back to 50% thanks to this victory.
Well, that must feel good after such a tough fight and coming out with nothing after almost 7 hours against Veselin.
Veselin Topalov.
And this is where we stand after all the results are in. Wesley So at the top of the cross table. Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand just half a point back. So even though Veselin seems shaky after the loss, he's still in pretty good standing in the tournament. Maxime Vichard-Legrave, Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Ding Liren all on even scores. So huge group of players who are still trying to decide whether the tournaments are going to be good or bad.
Indeed, and unfortunately we have one bad tournament, and Peter Svidler here to tell us his tale of woe. What happened today, Peter?
Well, after a very difficult struggle, he had stabilized the ship somewhat with 3 draws after his first 2 losses, but today maybe a little overambitious this move, b5, Peter, and it seemed like you got into trouble from there.
No, I think my issues were stemming from, rook e8 looks very natural, but I think starting with rook b8 is more precise. But Yeah, basically when I saw 3G3, I thought, okay, I'm having a very poor tournament, and I can play another one of those symmetrical Grunfelds, or I can try doing something else. And the position I got out of the opening, I mean, what I did is, an experiment, maybe not a very successful one objectively, but I thought, at least this will result in a game as opposed to something I've done and my opponent has done a number of times, and it's kind of repetitive to play in the Grunfeld theory. But already I think Rook E8 is slightly inaccurate, but mainly I'm slightly baffled as to why I didn't take on C4 and move 40. That's just, something seems to be broken.
Something seems to be broken. Is that just somehow sometimes the moves don't flow out of the fingertips?
It's just that, you take certain decisions and then you can't really explain even to yourself why you've taken them, and difficult to play like that.
It's tough now at -3, knowing that mathematically you're probably out of the tournament. What do you play for now?
I was not really in much of it. I mean, had I won all my games starting from today, I probably still would not have won the tournament. So, no, you want to sort of. There's pride at stake, obviously, and already today, I mean, my decisions already are hugely influenced by my tournament situation, because normally I don't really mind playing very, very solid against 3G3, but I thought I owe it to myself and to the tournament to try and do something today. I will continue probably in the same fashion, hopefully not with the same results.
All right. Well, we look forward to better results for you in the rest of the games.
Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen. Tough loss. It goes to show just how difficult it is playing these elite players when you can have a 7-time Russian champion sitting at a -3 score. It goes to show and these guys are looking at who is the weak, who is the player who's having the worst result, and they target him.
Now let's take a sneak peek at tomorrow's appearance. Anand versus Moronian, huge game. Veselin Topalov versus Anish Giri. Peter Svidler, white against Wesley So. Wesley in the clear lead in the tournament so far, so that's a really important game.
Absolutely.
Two players with an even score, Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren. And we have Ding Liren with us.
Yes, and we are with China's #1 player, Ding Liren, after a nice victory against Peter Svidler. Today's game was interesting. He played very sharply. Did you expect this opening from him?
I did not expect this opening because he plays slop against Aronia, but he plays Grunfeld many times, so I also looked at this line.
So when he played it in the game, what were your thoughts going into this position? You spent a long time, especially on the move B3.
Yes, because I thought he will play Rook take B5 instead of Knight D4. Then I will play Knight F6, Bishop F6, Bishop C6, Rook B6, Rook B6, and Bishop E8, Queen E8. And now I want to play Queen D2. I think this is.
So you wanted to make sure that this was correct, or at least accurate for you when you went into this line. I'm still confused.
Sure
Queen D2, what happens?
D2.
Rook B3, or are you going to play Rook A8?
Queen D8. Queen D6.
Queen D6, I'm sorry, of course. Yes,
and
getting that.
if I didn't play Queen D2, if I play Bishop B2, then he takes then Bishop H3 and Queen D4.
So the challenge of this, this bishop on H3 is tough.
When I saw Queen D2, I went for this line.
You go into it, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm not sure Queen D2 if it's a good move, but
but certainly a chance to go for it. You had not won a game this tournament. You now have a victory.
Yeah.
What does that feel like?
Of course, very good. I was better in the second game against Wesley So, but I missed a simple tactic. And in the third game against Anish, I didn't realize I was better during the game. So today, when I thought I was simply better after Queen F3, so I really want to win this game.
Tell me, yesterday you had a very good, not yesterday, but last round, you had a very good chance to draw against Topalov. That must have been very difficult, and this game must feel especially sweet, being able to bounce back after a loss.
Of course, yes, last round I lost in a draw position after difficult struggle. I think it's a draw, but I missed his move, so it's very difficult to accept this lose.
How do you bounce back after such a loss? You know, it was a tough loss. You had a rest day to think about things. What do you do? What did you do on the rest day?
I did not prepare so much. I just watch Olympic games, and
certainly you're rooting for China. China doing quite well in the Olympics.
Yes, and swimming. And I just want to relax. And today I think I performed very well.
Absolutely. Well, relaxation seems to be working for you. Congratulations on your victory. Now at 50%. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Ding Liren with his first victory in the tournament, now at 50%, certainly well within striking distance of the leaders. He has a chance to make his move in the following days.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Ding Liren. Well, it's been quite a round, three decisive games today, and let's just take one more quick peek at what we have in store for tomorrow. These matchups as the players move into round 7.
That's right. Well, we've got Vishy Anand versus Levon Aronian. Really big game, Stidler versus So. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nakamura.
I'm looking at that one. That is going to be a Donnybrook.
That might be a slugfest. So tomorrow's going to be another big day here at the Sinquefield Cup. You're not going to want to miss round 7. And our premier match tomorrow is Stidler versus So. Can So keep it up? Final thought from Maurice on today's bloody battles.
Well, it's important to note we had 3 victories today, but the other 2 games were close as well. Anish Giri could have, if he had played accurately, defeated Vishwanathan Anand, and certainly Fabiano Caruana had to defend extremely well to stop Nakamura from winning that game. So basically, we just had 5 Donnybrooks. There were great fights, great struggles. That's what we're looking for in the second half. And the 7th round of the tournament, super critical as the players are now going to start seeing that finish line in sight. Expect more intense games, more excitement as we go on in this tournament. The second to last step on the Grand Chess Tour. It should be real battles tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. Jennifer, it was great, as always.
Great day indeed. Wesley So out in front. Join us tomorrow to see if he can keep that lead here at the Sinquefield Cup with just a few rounds to go.